Class 2 of the Simmental steers. Again, quality, very good all the way through. Kind of a clear-cut class winner. Again, a calf that just kind of resembles what Dylan and I just talked about as we came in this morning. He's a good body, good feet looking, kind of a fast steer. Awesome in terms of his spread of muscle. Whenever you get right in behind him, he's good in his hock and the shape of his foot. I like the way that calf hits the surface and then still accompanies that upper skeleton with power. He's not the neatest in his crest or down there through his throat or right in the floor of his chest, but you get past that, and relative to his contemporaries in this class, he just got so much more. The calf just powerful and moves good. Really a nice steer to go ahead and win this particular class. From there, it was a little more challenging, kind of where you wanted to set your priorities. I don't think any of these cattle probably some lack some muscle, some of them have some muscle, and they to me, probably all Dylan and I just kind of question just long-term where they're at rib cage-wise and where they're maybe at is the shape structurally. Set in motion, the black and white calf that ends up in second to us is the second best one. Just from a standpoint of his feet and legs, he's a beautiful calf right there out of his shoulder blade where his neck ties, like his presence and profile there. Obviously needs to be a rib shorter, needs to be a little more powerful whenever you step right in behind him. From a standpoint of just build and balance, we'll let that calf stay in the top pair. Same thing with this black steer. If he continues to get some rib cage, continues to get stout enough behind, his structure will take him a long way. He's a good looking calf. He just needs quite a bit more to him. Don't mind the baldy calf that ends up here in fourth in terms of his rib and his substance. He's a pretty easy moving calf behind. Obviously got a little shoulder in front end. He's the one right behind his shoulder blade, lacks the most in terms of spread, but a nice calf. This one here is moderate, thick, and he's real close, ending up in the top end of this class. His joints just need to get out here and move just a shade easier and be more comfortable for us to move him up. And then the young man closes here with a pretty looking steer that honestly just needs some more time to kind of maximize his potential or make his feet and legs just a shade better. Good job, good class. Got another nice pair of them here. We're going to use this solid gold one here up front to win this class. Again, probably has the advantage in just sheer hip and width dimension. She's the bigger footed one of the pair. And although she's not perfect, I still think she sets down probably more comfortable out here as well, even though she's fighting a halter and touch. I turn her in maybe in terms of the point of her shoulder, blend that in ever so slightly. But again, a powerful female that's got some length, got the flexibility to her. Stumptail one here, again, love just the maternal rib cage and body design. This one, she opens up good in her heart and forehead, continues that progression of width and substance all the way throughout. She doesn't have the heaviness of structure that throws her mouth off just a touch. She's wanting to fight things today and maybe looks just a little tighter structure there as well. But again, good pair of cattle here within this class.
Okay, so I'm going, oh, that's why. I would just be going in your left and right. I either need to change one of them to a 1/4 of an inch.
Okay, you're coming out of the direct box.
Catching up over on the Heller side.
It's down there. So that's your direct box is down there.
First place, Scout Block. Second to Kyle Borwick. Judges Fair Simon and Brandon Cowles are now selecting your champion
I have this.
and reserve Charolais percentage breeding heifer.
I think I could have fixed it.
That sounds better.
And over on the steer side, placings for Class 2, Simmental steers. First place, Taylor Hoverson. Second to Samantha Steenbrom. Third to Cody Simons. Fourth to Blake Cunin. Fifth to Brady Eastman. And sixth to Baron Davis. That was placings for Class 2, Simmental steers.
It's loud, but it's good. Okay, so here's this issue. Testing 1, 2.
Right.
When you want to talk.
The final class, Simmental Steers, is in the ring. Your two classes, Shorthorn Steers, Class 4 and 5, need to be in the check-in area. Class 4 and Class 5, Shorthorn Steers need to be in the check-in area.
Very competitive division on the heifer show side of the ring, and I'll briefly discuss the cattle real quick, and then we'll go out and pick you a champion reserve. Heifer that wins the first class, bull-bodied, she's long, she's stout, she's attractive when we get off to the side. Unfortunately, I think she gives up probably a little bit of these extras relative to the ones in here behind her, and for us, that's probably where these decisions need to be made. The one here that wins the last class, she's deep, she's bold, she's stout, as Brandon said. Maybe you want to tuck her in a little bit better there in her shoulder. For me, we can smooth her up in her a little bit in her heart, and we're struggling to tell, you know, how she uses her pastern, but this look right here from the side we really, really appreciate, and that's a really high quality one that I think can give you a lot of interesting breeding options down the road, and I think should make a whale of a cow. Speaking of ones that we like for cows, that's kind of why we use this one here out of the second class to win that particular lineup. She's bold, she's soft, she's stout. When you get in behind her, I think she's the structure advantage when you get out here relative to the other one. She's relaxed and smooth when she gets around the ring, a lot of flexibility. Is she as dynamic up through her front end as the one that stands in front of her or the one that was second behind her? No, I do not think so, but I think it's adequate. With that said, she's going to be your champion, and we'll wheel the second place around here. And young man down here at the end, if you want to bring your second place calf in. We talked about her earlier. She's big-footed. She's flexible down. I like how attractive she is up through her front end, and Brandon agrees. She's long and smooth, and maybe she gives up a pinch of power to the one that's right in front of her, but we like this pair together. She'll be your reserve.
Well, for certain, a good class here, and the quality is good. Cattle are feeling real good, too. It seems like darn sure quality is deep. And we thought these top three were super good. The calf that wins, though, I mean, just kind of a standout, to just like we've had in multiple of these classes. Not only has that calf got some power whenever you get in behind him, he's a real good-looking calf here to the profile, and he accompanies those two attributes with the best set of feet and legs. I like his joints, and whenever you get down into his foot, shape of his hoof, and the way that he goes off of his ankle, he's the comfortable calf that still has enough to him. He's maybe a rib longer, and you get in behind his blade right there, you could power that calf up just a shade, but I think that's getting awfully nitpicky on him. But just study him in comparatively to these other two cattle. He's maybe not just as broad right there behind his blade as what these two steers are. I love this calf in second in terms of his cage, man. He's round in his rib. Beautiful four-rib shape and center body turn facilitates for a lot of spread. And whenever you get in behind him, he's bulky and stout. He's not as blessed with the hair of either one of those cattle on either side of him, but just breaking him down. He's wide, he's stout, he's comfy. He's not as neat at his crest. He's a little thicker right there in terms of the top side of his neck and the bottom side of his neck, and right out of his jawline. We could clean him up just a shade if you're going to nitpick on him. But I like his frame size. I like his squareness. And in here, he looks like the lighter weight calf of these top four, but boy, still packs a lot of punch. It's a good calf to go ahead and be second. This one's got more spread. I mean, probably, and honestly, whenever you get in behind him relative to the top two, he's just as wide and bulky. Wish his joints were just a shade better. He's not as neat-headed. He's not as neat up there in front of his shoulder. Calf gets a little awkward in his movement off of his rear foot, comes just more tilted off of his front end there, but darn sure square and stout whenever you get in behind him. real neat looking calf that just needs to kind of fatten up and get a little stouter comparatively those other three. Obviously, young ladies there is feeling a little frisky this morning, and that calf has got a good amount of rib and muscle, and he'd be a nice feed and fat steer. He just got to have a little neater look to him, and obviously structure needs to be just a shade better. Real muscular calf to close, just needs to be better built on either end. Good job, real good class.
Well, good morning and welcome to the rodeo. Finally got up and going here, Ryan. Good morning. How we doing to you?
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo, and we're here on the steer side. I'm Ryan Habiger alongside Mr. Noel Ernst, and we're excited to be here again this year.
Yes, sir. Back by popular demand, they say, right?
That's right, I guess so. They didn't fire us, so we're back.
We like it. Hey, good class here. We started with, we just finished class 3 of the Simmental Steers. That's the third and final class, so we're getting ready to watch the first and second place class winners come back here into the ring. For those of you watching at home, probably noticed there's just a nickel difference in your view here this morning. We've obviously have a new venue to show the junior cow this weekend at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome, isn't it? To see how they set this up in here, and just really impressive. I know I was visiting with one of our judges here before the show started, and he couldn't believe how awesome it looked in here. So pretty pumped up for this new venue.
Yeah, I know we've had a lot of talk this week, and pretty excited about it. And so far, so good. Looks like so. Lots of room and lots of good ways to view here. So.
And you got to love that natural daylight coming through.
Yes,
Nothing better
for
than
sure.
that.
And it's not coming through in a sharp.
That's right. No
sharp
shadows.
ray shining the judge right in the eye.
Yeah. You guys can probably hear in the background, we got Mr. Bradley Hook over there running the announcer
Bradley
table.
Hook. So coming in the ring here, as you see these Simmental steers, Class 1 winner was Carter Firk. Out of Class 2, your class winner there was Taylor Holverson. And out of Class 3 was Emmett Ryan. These will be your 3 class winners and second place contenders for the champion in the Simmental division here to start us off.
And as you guys can probably see on the camera, had a really competitive Simmental steer show so far. Definitely the top of each of those classes was high quality, don't you think, Noel?
Yep, lots of quality there, good looking show cattle. And just took a little quick glance at my notes here. We can see, looks like Class 1, 2, and 3 winners are all sired by Here I Am. That was a common theme last year, I remember.
I was going to say, not much has changed. I remember last year we said that name often.
That's for sure. So, 2 gentlemen there in the middle of the ring. You can see coming into your screen right now. They're right there in the gray coat. That's Mr. Miles Tonius. And right there behind him, that's his associate, Dylan Lemonager. So those 2 guys are sorting through the cattle here this morning on the market steer side. So far through the Simmentals, we've noticed they do a pretty good job. Seem to be getting them right and talking them pretty accurately. So excited to see what they do here the rest of the day.
Absolutely, and I think an interesting decision to be made here with your champion and reserve Simmental steer. They definitely have some options and some choices to be made in terms of muscle versus skeletal quality and such.
Yeah, kind of maybe can set the tone for the rest of the weekend in terms of 3 high quality cattle, but you know, are you worried about weight and maturity and volume of muscle, or some quality look and future? So see what they lean towards here.
Speaking of that, you know, the ultimate goal for a lot of these juniors, of course, is probably the Iowa State Fair at the end of the summer. And it's been kind of interesting the last few years to watch the cattle, how they've placed here versus how they've done in August at the same fairgrounds.
Yes, for sure. We had that one last year, you know, made the top 5, that gray and white calf of Mr. Shala's that we liked so well last year when we were talking, commentating the steer show. And he, of course, came back and represented himself really well at the State Fair.
Yes, and that was fun to watch. I was standing ringside during that class when a judge had probably one of his toughest decisions of the day there. He went back and forth between those 2 steers in that class, and it was fun to watch.
It was. Here's some comments from Miles.
Those of you that are behind, if you could give these kids a nice round of applause. Job well done. Very nice set of cattle and a good way to start off the morning. And like I said, I think they've got like 90 classes over there, and we've got just shy of half of that. And so, or right around it. And so we'll just kind of maintain pace and kind of keep it comfortable out here the cattle come in, and boy, what a way to start. I mean, these 3 class winners, just a bunch of quality, very similar in terms of their make and their kind, and we start off there in Class 1 with just a really quality calf. And in comparison to these other 2 steers in behind him, obviously he doesn't have as much to him, and he shouldn't. He's the lighter weight steer, but boy, that calf, just studying him alone, I love his joints and his feet out here on this particular surface. Get into him and behind, and he's squaring his back. He's right in his length of body. Probably prefer that calf's look and length of body just as much as any of them in here. He's a little flatter and a little shallower in terms of his rear rib and flank. You get into him, he's not just as powerful as what is these other 2 steers in behind him. But boy, once he stops and props, that thing will give you a good look of quality. Looks like he'll only continue to get better. Now, comparatively to these other 2, there's not as much there, obviously. Calf in second, or that wins Class 2. He, to me, and like Dylan said, probably prefer that calf's length of body, in comparison to the 2 or 3 that we're thinking about in our particular minds. That calf's length of body allows him to balance well, foot and bone, relative to height and length. That calf is real good. I talked about his crest, I talked about his throat and just the base of his chest, and we could clean him up right there. Fits in his breed pretty good. Obviously, coming just a little more in terms of his front end, but boy, from their back, real powerful. He comes out of the back of his blade just a little stronger than this calf that wins Class 3. Breaking this one down, though, man, he's awesome in his joints, beautiful in his look, and that calf, surprisingly, still real square and powerful in his hip. He's good in the middle of his loin, the middle of his back, just right in behind his shoulder. We could bust him open just to shade. He's starting to turn from that cute prospect into a good feeding fat steer. And I think only time will tell how good that calf could get. So, again, we've got some seconds. I really like the steers there in 1 and 2, or first and second class. Just need more to them. Like this calf that was second out of the 3rd class. His ankles could be just a shade better, but powerful up high. Beautiful shape in his body. We'll get out here and select your champion in reserve. Again, my compliments to each one of these kids.
Over here in the heifer ring.
Looks like they're going to take one quick look again.
Well, Noel, you touched on it, and they talked about it, trying to project the future of maybe that one out of the 1st class versus that maturity that you see on the other end.
Yep. Looks like maturity wins out today. Class 3 winner is Emmett Ryan. That calf weighs 1,098 pounds. Again, he was sired by Here I Am. Second in that class coming in the lineups, Jackson Bolin. That calf's a bandwagon. He's a true Simmental sired calf. Getting it from the top side, not the bottom side. It's kind of cool to see. I think if you're going to match cattle up, maybe the second class winner kind of follows their type and kind of the first champion.
From where we're standing, I agree with you. I think that second class winner definitely follows suit with what they did there on champion. Lots of body. They like the length in that calf. They talked about that.
Yep, densely built. Gonna give her a quick chat again. Dylan's gonna go make a selection. There you go, Class 2 winner, Miss Taylor Holverson. Congratulations to her. That calf weighing 944.
Yeah, really nice way to start things off. Very competitive Simmental division.
Good strong breed there.
Very well.
Coming in next here will be the Shorthorn steers. We have 2 classes of those. 4 here in the 1st class as we get the Simmentals out of the ring. As Miles said, good strong numbers today, but not near the number of classes as they have across the ring in the heifer shows. So kind of going to take our time and just move through things slow and steady today and no big rush.
Yeah, it should be fun, but definitely been looking forward to this. As we started off before the show, we got to listen to the national anthem, which was sung live here. And to me, there's nothing better than listening to somebody sing the national anthem and hear some show steers bellowing right through the anthem.
That's right. Cool. That was great. Shout out to Miss Cassidy Bremer, too. She had a great job singing that national anthem. got some shorthorn steers. Got a cool redneck roan calf coming in. Solid red one. Another roan and then a white one hitting the gate here.
Next division up, over on the steer side will be
Going to be some, as I said, just some differences in the way that we show today here. This ring compared to old one, even the kids, are not used to coming in here, so maybe not quite the smoothness when we first hit the ring. Kids understanding where they're supposed to go and how the ring's working.
Yeah, I'm sure once they get a few classes under their belt, everybody will get her figured out. But so far, so good. Well, we got the color variety going here, don't we, Noel?
You betcha. Get what you want. A little bit of everything too, and looks like the sire sides. We have a Fuel Your Instincts, a DJS Outsider, a Perfection, and a Near Perfect. So a little bit of difference in terms of gene pool as well. That's nice to see. Not every calf sired by the same sire.
Absolutely.
If you guys can kind of hear behind us a little bit, the heifer side on the far side of the ring, it looks like they're working on the Charolais right now. And just to keep you guys at home updated, that's Mr. Brandon Callis is the lead judge on that side. His associate today is Ferris Simon. So a couple of good judges on the other side of the ring as well.
Yep. Got to commend the Beef Expo. The board and everyone involved always does a good job of finding those top quality judges that we definitely need to have here, and the kids deserve.
Yep, they do. Been great. Lots of shout outs we could give, and we will throughout the day. I guess first and foremost, Jenny Studer, she's the one that's in charge of the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds, and this weekend, great job she's done, her and her staff. A lot of hard work and a lot of hours go into a thankless job. So commend her and her team for getting all this stuff put together and doing a really good job for the kids.
Absolutely. Many hours are spent all throughout the year on this project. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, they didn't pull this one together overnight, did they?
Nope.
With the move and whatever.
Over on the heifer side, places for Class 8 Charolais.
Getting those shorthorn steers around the ring. Going to get them profiled here. We'll start getting them placed. Noel, I'm sure you remember this, but back when I was a youngster, I showed a shorthorn or two.
I do remember.
And a couple of those I had some early success with. But at the end of the day, they just weren't my dad's favorite in terms of how they performed at the feed pan.
Yeah, they weren't the best eaters and converters, were they?
Nope, not every time.
I do remember, though, that one after Grandpa fed him for long enough, he tasted pretty good.
Yep, took him a while to get there, but Grandpa Darrell finished it out and took him across the finish line, and he did taste good.
Steer side judging, guy with gray blazer on is Mr. Miles Tenius. Known Miles a long time, a multi-species judge. It's
1 year I did well down here. I don't know if you remember that calf as a blue roan.
Yep.
I think he might have been the appendix shorthorn.
Yep, he was.
And then somebody else liked him better than we did, and he ended up going to somebody else's trailer and going out of state after that.
That's perfect.
his wife Micah, daughter Aubrey, graduate of Lakeland and Western Illinois University. Currently employed by Showright Feeds.
As the camera pans the ring here, you'll see a lot of signs and stuff around the ring, and you'll see a lot of Vermeer signs hanging throughout the day here. And sure like to give those guys a shout out as well. Vermeer is the one who is the major corporate sponsor that put up the big chunk of money to get us moved over here to the Jacobson Center this year. So compliments to those guys and thank them for what they did. Dylan's going to grab the mic here and talk about our Class 1 shorthorn steers.
Well, a really nice class of shorthorn steers here to lead off, and I think that these top pair of steers deserve some discussion because I think the decision's close. The one that Miles and I landed on is this roan calf here. He's the steer that's just more comfortable on his feet and legs. His joints are good. He handles himself extremely well on the move. He's a steer that's really bold in the center part of his body. He's the squarest in his chest. and in his knee. He's a steer that just got a real practical, easy doing, easy feeding look. It's got some punch. He's got some look. A really, really nice calf to lead off. Now standing still, I really like this white calf's extra bone, his extra foot. He ties extremely high on the top side of his blade. He's a steer that gets a little rounder in his hip. He's lower in his pin set. He's also a little more in at his knee and doesn't just travel with all that comfort that we're looking for today. He's a steer that if you could put those two steers together, 1 and 2, you'd have a really, really good one. He just misses a few of those things that we're looking for in terms of structure and comfortability. Now the calf in third, I really like this calf in terms of his body shape. He's really round about his rib. He's level in his lines. He's got some feature and foot. I like that about him. He's a steer that just needs to go a bit better for us today to move him up any higher. The red calf that rounds out the class, again, a calf that's got some body, got some look, got some shape. He's just a calf that his better days are in front of him. He needs some more time on feed to move up any higher, but a really good, high-quality calf to go into the summer for that young lady. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Good class of shorthorns there, and the old red roan took that class, and I apologize, I don't have the winner there. These numbers they have are kind of small or hard to read from a distance, so we didn't catch her number, but they're going to announce it here real quick, like I'm sure. Class 2 shorthorn steers coming in the ring. Just have 2 of these heavier weight steers weighing over 900. First one there is Ellie Coppice, and then just coming in the ring here is Houston Holdgraffer.
That's a powerful shorthorn steer there, going away from us. Tracks wide, lots of base width.
Yep.
He looks like he's performed well at the feed pan, feed bunk.
Remember when we were kids, like the shorthorn steer was always in the top 5 sometimes would win a show? This doesn't seem to be that way anymore.
Yeah, I do remember that. It was different times. We're getting older.
That was the double stuff days.
Yes, double stuff. Man, those were hairy. Isn't that where the TH gene came from?
Pretty much, he invented it.
I mean,
Bless the
well,
rest of the world with it.
Brad Hook invented it, but I think it
That's right.
might have had something to do with the shorthorn.
Yeah. Yep.
And Al Gore invented the internet. Oh, wait.
Hey, no politics, Dave.
I'm sorry. Stay off of that.
We've been scolded already. Shout out to Live Auctions TV as well. Margot and her crew got us up and running here. Appreciate what they do and their time they put in all week at the Beef Expo through the live sales and here this junior weekend, offering this live stream so you guys at home can watch along if you couldn't make it to town. Maybe you're home calving out cows or lambing some sheep or whatever you're doing. Nice that they offer this service so you guys can watch along at home.
Okay, so sorry for the pause there, but we were listening to Brad. He wanted us to pass along information to you at home, speaking of you at home. So if you happen to be following along on the Showman app at all for this, he wanted you to know that after each class is placed, it's not going to show you who was first, second, third, and fourth example. It will line them up in the order.
Yeah, realign the order up so you can know.
You won't
Looks
see
like Hunter
number 1.
Holdgraffer's going to win this class. But yeah, so basically it's not going to put a number beside the calf of how they placed. They'll just realign the order top to bottom, be first, second, third, etc. So Showman app I know has been a cool thing, addition as well. You and I don't have to worry about that as much. We haven't been fitting steers out back like the guys have for the last few years, but I know the guys here on the fairgrounds say that's really handy addition.
There's nothing worse than rushing up to the ring to try to get into your class on time.
Well, you hate to send a calf to the ring wet, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I remember we discussed that last year. It worked out, though, at the end of the day.
It all works.
What it's hard not to like today, especially that kind of durability, that kind of just substance all the way through.
Just waiting for the heifer side to finish their reasons, and then we'll be moving over to talk these two shorthorn steers.
Doesn't hurt that she's presented very, very nicely.
like they're picking the champion Charlet on the far side of the ring. Nice lineup there as well. And here's Miles.
Oh boy, what a good class, and two quality steers, and just kind of exemplify build and presence, and both of them got a look to them that is very noticeable, and then breaking them down, the calf that starts. Once he gets in motion, man, nothing ever deviates. I mean, the way that he looks right there is the way that he looks on the go, and honestly, I like watching that calf move. His joints are so good in terms of just his angles, particularly his knee and his front end, and then you watch him work behind off of his hock, and he's comfortable at his heel. He's a good-footed kind of a steer, and steer that there only continues to impress. For a bigger, prettier calf like that, looks like he's coming just a little, starting to turn from that cute prospect into a good feeding fat steer. His rib cage has stayed with him. He's square whenever you get in behind him. He's got some shape whenever you get down his top line. I drop his twist just a shade. If you're going to get nitpicky on him, and you can probably do that just a bit, but that's just getting awfully critical on a real good calf there. Stout and comfy, good looking, good steer to win this particular class. Steer that's in second, honestly, Dylan and I talked, and probably in terms of his length of body, prefer this steer just a shade more. And he's got maybe just a shade more structure in terms of bone, and not probably foot size, but just bone and his column of bone relative to the calf that even starts. He's got to be a little looser, particularly up front. He'll tie in there just a little tight at his knee and twist his front foot, step in behind him. The calf doesn't have just as much to him, but really a nice looking steer. And once he's stopped and on the profile, gives you a great big look. Two quality shorthorn steers. My compliments to both those kids.
All right, so we got our reasons on that pair of shorthorn steers, and now we will be competing for champion in reserve shorthorn.
Here's our Class 1 winner, that red roan. Looks like that is Haley Wade. The calf sired by Perfection. Class 2 winner, Houston Holdgraffer, and that calf is sired by Perfection as well. So, congratulations to the Perfection Bull. He's going to have the champion shorthorn steer at the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo.
There you go. I guess those shorthorn breeders trying to raise the steer, you better have him on the list.
And then let me catch up over on the shorthorn steers side here. First place, class.
I think the shorthorns are trying to make a little revival. We can see some of those Denver bulls and such where, some appendix or half-blood shorthorns sired by some of these shorthorn bulls. So maybe they'll kind of make a comeback here in the next few years to come.
Yeah, it's sure fun to watch over time how the popularity of the breeds and how things evolve. We're old enough now we can both look back and analyze that a little bit.
Yep. Funny how some breeds never did catch on either.
True story. Well, it's sure fun to be back at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Please put your hands together for shorthorn steer
Exhibitors, not a bunch of them, but quality is certainly good. Again, Dylan and I didn't take very long to kind of talk about this decision. A real good calf will win the shorthorns, and just one of those that it's enjoyable to look at him out here and probably spitting a little bit more hair than this boy probably wants him to at this particular point in the game, but that's going to happen getting into mid-February and on later. But boy, that calf has still got just an immense amount of quality. Got awesome shape to his foot, incredible in terms of his joints, and his spread is very good. And out here amongst them, he's just kind of the combination of all three of these cattle. We can talk about him all day long, but a real good calf to win the shorthorns, no doubt. Young man's got your champ right here. Congrats to him.
Well, they didn't mess around on that one. They knew where they were headed there.
Yep, pretty easy decision for those guys. Good calf, as they said, kind of the combination steer in this drive. Again, that's Houston Holdgraffer. Calf weighs 957 pounds.
A little closer decision here for reserve. Some discussion amongst.
Yep, little give and take.
Two steers that are probably pretty similar to each other.
Well, as we get in here for reserve shorthorn, I think a pair of steers that there's a close decision because we like that calf up front. His joint's just a bit better. He's a steer that has got that body we talked about and just overall comfort. The steer that's second in that second class, we like him a bit better. His spine lays in him a bit better. His structure's just a bit more denser. He's bigger bone. He's bigger footed. That calf's going to be reserved. Congratulations, young lady, on your reserve champion shorthorn steer.
And reserve champion out of the heavyweight class, Ellie Coppice. Calf sired by Redemption. So we have the two heavyweights in the shorthorns. Go champion in reserve. Next breed up is the Shorthorn Plus. Looks like we have 5 classes there. Getting to a bigger breed.
A little more popular.
You betcha.
Well, as I was saying, it's sure nice to be back at the Beef Expo, and we appreciate this opportunity to be on here again today. I always enjoy coming. You know how it is. There's a lot of people that you consider to be close friends. But you only
Selected
see 'em
your
once a year.
2024
Right, right.
Iowa Beef Expo champion shorthorn steer coming out of the final class, Class 5, Houston Holgraffer. And your reserve coming out of the same class, that's Miss Ellie Coppice. Once again, your champion shorthorn steer, Houston Holgraffer, your reserve, Ellie Coppice. Now coming in the ring, our single entry shorthorn plus steer.
Yeah, I've been up here most of the week sitting in the booth for
Boy,
work.
just
and,
a really, really good way to start off the Shorthorn Pluses, and if they keep coming like this, it's going to be a really, really tough breed to sort through, a really high-quality individual to lead us off. We like this calf's just body. He's round in his body. He ties extremely high out of the top side of his blade into a long and skinny neck. He's still proportioned exactly the way you want him to do. At this weight, he just has a really good balance and just symmetry about him. He's got some punch when you get right in behind him. If I'm getting nitpicky on this calf, I'd like to see his depth of twist be just a little better at this stage of the game, but that's getting awfully critical on a really high-quality individual to start us off in the Shorthorn Plus division.
Good calf there to start this division. As I said, just looking at my sheet, Trevor Reisberg there winning this class is the single entry, but calf weighs 799, 800-pound steer, and that's Class 1. He's the only one. Kind of interesting how how things have progressed. When we were showing, 800 pounds is a pretty good sized steer.
Yeah, that is interesting.
We're going to get them so burly and mature so early these days.
They do, and I got to tip
Over
my
here
hat
in the heifer show side,
those guys
two
that know how to
extremely
manage
high-quality
them
individuals
to
here.
see that
and
bigness early, that's not
Brandon
an
and I
easy
were
task.
talking, and this is where one of the two primary
into
decisions
another
that
drive
need
with
to
a lot
be
of color
made.
you'll appreciate.
And I think it's close. I think there's
Absolutely.
trade-offs in the cattle, so
Nice
let's
to have that variety.
break them down and dig into it a little bit. The one we're going to use to win the class is an extremely big body. She's bold, ribbed, and I think where we really like her better is the way she uses her lower joints. She has a very
Red steer out front, that's Carson Lichter. That's a Jake's Proud Jazz. Speckled hipped one there looks to be a Here I Am, shown by Kinley Fukin. And Calvin Schulenberg comes in the ring with a Perfection calf, the white belly and the white tail there. These cattle are weighing 837 to 888 pounds.
Nice trio of show steers out there. All three of them have the show steer look about them.
Nice look, good quality animals.
This time we'll give some shout outs to our great sponsors. Another one to mention is the Sunglow Feed Company. They've been a long-time sponsor, I believe, of this Iowa Beef Expo and of the youth in general.
Absolutely.
Definitely appreciate their support. Lots of great products from that company. I use some of those in my barn every day.
Yep, the To the Fullest, actually, we've been, Sunglow has been giving that away all week here at the Heartland Co-op booth. Been giving free samples to kids all week long. You bring your feed pan in there, fill it up with To the Fullest, get your calf full and fresh looking before you show him here this weekend. So appreciate what those guys have done. Sullivan Supply also, again, great supporter of the youth here in Iowa. And as always here at the Iowa Beef Expo this weekend. Back to guys at the Pulse sitting down here right next to us, keeping you updated with the results online as well.
Over on the steer side, single entry, Class 6, shorthorn plus.
Yeah, you talked about it earlier, but it's awesome to offer this feature for those who are not able to be here. I know a lot of times I'm on the other end of this at home, not able to go to a show I'd like to, and I'm watching and listening like some of you are right now.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't able to get to Denver this year, and it was kind of neat to be able to watch the steer show online as well. Too bad we had to listen to Jakey, but Christy kind of kept him in line at least. So
That's good. I didn't get to listen to that, but I can only imagine.
no, shout out to Kent. We appreciate did a good job out there. You and Christy did a nice job. Pretty good show it was in Denver this year. Big class on the heifer side coming in the ring. Looks like things out back in the makeup ring are going pretty well. I know we have a bigger.
Again, 3 really quality calves in all different shapes and sizes in this trio of them, but quality for sure. Red steer we lead off with. He's the combination of what is the rib cage in third with the presence in terms of just his back line and his squareness of hip and the way that he's put together of the calf that ends up in second. He's really good in terms of his width and his squareness whenever you step right in behind him. He's a moderate calf, and so he's got some chunk about his body, like the shape of his rib real well. He's not the neatest right there at the top of his shoulder or the base of his blade, or whenever you get right up into his crest. And so you can nitpick on him just a shade there and make him just a little bigger footed as we get into the surface of him. But thought out here relative to these contemporaries, he's the calf that needed to win pretty handily. He had the best feet and legs still comparatively to these other two, and then yet still carries some power to him. On the stand, he could be beat. The black and white calf, if he settles his back in him, will take his neck and tie it up higher out of his shoulder. Real pretty in terms of his look from the profile. And honestly, that calf comes with some shape whenever you get in behind him. He's a little flatter about the lower part of his cage. He's not as big in terms of his forearm. He's not as big in terms of the lower of his hip. Like to see him use his hock and rear foot just a shade better to go ahead and call him the class winner. Probably the most power sits in third. Honestly, whenever you step right in behind him, that's a great big back and a great big hip. We like this calf's rib cage a good deal. Bone, foot size doesn't match what he's got up high. Things need to balance just a shade better. Want to set his blade and his chest back in him just a shade easier. Let him go better off of his front end. But a powerful calf whenever you step in behind him, and it makes that pair close. Good job. Good trio of cattle.
Nice trio. The red steer wins there. Again, that was a Jake's Proud Jazz shown by Carton Litcher. Next class coming in, we'll have 4 entries, looks like. Getting up into the 900-pound category of our Shorthorn Plus division.
Now, the steer that won that class had plenty of body going there. It looked like he maybe came over and got a sample from you guys.
Yeah, he probably did. Big old belly on that dude. Well, as I was saying there before they started talking that class, it looks like, you know, the makeup ring out here is quite a little bigger than it was over in the pavilion. So it looks like things are flowing pretty well out back. Everybody's got plenty of room before they come into the ring. So far so good, looks like, with the new venue.
What do you think about that roan steer coming in third?
It's probably man-child, isn't he?
Looks like he might have a touch in him. Looks black at a certain distance and blue at a different one. I like him.
I like the head, the ears on the white calf come in the ring first. Black nose, white head with some cool blue ears.
That's pretty cool. You don't see that every day.
No surprise, a cute little girl showing a calf like that.
As it should be.
That's right.
Got the variety again. We got white, red, roan, and black.
This is what I announced before. If you want to see online your current up-to-date placings, go to the
Again, our judges for today on the market animal side, Mr. Miles Tonius from Illinois, and his associate judge, Dylan Lemonegger from Illinois as well. Happy to have those guys here sorting through the cattle.
Absolutely. Miles is a man of many species, many talents. I think, if I'm not mistaken, don't get me wrong, I'm not a pig guy, but I believe he does the pigs, the hog show, market hog show, maybe at the Iowa State Fair last year.
Wow.
So, man of many talents, good livestock evaluator. Yeah, that's a cool head. I'm a fan, and we talked about this last year a little bit. I'm a fan of the white halter to blend in. I don't love the white lead strap. That's just not my speed. But
you see it enough times, maybe you'll start to get used to it.
I don't know. Good class of steers again here.
Also, if you
your old buddy Tucker Rohrig helping out in the ring today.
Yes, it's great to see all the ring help out there. You and I both know how important that is not only to the judges but to the showmen as well,
Right.
to keep things moving smooth.
And over on the steer side, Mr. Tim Loudon, Chad Holtkamp on the liveauctions.tv. Just go to that, liveauctions.tv. That's what it is, no comment. Liveauctions.tv, and it'll say, I'm sure, Iowa Beef Expo. And
Bradley's plugging the liveauctions.tv.
Good.
All right, looks like my roan steer is going to
Yeah.
wrap out into first place.
Found his way to the top of the class.
Super sound, super smooth.
Right there, looks like that
he's
calf's a
little frisky.
perfection as well. Zach Lear there coming in your screen. Looks like he's doing some work out in the ring with some photography, catch some candids. Looks like that's, who else is out there with him? Oh, Jess Frazier is out there with him here on the steer side. I don't know who we got on the heifer side catching some pictures, but
Me and Dylan as well. It just an extremely good class winner. Just kind of represents what we've talked about so far in terms of a good looking feed and fat steer for the long haul. He's a good prospecting calf. He's dense made. He's good bodied. Got a good look to him, and just looks like he's only going to continue to get better. Really a neat calf to win this particular class. We spent a little bit more time between 2 and 3, and the red calf's just going to hit the ground with more comfort off of his ankle, his hock, and his rear foot than what the black steer is here today. He's better in terms of his rear body and flank, and just drop down a little deeper from the profile. He's a rib shorter. He's probably just a bit shorter in terms of his stature, and so that allows that calf to balance just a shade better. And boy, he doesn't lack power whenever you get in behind him. He's not as stout as a class winner, and so that's why he doesn't win. And I know that's pretty general in terms of talking that, but he just doesn't have as much to him. And so he need to be second, we thought, in this particular class. Some real big pieces in the shorter tail calf that ends up in third. He's the best looking in terms of his chest, head, his neck. Got a great big top in him and real good in terms of the center spread of his hip. That calf's not comfortable out here right now, and I don't know what it is. His joints are good whenever he stops and stands, but boy, on the move, those rear feet have got to be better. If he just go like he stands, then that calf moves up at least one spot there. We got to soften him up in terms of his rear body and flank. Calf just has to go better off of his ankle and rear foot to move up at least one more spot. This guy is more comfy. Just his rear joint and the way that he works out of his hock and his heel, he's really a good 4-rib steer from there back. We thought he needed just more spread and muscle. You get in behind him, he's the flattest in terms of his hip, the highest in his twist, and just the flattest there in his quarter. But really a nice built steer that only can probably continue to get better. Just today doesn't maybe balance quite as well. We got to give him a shot more behind. Good job. Great class.
Shorthorn that needed a shot in his pants. Imagine that. Good class there. Those young ladies did a nice job showing those calves. Again, our class winners, Madeline Schuler, that perfection calf. Well, that dude was smooth. Compliments to her and her team out back. When that guy comes close to us, you can see he got the hooey on him. He's not missing a hair anywhere. Smooth and presented extra good.
He's dialed in today.
Big old stout, burly, white-legged calf coming in the ring.
He's got the big hips.
Got a peach steer coming around the corner.
there will be 2 more classes.
And last year, you and I got pretty excited with all the color variety, and it looks like they're doing it to us again.
Yep,
I mean, look at this.
A good start. Yeah, as we talked about earlier, your Iowa State Fair champion was as colorful as you get, so set the precedence and you're going to roll right along, have some color.
Colors in.
So it looks like we have 4 in this class again.
A little announcement here for the exhibitors. If you are in the tie-out barn, the maintenance crews are going through the barns at 10 a.m. So if you need to clean your stalls out, throw them in the middle there or whatever, you might want to do that before 10. That's when the maintenance crews are going to be going through this morning.
Just an announcement there from Brad about the tie-out barn. I think, haven't been out back, but I'm assuming with the change in venue here, we're a lot closer to the tie-out barn than previous years at the pavilion. I think the tie-out barn will be bustling again. Kind of got to a point there where it was pretty vacant the last few years.
Yes, I'm sure that will be much more popular. I haven't been out there either, but I'm assuming there's a few tents along the road, maybe.
Plenty of tents along the road, and yeah.
Out of Illinois there, he is married to his wife Katie, has a daughter Bailey. He's a graduate of Western Illinois, currently employed by
Bringing our class of 4 around for the walk.
has about a 40 cow herd there of Simmies and Limmies.
Our judges are definitely being very efficient so far today, working through these cattle. They're giving every calf a good look, but they're moving right along as well.
Yep. And as we remember from last year, these take nothing away from these breeds because there's been good cattle come through in every breed here. But when we start getting to the keys and mains, and especially that crossbred deal tomorrow, that's when we started getting stacked up, 8, 10 deep, and we started slowing down the gears a little bit.
Yes, that was pretty intense in a few of those classes last year. As you would expect at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Well, I expect nothing less, for sure.
We're a little biased as we're both Iowa boys, but we feel we have just as strong and competitive of a cattle show as anyone in the country.
Absolutely.
Go ahead and tell you about your Heifer-side judges too. Young man in the black hat, an old friend of mine, judged nearly every major show in America. Hailing out of Minko, that's Minko, Oklahoma. That's Mr. Brandon Callis, no stranger to the Iowa Beef Expo or Iowa State Fair. He's got his wife Kelly and kids Brayton, Kylie, and Camry back home. He is an instructor
Calf
there.
up front, getting a little rambunctious. Stretch his legs a little.
Might be the first show of the year for that one. Back in our day, this was the first show for a lot of cattle, but that's not necessarily true anymore.
Absolutely.
There's some pretty good shows that happen before the turkey gets cut now.
Amen to that. Yeah, it's a year-round project anymore, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Herd there of show cattle that he raises and has his own annual sale at. Also is the owner and operator of multiple businesses.
And I think used to be a little bit of break after the Beef Expo before we had your next show in probably mid to late March. I think next week they already have another big one down in Afton getting fired up for. So from one to the next and keep them rolling. Judges taking their time working through this group of steers here, and there's a little bit of difference, not only in terms of color, but just types and kinds and structure here. We got some differences, don't we?
Yes, we do, and it definitely looks like some close decisions to be made here.
Kind of a place to lay your hat and find the line in the sand what you're going to stand for and accept and not, I guess.
They're kind of talking it over here. I'm sure this black and white steer coming around, one that's in contention,
Yeah,
very stout, powerful calf.
Easily the widest constructed one in the class. We deem him acceptable in his structure. I think that's be the question.
We definitely appreciate the judges slowing things down here and making sure they're comfortable with what they end up doing here.
A lot of communication between the both of them so far today, I've noticed.
Yeah, you and I have judged plenty of times. I've never dealt with an associate. Have you ever been in that situation?
Just a time or two. In fact, I was going to tell you that. By the way, we're going to judge a show together. Did you know that?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I better get my calendar out. What are we doing?
You better get your calendar. I got a call the other day. Needed judges, and they were going to want to do an associate deal. They said, hey, who do you want to judge with? And you and I have traveled a lot of miles together, and I've watched you judge some shows, and you've watched me judge some shows, but we've never done one together, so I thought that'd be a great opportunity for us.
I like it. Where are we heading?
I think it's a goat show. Goat
Okay.
show, yeah, out east. So
Cool.
yeah,
That'll be fun.
yeah. So I'll
Better
send
get me those dates.
I'll send you a memo.
Awesome.
Get it on your calendar.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we don't get into too many arguments out in the middle of the ring. That'd be.
No, I'd hate to have to knock you down.
Judges are coming around for some close inspection here. They're definitely being
some,
thorough on this. They're hashing it out.
I'd say they have a couple questions in their mind between a couple steers maybe and want to make sure they got it the right way.
Yep.
for any of you guys at home following along. We've got some text messages coming in so far, and appreciate that. And if you're out back or at home or whatever, if you know something about a calf that's coming in the ring and have some information about a calf, definitely shoot us a text and we'll give them a shout out and make sure everybody gets proper credit for their project. So.
Stoutness, you've got to give some concession on structure, and to me, that's where this one lands. Just when we walk these three, she's just the most comfortable. No, she's not perfect. Yes, we can.
They're really checking out this calf closest to us, Noel. He must be in contention here.
She's not perfect at the surface.
I think those three in the middle, there's some give and take. And wouldn't be surprised if they just walked the whole group again just to kind of reevaluate things.
Together the best. She assembles herself the most correctly. I like her strength of her spine, the length of her hip, the bigness of her bone. And again, I'm going to be critical of her, but she still sets down the most comfortable of the trio as she does. My big concern with her is when I get behind on top of her, for me personally.
As we all know, with how competitive these classes can be at this level, it really does ultimately come down sometimes just those tiny differences between these animals.
Yep, and that's the way it should be. They're all good enough to have some quality and whatever. It's just the minor details that set things apart. And one man's opinion today might very well be different tomorrow.
That's right, and that's what makes it fun. And you were just talking about how there's more shows, and you might get third in class here today and roll into the next one and be first, and that's why you don't ever give up.
Yep. Looks like they've kind of landed on the yellow one at the moment. Start this particular drive.
Pull the powerful black and white steer into second, then that red and white steer third. Be fun to hear their comments. I'm sure they'll have plenty to say on this.
Looks like Miles is going to talk this class. It'll be fun to listen to what he's got to say and how they broke these three, especially on the top side down. To me, I'm going to guess they're going to call the yellow and kind of the complete steer with the least amount of faults maybe in this particular drive.
That's what it looks like to me, and maybe the best running gear from what we could see for sure. He's definitely got the look and the build. Yep. Obviously not as powerful as the one that stands behind him, not as big-legged.
Yep.
That one in second looks like you and me could maybe eat dinner off his top. Look how big and wide that is.
It's like that yellow calf. That's Molly Jones. Looks like he's a get you some. The black and white one looks like he's a red Rocky.
I think have you bred to both those bulls?
That'd be a negative. Neither one of those bulls.
Okay, I thought maybe you had done that.
No, sorry to disappoint you.
A little coarser, rounder. This red heifer, she does an awesome job showing, because when she gets this one from the side, I love just the look of her neck. I like the comfort, how she is in her spine and out there, her hip there on the standstill. It's when we get her in motion.
Waiting on Brandon on the other side of the ring, but they're still talking here and discussing how they place their class of shorthorn appendix shorthorn steers. Shorthorn plus, excuse me. It's been a day or two since we called them appendix, hasn't it?
It has. I know. That's still what's in my head as well. But
imprinted on me from a young age.
The shoulder there, this one's knee, I want to lay back on her. The spotted up one here, it's got some cool pieces in terms of just hip density and body density. Just want to change her shoulder, knee there as well, make her a little more feminine there as she gets and goes throughout life. Again, awesome class, nice trio there up top.
Let me make this announcement because I know you're all going to get thirsty and you're all going to get hungry and you're all not used to this ring, but if you'll watch this door right back here, the far door up above, that leads to the concession stand in this building. And they got a lot of good stuff, a lot of different drinks and sandwiches. So just get familiar with yourself. I'm up here on the stage. The door is right over there. If you get hungry, thirsty, I'm sure they'd love to have the business.
Not sure if we're ready to make a switch or not, but I think they're just trying to really get themselves comfortable with their placing here. And we said we're up on the 900-pound
placings for class 9.
This could be a pretty important decision the way the rest of the day breaks out here in the Shorthorn Plus division.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said earlier, it's fun to hear these early comments so they set the trend for later, what their priorities are going to be throughout the rest of the show.
Right. Obviously some struggles here, though, as we just, watch them make sure they do what they want and are both comfortable in their placing in this particular class.
Yep, and that's good to see.
Yeah. I'm not sure they're. Here we go.
Well, good class
For sure. And, to me and Dylan, we're just kind of going back and forth in our mind because there's pieces of all three of these cattle that we really like. And I'm just going to tell you, first and foremost, the orange one comes in. And from this profile view, he maybe doesn't give you as deep and just as powerful as of a look as what these two other cattle do. But, guys, you got to get up next to him. I mean, for a calf that's built like him, he's impressive in terms of shape. Got a great turn to his upper cage, got a great big turn in his back. He's big in his hip. He's the most confident in his step, particularly off of his front end, the way that his shoulder's laid in him, his knee and his front foot. And as I take him to the surface, that's the most athletic steer in terms of his heel and the way that he utilizes both ends of his body. Still accompanies it with power whenever you step in behind him. We prefer his length of body. We prefer his foot shape and the way that his shoulder's designed better and the way that he lays back on just a more comfortable foot than the black and white steer that ends up in second. It's hard at times because whenever we finally get him to set up and it gets his shoulder back together, this calf could win this class. There's no doubt in terms of spread of muscle, in terms of top shape and butt, whenever you get in behind him, that he's as broad as any of them we've had come through so far. He doesn't want to set his front end together right. We get to sawing on him and he just doesn't set together. Then as we continue to go and we continue to try to let him get confident and let him get more comfortable out here, we realize that the calf's front end just needs to be built and reassembled better. We got to give him a bigger rear foot, let him power off of a better ankle, but a good calf in terms of his power, his product, and just the muscularity that he's got up high. You call him sound enough up front, that calf could win this particular class. The red and white one hits us good. Boy, whenever he was parked over here, I thought that's a good feed and fat steer. I love his rib cage, probably the softest and the most natural in terms of the depth and shape of his lower rib. Love his feet and legs, and from the profile, things balance so well. Like so many of his kind, that reads a little softer from the side. This calf doesn't have as much muscle coming out of his shoulder. He's the flattest in terms of the center of his hip. He's the narrowest as you take him to the base of his skeleton. But boy, that thing is broad built from the profile. Beautiful in terms of his feet and legs, and things present very well. It's hard to put a calf like that third. You got to step in behind him and realize why we did. The black steer that ends up in fourth, big, pretty, and good in terms of his outline. Steer just needs more to him all over. And I know that's pretty general, but comparatively those other three, needs more rib, needs more spread. We got to loosen him up just a bit. Awesome class. Congratulations to him.
Well, as you would expect, Noel, they kind of touched on those things that we were seeing from up here at the booth.
Yep.
That steer in first is just the best in terms of overall completeness. He was the best in terms of his soundness. And that was his advantage over that powerful steer.
Can't sacrifice structure for power.
They sure had a lot of good quality things to say about that steer in third, the one they kept looking at.
Yes, for sure. And I think, if he would have had just a little more beef, he probably could have made a run at that black and white calf as well. There's another blue roan for you.
There we go.
Looks like we got 5 calves here in our fifth and final class. This is class 10 of the day. Shorthorn plus steers weighing 1,000 pounds and above.
The big boys.
The big dudes rolling in hard.
And you can see the power they're bringing out here. These are some calves that are wide and long and have some body. Let's see, one of your favorites is coming up here soon, the miniature Hereford division.
Oh, yes. Gotta love the minis. Cuteness factor times 10.
I just got a text that maybe our volume isn't loud enough, Noel, so I'm going to crank us up here on the board just a little bit.
Okie dokie. Speak up, gents. Speak up.
Yeah, don't be afraid to shout at us, folks, if anybody has any productive comments for us.
Yeah, I know my daughter's listening today, and she's excited to see if I slip up and say a cuss word. We have a swear jar at home, so she's trying to bank up some money so she can buy a sheep this spring. So
Well, those aren't cheap.
No, that's why she likes it when I slip up and say a bad word.
Bringing our class around the ring here. Powerful group of steers.
Looks like the yellow calf up front. He's another perfection. Coming into your screen here, looks like the blonde young lady here has a Here I Am. The belted calf right behind that's When in Doubt. And then the blue roan and the speckled up steer towards the end. Those are, again, Here I Am steers.
Good looking group.
Good looking class of show steers. Again, this is our 5th and final class in the Shorthorn Plus division. These cattle here weighing from 1,000 pounds to 1070. Again, shout out to some of our sponsors. As I just look around, noticing these Vermeer signs around, looks like there's some quotes and testimonials around the ring. Looks like there's one there from Tyler Long, our old buddy, our contemporary on the other side of the ring there, Chad Holcamp. He's got a testimonial right there in the middle of the ring. And looks like one from Jared Boyard as well. So, again, appreciate the Vermeer crew and what they did here. We can see they have a feed wagon in here. You probably can't see it at home. They have a feed wagon here on display and a round baler, and they generously donated the money and the efforts to get this Jacobson Center rented for this weekend for the juniors. So certainly appreciate all that they've done to help us get into this venue here this weekend.
Absolutely. I love the quote from Jeff Boddicker. I love my cows, Amy, which is his wife, of course.
Yep.
My Vermeer baler, and a few other people.
And a few other people. Select few other people.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And if anybody, those of you who know Jeff, know that's
pretty
a
accurate,
true quote from that guy. Absolutely.
Yep.
Producer
I noticed,
of some high quality calves.
I wonder if Kent Jakey's one of those few other people or not. He didn't make the list, but.
Well, we turned the volume all the way up, boys and girls, so hopefully those in the back can hear us. Maybe somebody can text me again, let me know.
Really excels the one that is in second. If we just judge these cattle on the standstill, we didn't ask them to move. I think we can move this one up one spot in this class. She's really good looking. She's flat shouldered. She's really feminine about her neck. She's deep.
For those of you listening at home, I appreciate it. And if you know somebody else that wants to listen along, shoot them a text, whatever. There's a couple different ways to get to us. I know we're on liveauctions.tv, or there's also the link on Facebook you can get to, probably on the Iowa Beef Expo site as well. So 2 or 3 ways to get logged in there. Again, if you know somebody that might be interested in listening or can't make it, go ahead and share that with them.
Looks like it's going to be the blue roan again.
Yeah, man-child for the win.
And have a couple roans out there in the championship drive. Good-looking steer. He's got the build that they've been looking for. He's got the body. Probably, maybe not the most powerful one we've seen just all the way through.
Yeah, maybe not, but he's certainly pretty good for his extra size and maturity. He's plenty of width and big old wide-chested one as he's standing here looking at us.
Yes, sir.
Just for those of you following along at home as we're waiting for the heifer guys to wind down here, we are on the east end of the arena, kind of where the makeup area is as these cattle come into the ring. Camera is on the north side.
And again, quality all the way through. Not a bad calf in this particular class. It just, again, unfortunate kind of for the young ladies here from third down that they fall into a buzzsaw here with a good pair of stout ones. Those are still good cattle, man, and I think only kind of continue to appreciate them as they get bigger and they put weight on. Today, it was down to this pair, and we thought the blue calf just came together just a little better right at the top of his blade. He's got a little neater look to his profile. His crest sets up into him just a shade easier. He's just a little smoother at his crest, and where it ties up into the top of his blade, boy, he's a great big back, big hip steer whenever you step in behind him. Things match so well from the profile in terms of his hind leg relative to the center part of his body. His length of hip is just a shade better. Like I said, he's just a little more upset in terms of his blade relative to this calf that ends up in second. Doesn't come without his fault. I think that calf's naturally just a little smaller in terms of his arm. I don't see him as good in terms of his ankle. I could change both of these cattle that ended up first and second just a little in the way that they move behind on a more probably unforgiving surface. It doesn't do him any justice there, but that calf has got quality, boy. Whenever he stops and stands and beautifully presented, my compliments to him.
This calf right here, I love his length of body. He's moderate, he's wide in his rib, and he's really thick behind. His column of bone, particularly about his forearm and the shape of his front foot, is better than the steer that starts this particular class. Like to set him together better in the base of his shoulder, the top of his blade, and where his neck comes up out of it. He's got a little crest. Boy, from there back, a powerful calf. He, too, I'd like to relax in the way that he goes, just a pinch there off of his rear foot. I think that's a real good calf to go ahead and be second. From the profile, the black and white one's unbeatable, man. He's awesome looking. She does a great job in terms of getting him to stop and stand and get him comfortable out here, and I appreciate her for it. She's worked with that calf hard, and you can tell. Beautiful looking from the side. He's a rib longer, and so whenever you step in behind him, it's what you'd anticipate. Calf needs more in terms of his back, his upper cage, and right there in the center of his hip, and from there to the surface. But I don't want to take away from his quality. From here, from the profile, that calf's upper end quality for sure, upper end tier for sure. Just needs to be stouter whenever I get in behind him. Two black cattle are good. Like I said, whenever you're breaking them down, there's nothing that's just big out there wrong with them. They're just cattle that don't piece together quite as good as those top three. I thought this calf came a little higher in terms of the seat of his pants. He come just a little higher in the rear part of his body and his flank. I got to set him back in his blade and knee for me to want to move him up. But boy, he's powerful behind. Got a great big top in him. Beautiful in terms of his squareness of hip and his width. The skeleton's good behind. You change him up front, loosen him in the center of his back, and that calf can move up for sure. Again, just really a good built steer that'll close this class, and I wouldn't get too critical on your calf, sweetheart. I think that steer gets real good as we put some weight and maturity on him. I like his frame size, his length, and his go on either end. He's just going to have more hustle in behind. Good job. Congrats to him. A good class to end.
Yes, good class to end there in our Shorthorn Plus division. So we get ready to bring our champions back in, or excuse me, our first and second place back in. Winner there was Levi Hick. Again, that big style blue roan, sired by Here I Am. And then Lane Summer fought with that orange calf was second.
Yes, very nice class, and it's going to be fun to bring those first and second place animals back out here and compare them to each other.
Absolutely.
I know we're not terribly deep into the show yet, Noel, but I think our judges are setting a good trend of what they're looking for. I think we can kind of see what they want them to be.
Doing a very good job of lining them up and then talking about it, and putting their priorities in terms of body build and structure as well.
Shorthorn Plus steers, first place, Levi Hick.
Well, that blue roan out of class 3, I talked about it again, but he's just so smooth. They've done a nice job burning him down.
Yep, like you said, they put the smoke on that one. That is one smooth-looking animal. Calf that can get out and walk nice and soft on his feet and legs. He's definitely going to be in contention.
Now coming in the ring, all your class winners. Placing for over on the heifer side, your class 12 Canadian breeding heifers. First place, TJ Jakey. Second.
First steer coming, the young man with the cowboy hat was a good way to start this division. He was a single entry, but set a good tone. A calf that's got some look, got some muscle.
Yeah, tremendous amount of quality in that dude. Bright future ahead of him.
He worked into that red steer that we saw had all kinds of body and softness. Still has a nice look, maybe not quite as wide structured as some of the other ones.
Yep. Yeah, that calf again was a Jake's Proud Jazz, and if you remember those cattle, maybe a few years back were real popular, just a little more moderate. We can see that in that dude in terms of his cannon length and just outline. Probably not going to be the biggest frame steer at the end of the day.
And next in line is that roan steer we already talked about, big-footed, soft on the move, maybe not the most amount of muscle out here in the ring.
Nope, but he's got a good clip job and a cute young girl showing him.
That's always going to put you in contention. The next calf came out of that class where our judges spent some extra time analyzing with some close decisions, and that was that calf. They just loved how complete he was, how good he was in his shoulder and his angles they talked about, I believe.
Yep, the yellow steer there, he was a get you some out of that class, shown by Molly Jones.
They said he has plenty of shape when you get up on him. And then that calf we just saw come out of that last class, high quality individual. So this is going to be fun to see how we break this down.
Biggest championship drive, or breed championship drive we've had thus far today, and kind of neat to see the ring get filled up here. Again, just awesome to have this venue over here. I'm not going to say it's better or worse or either. It's just different, isn't it? It's just a little different feel from I've been to the Iowa Beef Expo since 1987, and you're used to seeing something that many years in a row. It just is a little different feel. So
we're breaking the routine here, but definitely a lot of positive things about this building and this setup. little better view for us too compared to last year. Last year they stuck us up way up top.
Well, the numbers are still small, but I can make them out a little bit. But I brought my binoculars because last year we were in the crow's nest and couldn't see the exhibitor numbers very well at all from there. So, again, yeah, we are at the east end of the arena here, right, kind of where the cattle come in and go out of the ring. For you guys following along at home, the camera is set on the south side facing the north, and you see those cattle on the profile. They are all headed, from west back to the east where they come in the ring. So that's kind of how we're set up here in the arena. Heifers are on the far north side. They got the ring split in half. And, again, just a really good group here as the judges work through our Shorthorn Plus division.
Give a shout out to some of our sponsors again. We're going to continue to do that throughout the day. They deserve their recognition. Of course, Sullivan Supply that Noel mentioned earlier. We got Vermeer as a premium sponsor as well. See a sign up there for Sandine Livestock Equipment Sales. Offering some good equipment there. Sunglow Feeds. Jim's Trailer Sales. Definitely need one of those.
Yeah. Everybody needs a trailer, or 2 or 3.
That's
How many
right.
are you up to now? You're kind of a collector.
Well, I'm only at 2 right now.
Oh, okay. You're on a downtrend.
I'm doing pretty good.
Mid-Iowa seeds there as well.
Here we go.
A really tough and impressive lineup of cattle, and I think that when you get out here and study these cattle, I think there's that's an understatement. These cattle have been good from the one to the heavyweights. I think that these cattle are extremely good. There's one calf out here that just kind of combines all the things that me and Miles are looking for in terms of balance, structure, muscle, and presence. We'll go get you a champion, and Miles will talk the reserves.
Down towards the far end of the lineup here. Oh, the big blue roan gets her done. So again, kind of leaning towards some maturity and extra substance.
Yeah, it's hard to get around that sometimes, especially at this time of the year.
Yeah, it's getting that way in all species, isn't it?
It is. It seems like the breeders are recognizing that as well across the species and trying to make those things just a little older all the time.
Yep. Bring the yellow calf out of class 5 in there.
I think by far and away probably the deepest class we've had so far as quality. From one end to the other.
Champion steer just walked in front of us here. Good looking calf. He's got plenty to him.
Yep, big old square hip in him.
Also presented highly.
Yep, got himself a free bucket there for winning the Shorehorn Plus division.
Definitely the usage of her hind leg, and it's bigger and better. Just a nice kind of effort that's square.
A few calves here circling again. Get them lined back up.
This time she's a touch plainer. You can clean her up there. From there back.
Curious here as Miles talks kind of how they saw this decision, if they thought it was easy in this particular drive, and maybe the choices for reserve, or kind of what they think.
Big swoopy belly in that one. It still probably has enough power to her. It's just for us, as you study her ankles, study her at the ground, they don't all fit together as well. A little steep shoulder, a little tighter there the way she hits the surface. She just never does get a gear to go comfortable. She's just a little ouchy out here as she goes.
What do you think? They're going to go down between class 3 and 4 or somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of looked over all the cattle. I think, tough guess, I guess. I'd say that class 4 is kind of maybe in there, and maybe 3 and 4, yeah.
Just not as cool, not as neat. Maybe it's not those class-winning wow pieces we find in those other 2 cattle ahead of her. Stout, punchy one here. We're going to sit next in 4. Almost to the point though. She's almost too opened up in that shoulder.
Talking it over.
Maybe make her just a little more feminine about her head and neck. But boy, a big barrel, big body, where it's still got enough probably length to strike to her.
So we get a little further into the steer show here today. The crowd's starting to filter in. The seats starting to fill up behind us.
She runs into problems in this class in terms of volume as well. Not quite as soft as her contemporaries here. Very, very nice class of cattle.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, compared to where we're used to having the show. The seating is a little different, obviously.
A little more comfortable.
We could have just went and selected our reserve and not made any more comments, but
just for the sake of the kids and the families and those getting them ready. And being the Iowa Beef Expo, I think it's very deserving to kind of get in and break them down just a bit. But it's been an awesome Shorthorn Plus show, no doubt, and the quality's been good. We like our champion a good deal. He's not perfect. I talked about in a couple areas where we could change him, but boy, I mean, stopped and propped up out here. He just kind of resembled a champ, and we thought he needed to win pretty handily the more that we looked at him. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from our first and seconds here, man, because I think they're good too. I'd be interested to know a pedigree on this calf that wins the first class. He's got some big pieces about him. Now, he's a little PC today, but just kind of futuring him out and just wondering where maybe his end point is. It could be a while from now, but that calf's got some big pieces about him. Great big feet. Love the way that he moves. Like I said, maybe a little piecey there behind his shoulder and his forerib and just his body. But boy, has that thing got some neat pieces about him. Red one, again, really good body. I thought we talked him good in that class. He need to be just a shade neater up front and just a little better in terms of his ankle. But a good calf. The blue calf that wins that third class, man, he came in. I thought, boy, it'd be tough to beat that steer. Just everything kind of balances and fits. He doesn't have a big wow factor about him, but he's just good cattle breaking him down. Maybe not the most muscular calf in behind his shoulder. Change the shape of his head just a bit. But really a powerful steer as you work down to the surface on him that goes really good. We thought this class was tough and spent some time there, you know, and that's what's challenging as a show judge. You spend a time like that and a pair of them, and then you end up using a different one, and I get it. But it was a close call, we thought, because we wanted to put those two steers together. Still really liked the placing. No, just today we thought the orange steer was more comfortable out of his front end, a little bit better in terms of his hooks back to his pins. I love that calf's head and neck and just his presence of his top line. Obviously, he's going to have to come with more rear body and flank. He was probably the shallowest in that particular class, but breaking down genuine base width, muscularity, bone and foot size relative to look, and soundness and structure, I thought that calf was pretty darn good. Second place out of the final class, got beat by a good one. He's a powerful calf. There's things that is as good in him as any of them that we've seen. He's great big back. He's real big in his hip. Love the turn and the shape of his body and his length of body. Again, runs downhill just a bit, opens just a shade wide in his shoulder and roll up front. Got to loosen him up off of his heel. So really good class, really good champion drive. And the lineup, man, is awesome. And this is what the Iowa Beef Expo is about. Very, very excited to continue on through the day. My compliments to these kids. Young lady out of Class 3's got your reserve. Congrats to her.
There you go. Keep the blue roans together.
All right, so some good analysis there from Miles, and they went with that highly presented, smooth-made roan for reserve.
Yeah, and like we said, you know, tremendous, like Miles just said, tremendously good division. A lot of good cattle there from class to class. And he's just asking his young man there, what's your calf sire bag?
The answer was,
Here I am. You got it. But our champion in that division, again, Levi Hick out of the Class 5, and that was a Here I Am. And the reserve goes to Madison Schuler. That calf, another blue roan sired by Firestock Farms Perfection Bull. All right, rolling into, oh yes, my mini Herefords.
The time has come.
The time has come. I may or may not be the only, well, I'm not the only one, but I judged a county fair here a while back, several years ago, and I used the mini Hereford to win the whole show, beat all of them.
That's awesome. There was a pretty good mini Hereford steer on the show circuit last year that I know had some success. I believe he was getting at least reserve overall at some of the jackpots.
There you go. 3 in this first class. Brianna Schielerman. There's my neighbor, the young man in the vest. That's Mr. Brady Streeter and McKenna Hovden. This is class 11 for the day. Class 1 mini Herefords. We're going to have 3 classes in this here division.
This class ranges from 332 pounds up to 359 pounds. A little difference in.
How do you equate that? What's the ratio for a normal sized calf? I mean, are these 700 pounders or 800 pounders? Or?
Yeah, I was saying we're about a third maybe. I don't know. I didn't bring my calculator.
Sweet.
Watch your youngins show, go to live auction
Miss Jenny Studer just stopped by and gave us some pertinent information here. Got an official list of our sponsors.
Oh, perfect.
And got some judges' bios here as well. So we'll get that to you here throughout the day. Again, appreciate all the hard work that Jenny and her crew do to make this such a great event for the juniors here throughout the weekend.
A couple of the minis are being a little stubborn coming around the corner here.
I tell you what, I'm loving this new facility. I really am. Clean.
Brad Hooks and Love.
He likes it.
And the seats are a whole lot more comfortable.
I've never actually had a mini Hereford on our farm, but I've heard some stories about from time to time they can be a little stubborn.
Yeah, it's kind of a mini gene, I think. I don't know. They get a little stubborn, a little headstrong, and several of my neighbors have had them over the years, and some are the best pets you could ask for, and some are a little high-strung. I saw a mini Hereford chase a 300-pound man over a fence one time. So
you don't see that every day.
No, you don't. Shout out to you, Boog.
Well, what a really, really good way to start off the miniature Hereford show. And I mean, what a class, you know, what an individual to lead off this class. First of all, the calf is extremely good. The calf has got the right shapes, the right balance. He's presented extremely well. The young lady's doing a really, really good job showing him, pulling on my heartstrings. You know, as a girl dad, you know, sending his daughter through the ring with a calf like this is just, it's so cool. It's so good. The girl does a great job showing her. Congratulations, young lady. Really good job there. The decision is between second and third. The decision for us lies with the young man's steer, a steer that's just got more bone, more feature. He's a bit better in his toes. He's got more spread there. He's better in his heel. He's got more depth of heel. He's a steer that's got just some really big pieces. Just doesn't put them together quite as well as that young lady's steer just right in front of him, but a really, really, really high-quality individual to go second. That's not taking anything away from the steer in third. We like that calf's body shape and overall productive look. He looks like he's got an easy feed and kind of look to him. He's good structured. He just doesn't have some of the extras as those calves just right in front of him, but a high-quality individual to go on and for that young lady. Congratulations, exhibitors. Really, really good trio of miniature Hereford steers.
Yes, congratulations to those three. And the young lady, we talked about the cuteness factor a little bit. Kind of took this class, cute young lady with the bow there, but that was for mini Hereford. That's pretty good steer.
It's a nice calf.
Extra stoutness and power and squareness. Good show calf look there to go ahead and win this particular drive. So as the next class comes in here, I'll just give you a quick breakdown of we got some just basic bios here from the judges. Our lead judge on the steer side, Mr. Miles Tenyas. You know, notes here say he's married to his wife Micah, and he has a daughter Aubrey. Miles went to Lakeland College and then graduated from Western Illinois. Currently, he works at Showright Feeds. He sells livestock at home, the Tenyas livestock, and then he also has a concrete business as well. Appreciate him being here today. As we said, you know, he's nationally recognized and does a lot of judging on many different species all across the U.S., so pleased to have him here. He chose to have Mr. Dylan Lemonager with him here today analyzing these cattle. Dylan's married as well. He has his wife, his name's Katie, a daughter Bailey. He's also a graduate of Western Illinois. He's a agri-mix and biological, I can't read that. Brad Hook's scribbles are a little bit tough, but I do know the Lemonager family is well known and synonymous in Illinois for raising excellent breeding cattle, strong in the Simmental and Angus business over there. So appreciate both those Illinois guys coming over here and evaluating our market steer show today at the Iowa Beef Expo. And so far, I've noticed, or I guess I think they've done a tremendous job. What do you think, Ryan?
Yes, I agree with you. I think they're setting a good tone like we talked about. They're looking for cattle that kind of put it all together, which is what we'd expect, cattle that are built good. They talk about structure and angles, but they also talk about getting in behind the animal and having some power and muscle and all the things we need to see.
How are you?
We're getting some more feedback at the table here that we're not loud enough. I do have the...
When Carmen Smith says you're not loud enough, then you're not loud enough.
Well, I do have the volumes cranked on there, so I don't know. I got my mic close to my
I'll try to
mouth.
speak up. Well, maybe we can get Margot over here to adjust some things for us as well. But
We'd hate for anyone to miss our
yes, our
great comments.
Yeah, our exceptional banter and comic relief. We'd hate for anybody to not catch any of that.
A little variation in size in this class.
Yes, and just class 2 here, but we're up to, well, we got a 405 and a 499 pounder.
So we got about 100 pound.
95 pound swing there.
Yep.
Cowboy on the end here looks like he's got the big one. That's Jace Murphy with the calf sired by Rico.
It's about 2 bags of feed the way I look at it.
Here's Margot.
We're working with the crew here to get our audio louder, hopefully.
Well, we've had a couple people text today. You're not loud enough. So you're listening to me? All right.
And you're live now. That's how louder he is.
All right, we're back.
If it's not, just call.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I can already tell right now. That's much better.
Yep.
Hey, 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 Margot saves the day.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Iowa Beef Expo.
Cool. All right, we're learning our technical difficulties here. So we got our volume turned up, so hopefully everybody at home can hear us a little better and clearer now. So I can hear myself better through my microphone already. All right, here's Dylan talking about our Class 2 Mini Hereford steers.
I'm going to make a sheet. I was just trying to.
We wheel our second place calf out of the class 4 in, and Brandon talked that class on how attractive and beautiful this one is to look at when she's standing still from the side. She's so elegant, she's so smooth, she's feminine about her neck and head, she's deep bodied. We'd like to make her more relaxed in her angles and give her a little more flex out of her rear wheel. We kind of talked about which one we'd like to make a cow and which kind of fits us for kind, and that's going to be the one out of your class 1. She'll be a reserve.
Well, over here in the steer side, I think when this calf that the young man's bringing in, the first word you attach to this calf is man and rugged, and man, he is that. When you get in behind this calf, he's got a lot of shape down his top and out through his hip. He's big stifled and deep twisted. We love that extra bone and just feature and density that this calf carries. The young man brings us a really high quality individual within this particular class. Congratulations to you. The decision for us is between 2 and 3, and I think where we landed was the calf that is just a bit more relaxed in terms of his overall skeleton. See, balance is just a bit better everywhere. He's more relaxed in the way he uses his shoulder and his knee. He's just a really complete calf that has no holes. That's only going to get better with feed. The young man steer that ends up 3rd within this particular class, not taking anything away from him. He's a steer. That steer is really good in the center part of his body. He's got a round rib shape. He's a steer that's just a little bit more upright in the angle to his blade and his knee. He comes with a bit more flatness in the shape to his stifle and twist. But that steer there has a lot of good days ahead of him. Young man, you did a really good job. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, there you go. Structure is still important in the Mini Hereford breed. Good class there. That, again, class winner, Jace Murphy with the big, stout, rugged one, as Dylan just described him. Coming in the ring now will be class 3, which is class 13 of the day. 4-head, and this is our 3rd and final class of Mini Hereford steers. 517 pounds to 569 pounds.
For those of you just joining us, maybe just hopping on here, welcome to the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo Junior Show.
Live from the Jacobson Arena.
Yes, I just had another text message come through where somebody was surprised to see where the show was. And again, we are in a brand new venue this year.
3rd to Campbell Thomas, 4th to Colton Becker, and
Hopefully y'all can hear us now out there in internet land.
Yeah, we got a couple feedbacks. We weren't talking loud enough, so we've adjusted some things. Mario's got us hooked up, ready to roll. Oh, Minnie Hereford down. Tucker Rorig to the rescue.
13, Miss Bailey McCullough. Your reserve coming out of class 10, Allison.
There we go. Young man sticking with it, doing a good job.
The Horn River reading heavers.
Well, just looking ahead here, Ryan, after the Mini Herefords, we're into the M's. We get the main steers coming. Pretty excited about that. I remember last year, tremendously good breed of cattle there, and I think it was ended up being the reserve overall, came out of the main division, didn't he?
I believe that is correct. Yes, we always expect a competitive main Anjou steer division here. That will be fun.
Steer side placings for class 11, miniature Hereford steers, first place, McKenna Hopeton, second to Brady Streeter, and third to Brianna Kuchak Shielman. That was placings for class 11. Now class 12, first place Jace Murphy, second to Claire Christensen, and third to Emmett.
Bringing our class of steers around the ring.
That's placings for classes 11 and 12, miniature Hereford steers, class 13, and final class in the ring right now.
After this class, we'll be selecting the champion and reserve miniature Hereford, and then right into those mains.
Young man with the second calf there, he's probably got up early this morning, and the guy's calf up a little too early too. That calf keeps wanting to get a little lazy on him.
Well, sometimes you get that calf up early in the morning, and they're not used to all this, and gets to be a long day. I remember the battles for the wash rack.
Oh boy.
Early bird gets the worm there sometimes.
That's right. Otherwise, you have to show your calf when it's still wet.
Hate to do that, but
if you can win your class, it's worth it, right?
It worked out that time. We told that story on here last year, but it was a good one. I'll never forget Mr. Todd Neal, a.k.a. Bucky, down boning the leg on this calf, and he looks up and says, "This calf's still wet."
Oh, shucks.
Good times, good memories made here, and that's what all these families here are, hopefully doing this weekend. Everyone obviously is here to compete and try to do well, but at the end of the day, down the road, what they're going to remember is the memories they made.
That's right.
Steers here in this particular class. The young man's steer that leads off is he's just really good in terms of a lot of things that we're looking for. He's got that extra feature, he's got that extra foot, he's dense, he's got some shape. The young man does a really good job showing him. He's got, he's good in terms of his length of neck, his cleanliness of neck. A calf that we just like a lot of good things about. Just a really high quality individual to lead this particular drive off. The young man steer there that's ends up second, steer that's fighting him, and the young man's hanging in there with him. The calf seems to be a bit tired. His body is unreal. He's just really round in his rib shape. He's really productive in his look. The young man is just sticking with his calf, and I applaud him for that. When you get right in behind the calves, he's got muscle. He's just got a lot of meat and just packs a lot of good things together. It's when you study him from the side, that calf comes in second. He's a bit frailer. He needs to use his ankle and his feet just a bit better, but that may be just because he's tired. That's a really high quality individual to go second. The young lady's steer that goes third, we like this calf in terms of his structure and just his overall balance. He's better balanced from his chest into his rear rib and flank. He's got more feature. He's a really high quality calf that's just got more better days in front of him. Now, if you want to switch this pair on the bottom end, I wouldn't maybe fight you too long on it. He's got more shape and just overall hip and pin set. It's when you get off and study him from the side, he's a bit taller in his stature, which allows him to, unbalance, maybe not balance as nicely as the steers just in front of him. That calf just simply needs more time on feet. A really high quality individual there to end up fourth in this class. Really high quality class winner there to start off with.
All right, so they really like the power and substance of your class winner, as you just heard.
Yes.
He'll definitely be tough here in final drive, it sounds like.
Well, per the trend, the heavyweight steers in their respective breed divisions have been tough to get around so far.
That's right. They just have that extra power and, as you said, maturity to them today.
But we haven't had a cute little girl like this showing a calf yet either, so.
Don't count her out. Don't count her out.
That is coming in the ring here, your Class 1 winner, young lady McKenna Hubden out of Class 1. Class 2 winner was Jace Murphy. And out of Class 3, our winner was Keaton Cabela. Probably Cabela, excuse me. So here's our 1, 2, 3 class winners, and then the seconds following in. We get ready to select our champion in the Mini Hereford steer division.
That steer that was second in that last class is ready to go back to the stall.
Yeah, we got his legs fluffed up, got the wood chips off him. We're going to go one more quick run for him, we're hoping here. That young man, I believe that's Mr. Moeller, is it? Let's look at, yeah, that's Weston Moeller. He came to the booth this week, and he took advantage of some of the, to the fullest as well, so we can see.
Yeah, his steer's nice and full. Look at the belly, look at the body. I mean,
big rib, full calf there. So
almost to the ground.
Yeah.
It's a good product. It gets the job done.
You betcha. Shout out to Kim Lewis and the Sunglow team for all they do as well. Kim couldn't be here today. I know they have some other obligations. I believe, I don't know, volleyball or basketball or something there. Have an active family as well. But she's put in a lot of hard work with Jenny here over the last few months and here throughout the week leading up to today. So appreciate her efforts as well.
And down goes the steer again for a little rest, and he's back. These youngsters are doing a good job. Look at that young man.
Yeah, he's getting after it.
He's showing that steer who the boss is, and that's good.
Who's the boss? Hey, speaking of all this, you know, I'm not a big techno guru, but my household, we've finally made the switch to, you know, Hulu and Netflix and all that stuff. And
going to get our comments here quick.
Sounds good.
By each one of them. My compliments to you folks as families. Obviously, you know, as we get into the miniature Herefords, you think, well, it'll just be a breeze and it's going to be easy. Then all of a sudden they start coming in. And Iowa, obviously known as many states or across the country as one of the very best states of making these all the way around. Our champion, we think, is phenomenally good in terms of just his build. He's impeccable. His look out here of quality is incredible. He's got muscle. His body matches him really well. And, boy, I mean, that calf, just you could talk about his quality all day long. I mean, I think, you know, we don't use elite a lot, but I will tell you, I believe that this, and Dylan does too, a very, very elite miniature Hereford steer to win this division. Just one of those real neat ones there. So my compliments to him. It's been a good show. This is going to represent why the Iowa Beef Expo is as good as there is. Class 1, young lady's got your champion with a real good calf. Give her a nice round of applause.
Well, we said don't count her out.
That's right. Well, when you have an elite one, you're not going to get messed with these guys.
So maturity finally falls to a true prospect.
There you go. Young lady did a tremendous job again. That's McKenna Hubden out of Class 1. Second in that class, Mr. Brady Streeter pulling in the lineup. Judges are taking another quick look here. Select our reserve.
Got the white halter strap.
A little tougher. The calf that was second in that class, again, just got great big pieces. I thought Dylan talked him well. A big bone, big footed, kind of a nice looking steer. Maybe not as athletic as these two steers are behind him in terms of his joints and the way that they work, but a really good calf and a good set of miniature Herefords here. Young man with the red, or in the red shirt, has got one that came out of actually Class 3. His build, his balance is good. Maybe not as neat there up through his front end. The one that won Class 2 is a powerful calf whenever you get right in behind him. Got a tremendous amount of spread. We maybe just give him a foot trim and just relax his heel just a shade, but really a powerful calf. Class 2 right here, Cowboys Reserve. Congratulations.
Hats off to the Cowboy there for being reserved. That one again out of Class 3, Keaton Cabela. So, good class.
Powerful steer.
Yes, good drive again. The Mini Herefords, again, you know, we're kind of poking a little bit, not a fun at them, but, you know, again, maybe not the mains of the key division, but they represented themselves really good here in this division. So
yes, they did.
Quality's gotten a lot better in this particular breed in the last few years.
Steer coming out of Class 11, first class.
So you were starting to tell a story about Hulu and such?
Yeah, so, you know, making the switch to modern day Hulu, Netflix, whatever. I'm not technologically advanced enough to tell you what it's on. But anyway, we've come across Who's the Boss in my household now. I have an 8-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son. But
Good show.
my 8-year-old, she's started watching Who's the Boss with me. So that was what I grew up with coming home from school in the 80s. You know, after school you watch little Who's the Boss and little Tony Danza and whatnot. So yeah, we have a Who's the Boss addiction in our household currently. So
Very cool. Yeah, that's what's neat about the streaming service. You can get hooked into a certain show pretty easily, and then you can just roll.
yep, it's kind of neat to see some of those shows from our childhood and watch them again. Honestly, those shows are better than the new shows they have coming out now.
I'm not going to argue with that at all. Not going to argue with that at all. All right, we're into the mains.
Hey, boys, auction's on. Here we go.
2 steers, first class, a Worth the Wait and a Simplicity.
Keaton Dodge and Abby Peterson, 700-pounders coming at us. Looks like we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 classes in the main division here. So a lot of quality, I'm sure, getting ready to run at us. Hope these guys are prepared. I remember last year, we got into the main division, and the judges at that point, they kind of made a comment that they had been a good day, but boy, things really heated up when about class 4 or 5 of the mains hit the ring. So
I remember that, and they slowed down a bit and had to take a few extra looks to
that's right.
make those decisions, and we don't blame them. Tough
right.
decisions.
Looks like on the far side of the ring, in the heifer ring, we're on to Hereford females. So they're rolling right along as well. Again, shout out to our contemporaries commentating on the heifer side. If you want to follow along on the heifer side, probably won't be near as entertaining us, but Mr. Chad Holtcamp and Mr. Tim Loudon, a couple of veteran cowboys on that side of the ring talking about the heifer show as well. So
2 great guys that have been in this business a long time.
For sure, for sure. As we're listening to some heifer lineup here, let's why don't you read a couple quick sponsors off your list here, Jenny, give us.
Sure, so I've got a big list of supporters. It's called the Platinum Stakes Club, and I'm just going to mention these a few at a time as we go through the show. There's a lot of awesome people and companies supporting the youth here. We'll just start at the top. We've got, in the Platinum Stakes Club, we've got 212 Livestock Products, Able Backenstock Power Washing, AgriVision, Air Solutions of Iowa Incorporated, Badger Farms and Trucking, Blueprint Cattle Company, Boyerton Core Show Cattle, Bremer Show Cattle, Mr. Bruce Indiana Jones, Bruce Supplies and Construction, and that's just the tip of the iceberg, folks, but those are some great operations that hopefully you can support them as they support the youth.
Absolutely. We appreciate all they do, again, to make this such a great weekend for these kids. As I've said, maybe the first show for a lot of these kids, and definitely the biggest one of the year for everybody in the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds Association.
They lined this class up pretty quickly. Must have been as easy as black and white.
Black and white. There you go. Ha, ha, ha. We got her. We're here for all your quips, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like our class winner is going to be Mr. Keaton Dodge. Abby Peterson with the second place. Starhead steer there. That's going to win this class, sired by Worth the Wait.
Sharp-fronted show steer there. It's going to win.
Yes, for sure.
I'll read through a few more sponsors here while we're waiting for the heifer side. Or actually, looks like they're about done. We'll hold off on that.
Yep, looks like we're rounding up that class. Here's Dylan.
Just a really nice pair of main steers to kick off this breed. And, the one we elected to go with, where he wins this class, is this look right here, his look of balance and just overall quality. He attaches his neck just higher and more correct out of the top side of his blade. His crest is set just a bit more correctly there at the top of his neck. I love this calf. When he's standing here, he's got a look of freshness and quality. He's a steer that's got enough punch right when you get in behind him. A really high quality individual that starts off this particular class. Now, I prefer some things about the calf that goes in second. His length of body is probably a bit more appropriate. He's probably a bit more appropriate in terms of his height. He's just he's a good quality calf in terms of the stoutness to his hind leg. He's just a bit more opened up at the base of his shoulder. He's a bit more rigid there as you ask him to move. A calf that just needs to balance is a bit better, but a high quality individual that goes second.
There we go. Again, Keaton Dodge winning Class 1. Class 2 steers getting ready to hit the ring here, as you can see. Looks like we're going to have about 8 contestants in this particular drive, so that's going to be the biggest ring full of cattle we've had yet to date here. Class 2 main Anjou steers. Color variation again.
It's amazing. That just continues. It's fun to see the.
I'm not sure the percentage there on the 4th calf coming in the ring, but just reminds me a little bit. I was here throughout their week, and in the main sale earlier in the week last weekend on Sunday, they had I believe the high-selling main Anjou female was a full-blood main. The old days, back when we were first getting started.
Over on the steer side, let me
red
catch
and
up.
white females. Different type, but some of those guys kind of going back to the basics and trying to rebuild some things. So it's pretty neat to see that.
Yes, they have changed them. There's a couple good-looking ones in here.
Good looking and burly.
Oh, look at the heart on this one's head coming at you, Noel.
Oh, I love him. I love him.
Pretty neat marking on the face of that steer coming around. Young man with the blue shirt.
I think that's Sawyer Minor, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, looks like it is. Looks like that calf is sired by Here I Am, probably. Got some variation here in the sires. We have a Cadillac Ranch, and In God We Trust, a couple Here I Am's, a Loaded for Bear, a Tricked Out, and white calf here closest to us, the white-legged calf closest to us. Look like he's sired by I-80.
Oh,
so
wow.
still a popular sire in the main breed.
Bull that put a lot of muscle into him. Good looking steer. This will definitely be a fun class to.
So not sure if we're doing this for the public's perception or just maybe the sun and the lights change a little bit, but we're kind of adjusting the way we set up the ring here. Instead of the cattle coming and lining up side by side on the south side, we're going to line them up in the middle of the ring, kind of on the north side of the steer ring here, and then circle them back around. And I think this will be better if we get them head to tail, kind of in the middle. Maybe the crowd can see things on a profile just a nickel better.
Just got another text message from someone, so they must be hearing us just fine back out in the back and at home now, hopefully.
Perfecto. Looks like we're still going to line them up head to tail over on this side, on the south side. So just a couple minor changes in our lineup. As you kind of alluded to earlier, when you come back to Beef Expo, there's lots of people we talk to, via cell phone or text message throughout the year. But let's get to this deal, and you see a lot of familiar faces that you haven't seen for quite a while, don't you?
Yeah, it's a
Looking
lot of
around
fun
ringside here.
to shake hands and visit with folks in person that, you just don't get to see that often, but awesome to see them down here. It's an annual gathering for a lot of us.
Yep. Class of steers here. Looks like we're going to grab onto the old white-legged steer. Get him in the top end of the class here.
Is that the I-80 steer that you mentioned?
I believe it is, yeah. Looks like Colton Finley is the young man's name that's exhibiting that calf.
It's a bull that stood the test of time. You just don't see too many of them anymore, but when they look like that,
yeah,
makes you want to
sure.
think about it.
I know, that was a bull that kind of became synonymous with the heifer side of the deal and females.
Did he sell it? Did he sell it to Iowa?
Can you read that tag? That looks like, from here, looks like a Gretzky tag in his ear.
I believe it is.
So
did that bull sell at the Iowa Beef Expo?
Denver. That was a Denver deal.
I-80.
Yep.
Okay.
wasn't it?
I was thinking he sold at the Iowa Beef Expo. I
Oh,
could be wrong.
maybe he did. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking Ali.
He was, yeah.
The original Ali, which was I-80 Sire, was Denver.
I remember at the time I-80 was a high dollar
Yep.
event here, right here,
Yep.
I believe.
You're probably right. The last main sale I think that I remember, big time main bull coming through was Prime Time. The Crawl Boys had him, and then Kendall Bremer, Matt Lautner snatched him up at the Beef Expo, and he's became one of the synonymous sires of high quality females at national shows across country. So.
Did you get a chance to see many of the sale cattle or anything while you were working? Or?
Well, a little bit. I did. I didn't get to scour through them as hard as I'd probably like to. I saw just a few things and a few highlights, but did a lot more talking to people and shaking hands and kissing babies type of thing. But yeah, I did. The top end of the cattle were really, really good. Looked like the board outside the ring there looked like the averages were pretty good in terms of the sales, the bull averages and the female averages. So I think people that did come and participated were rewarded well. Obviously, on the commercial side of the equation, the calf market's been pretty good here lately. So if you're raising show cattle or commercial cattle, you probably have a little bit more to budget to spend on a good bull. So
it's always good to see.
Yes, corn's down, cattle are up. So we like it.
My brother was just telling me about the corn there the other day. He was letting me know that it was down.
I deal with farmers every day, and a lot of them don't particularly like that. But guy in my situation selling feed, and we're gonna have to buy all my corn that I feed myself. It doesn't bother me.
Yep, just depends on your perspective.
That's right. We don't need to tank out, obviously. We don't need $2 corn, but I don't think it needs to be $7 or $8 either. I think if we can hover somewhere in the middle, everybody can get along and make a good living.
Particularly your upper joints is very, very good. I'm going to get critical of her. I like to set her down at the ground, just a little bigger foot, and they get more secure.
Hopefully we get some rain this year.
We definitely need the moisture, no doubt about it.
Corn and hay, pasture, everything needs a good drenching here when spring kicks into gear.
The judges are analyzing the top of the class here again, probably putting their thoughts together on how they're going to discuss these cattle.
Put a quick sort on them here. Looks to me, if we were just from the outside looking in, like the top three are probably the ones that, maybe going to have a little extra time to think about and discuss about.
Pretty easy to look at those first three. Just they all have that look that we desire, the build.
Yep.
Nice class all the way down the line, though, as well.
Yes.
Study those cattle further down. They got some body. They got some power. They're just, again, maybe not quite the look of those first three.
Stop and set him up here. Judges want to get a good look at him parked. I think they got her figured out here, and we're going to wait for the heifer guys to get done. Let Miles tell us about this white-legged calf.
Young man's going to lead off this class and opted obviously turn him around. A bigger class has allowed him to kind of draft down here, and obviously the calf wants to get out there and get to scooting. And so I appreciate that part of him for sure, man. His skeleton is built impeccable, particularly behind in the way that he sets down to the surface, but he accompanies a good build with muscularity. Whenever you get in behind him, he's got a powerful back laid in him. I love his squareness of his pin set. From his hooks back to his pins, that's the best calf that we've seen so far in terms of squareness and levelness. His look, lines, and quality all set in as a high-end kind of a show steer. I love him at the ground. And then still, for being a pretty calf, so many that blow up and get that big square back in them and that big square hip, they'll funnel just a bit to the surface. This thing's base width and genuine lower skeleton gets me pretty excited. I like this steer a good deal to win this particular class. Steer that's in second, he's the most like him, if you want to call him that, in terms of his height and his length of body and just his depth of rib. I like that steer. It is just the shape of his forerib and center body. He's not as neat at his crest. He's not as good in terms of his ankle and his rear foot. I'd give him just more circumference right at the ground, but I think that's getting pretty nitpicky on him. It's a good calf. Need to let him just handle the ground here just a shade easier, but really, really nice one. Buddy, I told you earlier, whenever you're pulling that calf around, I like his kind of bunch, and I think only time will tell how good he could get. If he does what he needs to do for you and gets fat enough and softens enough in his rib, he's one of those real good looking, real good structured cattle that still has muscle in his favor whenever you get in behind him for being a little raw and skinny. I love that thing's build. Again, today relative to those other two, I think it's pretty obvious. He just needs more to him, whether you're standing next to him or just studying him alone. But you just got to open him up in his cage and just give him a little softer look to his center body. But boy, I like that thing's built a good deal. Young man's calf obviously gave him a little bit of a fit, but hey, that's a good feed and fat steer. He may not win the biggest show, but he's got a county fair written all over him in terms of just being opened up and square and powerful in his rib. I like that about him. He needs a shot of ankle and foot. We got to clean him up there, obviously, through his chest floor and the crest and right there into the lower part of his throat. Really a quality calf once he takes off and goes. We let the silver one come here into the top end of him because I like his length of body, love his profile here in terms of his depth of rib, and he still has a good shape to his body. Obviously, he's not as tricked out as those cattle right ahead of him in terms of his look and his muscularity, but boy, he's a nice built one there. He's good in terms of his rib. Preferred his length of body and frame size better than these three cattle right in behind him. Red and white one's got a good running gear. He's built for speed underneath. He's got to have more. He gets too long, he gets too flat, and then obviously his frame size is his undoing. Same thing with the black one. They just got to be softer centered. Black one here probably props up and gives you a little more exotic look than the steer even right ahead of him. He's tucked up more in his rear rib and flank. He's the harshest in terms of the way that he sets down here into the bark. Young man's that closes. Again, a calf there that probably like his length of body a little better than that steer right ahead of him. His joints and his angles have to be better to move up. Awesome class, real good class winner. Congratulations to them all.
Well, as we suspected, we get into the mains and the judges kind of get pepped up and excited about that class and probably the classes here to come. Good white-legged steer there they kind of hopped on board with to win that particular drive.
Yeah, that's a good-looking calf. He has that flexibility but still had some power to him.
Class 3 in the main Angie division hitting the ring here. We'll have 5 entries in this class. We get up into our lower 900-pound cattle, 907 to 927 pounds.
Breeding efforts class 17, first place. Lovren, second to Rain Wagner, third to Elsie Manhat, and fourth to Morgan Rogers. Final class of horn.
Some more steers that are highly presented. You and I both know how much time and energy it takes to have them looking like this.
Well, that's the thing. It's today, if you're going to compete, you got to do it at the highest level. The days of just throwing a halter on the calf and bringing him to the fair. You know, what does it cost to show, and just the time and monetary investment you have in these things. We've kind of eliminated this. We don't want to degrade anybody, but just the county fair level people are kind of out at this particular level. So the margin and the spread from the first place steer to the last place steer is pretty finite nowadays.
Young lady in the orange shirt out there, it looks like her steer is dialed in pretty tight.
That's a good looking calf for sure.
For class 15, main Angie steers.
You got much main influence in your herd back home?
I did. Well, I had the old cow from the grandma gave us, the old semi cow, and I flushed her to Irish whiskey back in the day, and some sex stuff there. So I have about 4 Irish whiskey daughters that do a really nice job.
Been a good Horn Hereford show here.
Another bull that's withstood the test of time, as we mentioned. I-80, Irish whiskey, still shows up in a lot of these cattle, I'm sure.
Yep, for sure.
Kind of dimension we like to see in these cattle with some actual shape and some boldness to her. Really appreciate that. And it's still plenty sound enough at the surface. You just free her up and loosen her there right in the middle of part of her spine and lengthen her hip. But boy, a neat heifer. Like Ferris talked about this class, just a pretty solid individual. She's got wit, she's got substance. I think she's
They bring these cattle around the ring for the judges to analyze.
pieces. Heifers on either side of her, but still good kind of cow. Really neat one here. Again, just
As we know, this is kind of where they, what would you say, no sort themselves when we put them into motion?
Yeah, definitely the way these guys have been talking about structure and stuff, when we start asking them to go around the ring, it's when we can make the initial sort. And I think even when they're first come in the ring, I think these guys can kind of get them broke down into their top half or second cut or however you want to call it. But, nowadays, obviously, steers got to have them powerful, wide, and square belt, but need to be able to move and get around comfortably. as these guys have talked about throughout the day.
It's good to always set that first impression when you come in the ring, like you said. I know last year our judges talked about that a few times on the microphone, about the first impression that the cattle gave them, and they stuck with that a few times.
Yep, for sure. And especially in the, I know in the market heifer show that held true. Of course, in Iowa we have the advantage of being longtime market heifer supporters here, and some of these judges that come from other states, don't judge or see a lot of market heifer shows. So when those market heifers come in the ring and you're a little unsure about things anyway, and then one hits you really hard, it's really can stick with you.
Young lady in the orange shirt there, nice sound steer, rolled right to the top.
Yep, that looks like that's Chloe Rogers with the calf sired by Here I Am.
Looks like it's going to get a little more competitive for second place as our judges dig in here. Young man lost his comb there. I've been there, done that.
Nowadays, a lot of these kids don't even use their comb.
Of course, when I showed, they were still metal.
Of course.
A little more dangerous. The
Yep.
plastic combs now, maybe
Yep.
a little safer for the exhibitor and the animal.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing about Sullivan's over the years. There's definitely a lot of innovation and a lot of new products that, as times or needs demand, they've met the call there and kept up with the times. Very innovative in their product designs.
Yes, thanks to them again for their sponsorship. Lots of great products, and like you said, it's been fun over the years. I remember when I was a kid, they had about 4 or 5 products, and now they have hundreds of products.
And not to take anything away from anybody, but it's always funny, like, when you were a kid and in the barn, you'd see somebody, we didn't make fun of people, but you'd see somebody that kind of like made their own thing. They made a comb and maybe they took pliers or whatever and broke every other tooth off, and people would design things and customize things to their own levels, and same with clippers and shoot designs and stuff. And it's cool how Sullivan's has been able to take those things and mass produce them, so everybody can benefit from the ingenuity of one person. So.
Yeah, I do remember people making their own skip tooth comb and
Yep.
seeing guys like, how did you do that? And it's pretty neat to see that evolution.
I did one when I was a young buck. It was kind of, I think I called it I don't remember what we called it, but we had a fun name for it. But anyway, basically the one, instead of having a skip tooth and whatever, the one half was a regular tooth comb.
Oh, yes.
And then on like the left half, then on the other half was a skip tooth. So you could use the same comb, one half on the other half. Thought it was a great idea. I took it to the Sullivan's trailer. Pete gave me a smile and high five. Yep, sounds good. We'll look into that. And didn't take off the ground. I'm not a millionaire from Sullivan Supply, but it was worth a shot.
They did end up making that into each side of the comb.
Yeah, they doubled it up, other sides. That's right. It was such a great idea that I think I used it twice, and I didn't even use it myself. So.
Everybody always kind of wonders what judges are thinking, and just kind of looking and seeing and trying to read their minds, read lips, and just kind of read maybe just the way that they handle themselves out in the ring. And here's what I'll tell you. We're very excited about this class because all these things are quality. Take nothing away from our 5th place steer. I think that steer has his place. If he continues to get fat, these 4 steers are real good. We lead off with a hammer, man, and in terms of his length of body, his rib cage, and the way that he spreads behind, he's as good as any of them. Incredible width and power and bulk and mass whenever you get in behind his shoulder. But once you get off to the profile, that's an incredible look of quality. His presence is beautiful from the side. I think that steer, again, his joints are built good. If I'm nitpicking on him, I'd let him just ease down to the ground just a little easier off of his rear foot. I'm noticing out here as these calves come in, even though their joints are built good, they're probably sticking up and poking just a little harsh here off of the bark. But boy, once he settles in and his angles lay back in him, his heel sets down, that's still the most confident steer at the surface with having the most to him whenever you get in behind him with the biggest look from the profile. A good calf to win this class. Steer that ends up in 2nd. We spent the most time between 2 and 3, and I'll tell you why. If this calf gets fat enough in his forerib and right in behind his shoulder, and that left hind stays just good enough, then boy, he's easily 2nd. If that calf's got enough muscle whenever you get in behind him and he pries apart wide enough, then that calf could easily be second. We went with width and muscularity. We went with just a little more power as you step right in behind him. And this is the calf I'm talking about. On the stand, his joints look perfect. On the move, he's got to be a little better. And I can't figure out if it's the bark or if it's the way that calf's built, most specifically off of his left hind. But if I could make him just get out and reach and go a little easier, then he's probably a little closer to maybe even being first than he is sitting down here in third. I thought an easy place to continue as I looked at him to put him there into second. Steer that's in third, I love his kind, and honestly, we probably sell the most steers that look like him. I don't know where he's at for you in terms of frame size or muscle. Out here comparatively, he has to be a shot better, but boy, in terms of his profile and his joints and his feet and legs, he's probably the best one in this particular class. Gives you a great big look from the profile. If that steer continues on and we get him up into those early 1400s, late 13s, and he gets enough muscle, he'll give him all that you want. Just today, he's going to have a little more as you get right in behind him. This calf's got more, man, and he's great big top. He's great big in terms of his hip. We wished his neck and shoulder tied together better. We'd like to set his blade back in him a little easier and just let him hit the surface more confident on both ends. That steer's got a lot of product, though, and a really good calf. Just fell into a good class where he needs to be just a shade sounder. Told you about this one first because I still like him. I think he's good looking and good built. He just got to have quite a bit more to him to be competitive. What a class. Congrats to him.
Well, Noel, you said it. When we get into some of this quality, you can kind of feel the enthusiasm from our judges. And,
I was just going to say the same thing. He was fired up with those reasons, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's excited, and I get it. When you see good ones, it makes your
Good
heart beat a
cattle.
little faster.
Yep.
I did just receive a text message, Noel, from somebody who was asking about our judges, so I'm just going to mention again who are two judges out here in the ring. Our lead judge is Mr. Miles Tonias from Illinois, and his associate judge is Dylan Lemonagger, also from Illinois.
Yep, couple of Illinois boys there doing a great job here. That class we're in the last class we talked about, Chloe Rogers with the Here I Am. Second was Max Tarks again with the Here I Am calf. Good class there. Looks like we've got another good class coming in here, 6 deep.
We're breaking the black ones up with a couple colored ones.
Hey,
Again,
you know me and my taste. Look at that third one there. It's third or fourth. Yeah, third. Anytime you get a red or yellow one with a little white on his face, get this guy excited.
you can see, you get this guy jacked up over here next to me, that's for sure.
We like the yellow-red baldies. Hard to breed them good, even beyond that.
Another powerful set of steers here. Gonna be another fun class.
As Miles has made a couple comments now here, so we'll just kind of point it out. Again, love the venue we're in. He's made a couple comments here about the surface and the old pavilion. We definitely had the deep sand and things could motor around and get good. It did towards the end of the day get a little bit packed and get a little stiff from time to time. But as Miles and Dylan have said here a time or two, this surface is maybe a little unforgiving with these tan bark chips down.
Yeah, we were talking about that before we got the headsets on, weren't we? About you better bring a sound one to the Beef Expo because there's going to be a lot of cement time.
That's right, a lot of cement and get out here and just a lot of walking to get here to this point. So.
I would agree with that. And that's where the one here in second probably excels. She's a little sportier.
I learned something when you read the bio there about Miles, our lead judge. I didn't know he was in the concrete business. Speaking
yeah,
of cement.
I didn't either. As long as my, I'm reading off Brad Hook's pen scribbles here, so as long as his notes are accurate, yep, it says Miles has his livestock merchandising business, Tony's Livestock, and then also does some concrete work on the side. So
I don't know if you've looked into getting any
maybe him and
concrete
Zach
lately, but
Culver are together out there in Illinois. I don't know, but what's that?
I don't know if you've looked into getting any concrete lately, but
Yeah, actually, I
it's a little
did.
stiff.
We, making the investments here in my future. As I said, my daughter's 8. My young boy just turned 3 the other day, and we poured some concrete here last fall and got a wash rack laid down and a little area here to work on some sheep and goats. So
That'll be nice.
yeah, that's they don't give that stuff away, do they?
They do not. We had some poured a couple years ago, and I remember the bill.
Yeah.
But we're happy. It's so nice when
Yeah,
you
it's
have
good
things.
stuff.
When you have things nice, it makes it a lot easier.
Well,
to,
and that's the thing. Is so whether it's concrete or livestock trailer, or the building you're working in, if you can make it nice and enjoyable for you and your family, it's just that much more enjoyable for everybody to spend their time out there. And You know, how many times have we seen it where, you know, people show livestock and then they wait till it's their kid's senior year and they get a fancy new trailer, or they get they redesign their barn or whatever, and then everybody always says the same thing. Man, if we had done this at the beginning,
Should have done that a little earlier. Yep, you hear that a lot.
Yep. So.
Sometimes though, it takes you that many years to kind of learn how it needs to be.
Right. Well, yes, and there's definitely some learning curves, but
you know from coming to my place though, in the business that you and me were in previously, we had the good fortune of traveling to a lot of places, seeing a lot of different
cool things.
And
don't you? Yep.
You know that a lot of the stuff that you see at our place is copycat. I would see something that I liked at somebody else's place and go home and copy it.
Not only in the barn, but even the desk. I remember when you were designing your office, you did a little copycat of Scotty Jorgensen's desk from his office.
That's right.
This orange baldy calf, it just does so many good things correctly. His skeletal quality is really, really high. We love the way his blade's set back onto his rib cage, his knees appropriate. He's appropriate in his body, you know, the way he presents himself, his presence. He's got some muscle, he's got some shape. A calf that's just extremely high quality, hard to poke a hole in a calf. That's that good. Excuse me. The black and white calf rivals that class winner in terms of muscle. When you get in behind this calf, he's broader at his pins and he's broader up high. He's a calf that we like that about him. It's just when we ask these cattle to lead, this calf gives up just a bit more, gets a bit more restricted off of both ends of his skeleton. He doesn't utilize both of his skeleton as loosely as that calf that wins. Just a high quality calf to be there in second. As we get on down into these black steers, the young man steer that ends up third in this class, again, one that's hard to poke a hole in. We like his rib shape. We like his look and his presence. I'd like to maybe relax him a bit in terms of his blade. He's a bit broader at his blade. He's a bit more straighter in his knee. He just doesn't have some of them extras as those steers just in front of him. A really high quality feeding steer as this young man goes on into the summer. The young man steer that ends up fourth here, again, a calf that I like his skeletal quality. He's probably he's looser skeleton than some above him. He just doesn't have enough. When you get right in behind him, he's the flatter steer right in behind his blade and in his forerib. He doesn't balance there in his underline, but a high quality calf that's got some bone, that's got some foot, that's got some look. This calf just needs simply more time on feed. The young lady steer that ends up next, high productive calf. He's got the body, he's got the shape. When you study him from the profile, he balances well. He's a steer that just needs to have more muscle when you get right in behind him. He needs to be more chiseled there at his jaw and into his chest. He's a steer that just needs a few more extras to move him up any further, but a high-quality individual for that young lady. The young lady's calf that rounds out the class, highly presented calf. The young lady does a nice job showing this calf. Really good bodied, really good hipped, really good looking. It's just when you get in behind the cattle, he's the narrowest, he's the flattest in his stifle, but a high-quality individual for that young lady. Congratulations, exhibitors. Really tough class.
That's right, really tough class there, and those guys did a real good job of whipping through them and breaking them down pretty quick. They found my old yellow baldy there and ran with it.
They did. Speaking of tough class, looking ahead here to Class 18, the names on the sheet, I'm expecting this might be competitive.
Probably going to be pretty good heater class here. Yeah, if we just look at the exhibitor names as these cattle hit the ring. Whew. Stout and powerful right out the gate.
Here we go, boys and girls.
Guys and gals.
And everything in between. This looks like one of those classes where the judges probably earn their paycheck.
Oh, sweet.
Salty set of steers.
Right on. Thank you, ma'am.
Look at that lineup. Noel Ernst.
Pretty good, pretty good. Sorry, there I had to take a little break. We're just getting putting our lunch order in here. So big, stout, powerful class here. What do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8 big, stout steers. Boy, that's a good class, Ryan.
Yes, it is. As each steer walked in front of us coming in, I did not see a bad one.
Hard to make a initial cut on that way, top or bottom, isn't it?
Yes, it
we should
is.
probably put a timer on this class. I don't know how long it'll take. Not that it matters, but
10:40, call it.
Okay, 10:40. bet they take some time and work through this properly, and bet they enjoy it while they do it. We might have time for a story or two.
I'd say. Settle in, folks.
Settle in, sit down, curl up next
Problems
to the fire.
will be solved, lessons will be learned.
Well,
Or maybe you'll at least laugh.
Don't know about that. I never learned a lesson. My wife tells me that at least.
Well, that's their job. That's her job.
Didn't you learn last time? Well, I guess I didn't.
It's a man thing, they say.
There you go.
There's a reason women tend to live longer.
Food poisoning? Speaking of faces around the ringside, there's our old friend right here by the end gate, Mr. Lowell Teat. He's been here for, hate to guess how many years, helping out, and also puts in a lot of man hours at the Iowa State Fair. Certainly appreciate all he does.
Yes, I remember back in my showing days at the Iowa State Fair, him and Mr. Bruce Jones keeping everything in check.
Yep.
Taking good care of us exhibitors, and that.
He'd always seem to have an extra ticket in his pocket to get you down into the center of the ring for the grand
drive. There was a couple times where I sadly wasn't holding one out there, but he'd still let me get down front row and check it out so I could dream for the next year.
There you go. Keep you motivated. Watching these steers take a stride here as we make a big circle. Going to see what structure dictates here as these guys break them down and evaluate them. Big style class we talked about here. These dudes are weighing in the high nines, 966 to 993. This is again class 18, fifth class in our main Andrew division.
Quality from top to bottom. I'm sure the judges are going to mention that when they finally get to the microphone. This is a deep class.
Absolutely.
This is the kind of class you want to be in if you are seriously trying to win this thing, because
absolutely.
It's just how it works. Coming out of that strong class, you're going to be stand out.
Coming around the corner there, Drew Jacobson. He exhibited the champion steer here at the Iowa Beef Expo last year. That's if you're going to show a red calf, you want one that color, don't you?
Yes, one that has that jerk neck as well.
Whoa, Hereford's coming over on the steer side.
Not what the Herefords are known for, to cause disruption.
No.
Right down in front of us here. Nice looking heifer.
Must be a Thompson Hereford if it's causing problems.
It could be. Tommy T down there from Missouri. She'd rather just be the pasture kind, it looks like. I mean, good looking.
Yes, nice Hereford effort.
Doesn't appreciate the halter thing so much.
A couple of the steers here now getting a little high-headed and a little rambunctious. But from our view here, they're lined up straight to the west. We're looking right down behind them, and that's some big tops, big powerful hips, isn't it?
There's a lot of beef out there.
A little different view for us than in years past. As we said, last year we were up in the crow's nest, so you're kind of looking down the cattle. You could really read a lot in terms of just width and back shape, whatever. We're a little bit more eye level this year. Still up at the top of the ring side here, but not near as elevated, so just a little different view of the cattle. A lot closer, though, so I think
I like that part.
Definitely not complaining.
It was fun last year, though, too. Like you mentioned, it was really neat to see them from that bird's eye view and just see the back shape differences.
Yes.
Maybe, obviously, we're judging these cattle on many different traits, but back shape's one of the things we love to see. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, back shape, rib shape. I remember as we sorted through those crossbred divisions last year, and then I walked down to grab the judges in a little intermission and do a little interview, and those cattle were standing by the backdrop, and I got to my first sight at them on eye level, and it was just kind of amazing because we'd been looking at them from such a bird's eye view for so long. Okay, we got the Hereford crowd up. She's exiting the arena, getting steers back lined up head to tail. Dylan and Miles working through them here, and you kind of see the look on Miles' face there, a little bit of a grimace or whatever, kind of. You can see the tough choice going through his mind.
These classes, as you and I know from our experiences judging, these are tough not only to find the right one on top, but sometimes it's difficult to find out which one belongs at the bottom, because when they're all good, you hate to put one at the bottom, and that's a tough decision as well.
Exactly. One, you just have to find the one place, the one line in the sand where you're going to stand for something and find the one to roll with, and then start breaking them down from there. And yeah, it gets to be a challenge for sure. But we'd much rather have it that way than have a bunch of average cattle and just pray we could find a good one. So
That's correct. Love the competitive, close decisions. I just got a text there from Tom Thompson. He must have heard us talking about his Hereford operation.
His ears were burning.
I guess he shot a text. Shout out to Tom. He has Thompson Herefords. He's also the owner of the Green Stuff products. Many people out here probably using some of those products today. Judges are analyzing away, and what a fun class to look at here.
Yeah, a lot of fun. That's the fun part too, as we just sit here and analyze and look at. Just imagine how much fun it'd be down there in the ring, you know, right next to them. Well, you can sure as we talked about just this, you see some differences in, you know, width and back shape, pin width versus what they're like at the ground in terms of coming at you, especially going right away from you here. True muscle shape versus hair and clipping ability.
Yep, kind of imagine what they'd look like in the wash rack, right? You
That's
try
right.
to anyway. It's hard. It's hard.
Oh, it is for sure, but there's a happy medium.
That TH gene we talked about earlier has definitely loaded the hair on these cattle. It's fun to watch these guys carve them into what they look like out here in front of us.
Yep. Back in the day, I used to think I was fairly handy with a set of clippers, but I'd hate to dive into one today. I haven't brought my clipper box to the Beef Expo for probably at least 5 or 6 years now, and I'd hate to tackle a project like this.
I bet it takes a few passes on some of these to get them to this. What do you think?
I would say so.
Not like that time when you and me and a couple other guys did one from complete start to finish right before the Beef Expo.
It was like, what, 22 minutes, I think?
I think so. It was.
I mean, he didn't have his head, his tail, nothing. We were 0 to fit in the show ring. Again, that was another Expo success story. He won his class.
Yes, I'll never forget that one.
Yep.
We were rolling around the barns fitting on different cattle, and Noel said, hey, we need to get over here and get this one put together quick. Walk up to the chute, and that calf had never been clipped.
Never had a hair touched on his body, had he?
So the clippers were flying, the glue and the cans were rolling, and we got her done.
Yeah, it's nowadays some of these young kids, if they were back there squatting on the hind leg and you start clipping the calf's head while he's fitting the back leg, they might look at you a little funky, but we got her done, didn't we?
Yep, that was fun. Good times.
Grabbed old Big Red there and kind of moved him to the front of this lineup on the first sift. It's a pretty smooth made calf there. Looks like, according to registration papers, the calf sired by Triple X.
Triple X. Cool looking steer.
Nice calf. Cool color.
Nice color red too, like you were talking about his color. It's a nice color red.
Yeah, dark cherry red.
Found our initial second place steer here. Nice black calf, lots of power and bone in that one.
Yes.
Big ended, big bodied. Maybe not quite as skinny necked as the red steer.
So we look over at the Hereford ring real quick. I see 4 or 5 of those white lead straps I was talking about earlier.
I was just going to comment that the red calf here, now his lead strap matches the colored calf. Is that more appropriate for you on a red one than a white one?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything to just decrease the, you know, you don't want to stick out. Just let everything blend together and don't cause a scene or an eyesore, I guess. whether that's the way you hold the halter, or the color of the halter, your show stick. If everything blends smoothly and attractively, you're not causing an unseen eye blemish. I think it just makes things work a little better.
I agree. That's what, when judging showmanship, we talk about a lot, is looking for the showman who, you know, you don't notice the showman so much, you notice the calf, what you're out there to see.
Speaking of showmanship, all the kids out here have done a great job so far, and hopefully we don't ever get to the point, but they all got nice cowboy boots or a good shoe on. I don't know, you judge enough sheep and goat shows now or whatever, and I have too, and boy, frustration for me is the kids showing in tennis shoes these days. What's your take on that?
It's not the way I was raised either. My parents, you know, when I showed, we wore the proper attire on our feet, which was not a sneaker. It's just a trend again. We're getting older, and
I guess I'm the old man. Get off my lawn, huh?
You know, but I agree with you. Leather shoes or boots are something a little more appropriate for the show ring, and safety as well. Obviously.
Well, that's the thing. I've judged enough shows that even I've got my foot stepped on by goats going sideways over at the show, and it's even with boots on, it doesn't tickle.
Well, you need to get them steel toes.
I guess. Hey, compliments to the judges too today for both wearing cowboy boots. Some of these shows we go to, especially again in the sheep side of the withale,
picking on us sheep guys.
Judges are wearing tennis shoes.
I've noticed it too.
I can't get behind that.
It's a weird look to see a guy with a suit jacket on rocking tennies.
I mean, I get it's a long day, a lot of steps, but anyway, that's me in my soapbox. I'll try not to bring it up again. So.
Just likes to pick on us sheep guys. I don't know what we ever did.
All right, more updates here from the boss lady. Jenny Studer just dropped me a fresh piece of paper here. In regards to our platinum sponsor, premier sponsor here for the Jacobson Center Vermeer. Just read this quick little passage here. From the first large round baler that was made back in 1971 to today, Vermeer continues to pioneer and engineer high-quality hay tools for every step of the haymaking process. From mowers to rakes, tedders, balers, bale processors, and feed mixers, they're all supported by your local dealer and backed up by Vermeer. Vermeer is a proud partner of the 2024 Iowa Beef Expert Junior shows, and they wish all exhibitors luck this weekend. Again, thank you to everybody at Vermeer for what they've done, help make this event so excellent here this weekend in this venue.
Yes, thank you. This wouldn't be possible without the awesome sponsors, including, of course, Vermeer. They have some beautiful equipment sitting over there. Noel, I'm sure you'd probably like to take some of that home.
I would not mind at all to have that vertical mixer, but probably don't have near enough cows or feed to fill it up and use it properly.
So it looks like we had a swap here.
Swap-a-rooski. Well, that's the nice part about this. We kind of make the initial cuts and line them up so we can get the good ones next to each other and, kind of eye to eye. Here's Miles to tell us about this good class.
Here's what I'll tell you. Been doing it a while, not as long as a lot of you around ringside, but this is the best class of cattle that I've judged maybe ever. And if you don't think so, then probably just wanting to nitpick on the cattle, nitpick on the family, whatever it is, and I get that. We're in that time now, but if you just sat back and say, hey, you know what, I'm just going to evaluate the cattle for what they are, this is an incredibly good class. Now, I got to do my job of breaking them down because I know not every one of you is going to like your placing, okay? I understand that, particularly as we get from second down, but I want to tell you exactly what I see, and if you argue it, hey, that's fine. That's your prerogative. Doesn't matter to me one bit. We're going to keep it honest. We're going to keep it the way that we have. This is the best class that we've had so far. There's decisions to make, and in my opinion, there's a pair of steers that resemble each other very much in terms of their length of body, their body shape, their feature, their build, and their design, and the way that they're put together. Thought the black calf tucked up just a little neater right in his throat. I like the shape of his head better, and I thought that calf came out of the back of his shoulder better, particularly on the move. That calf just stayed stronger right in behind his blade. He's got a whale of a hip whenever you get in behind him. He's incredible at the surface. Whenever you ask him to move, his body matches his frame size well. He's got a shade of crest. I mean, if you're going to nitpick on him, right there you could. We're at a time where these things are so elite. Those little things at times at home or at a different show don't matter. That's something where we can nitpick on him at the Iowa Beef Expo. But, boy, outside of that, that one's dang hard to beat in this class. The red one's the same way. In terms of feet and legs, joints, and comfort, that calf's incredible. Got great big feet, incredibly big in his arm. I love the size and substance of his hind leg, his cleanliness of joints. His body's incredible. I love him whenever he stops and stands. He pulls himself together good. Right in behind his blade, I want to strengthen him just a pinch in terms of muscularity. He's not the biggest butted calf out here, but he's got plenty enough for me to read like a long-term good fat steer. Didn't see him as tucked up and his neat through his throat. I didn't see that calf as good right in behind his blade. I'd give him just a shot of center hip whenever he turns and goes right away, but impeccable calf. Thought he just still had more to him in his forerib and center body than the black and white steer that comes next. This thing's deceiving because whenever you're from the profile, you'd expect that calf to not have a whole bunch to him whenever you get in behind him. He's probably got as big and square of a rump and hip as any of them in this class. An unbelievable look from the profile. The way that he takes his neck and obviously brings it up out of his shoulder. Beautiful head and got big hairy ears on him. His joints keep him in the top three. In behind him, that black, that white, the white wraps around him behind his blade and into his forerib. And that particular area, just even if you painted it black or you got right up next to him, he's a little peaked. He's got to be better right there. From the mid of his back, he's got enough horsepower. You call him big enough and bold enough in his rib cage and just big enough in terms of his forerib turn and right in behind his blade, and that calf could move up for sure. On the stand, I think this thing is killer. Man, he's incredible in terms of his look. He's long-necked. He's got a great big back. He's got a great big hip. On the move, watch his ankles and his front end. So it's going to get him beat. And he may not do it out there on the concrete. He may not do it out there at home. He may not do it in the grass. But he did it here, and we're judging him right here, and so I got to put him where he was. But I think that calf's got a lot of good about him. This calf's the same way, man. I looked at him coming in. I thought, boy, that's a soft-bodied, good-jointed steer as he drives right there behind off of his hind leg. He plants with comfort. I love that about him, and he's really squaring his hip. He fades the most behind his blade. Whenever you stand in behind him, I get up in front of him. He rolls out in his elbow, doesn't just stay as consistent in terms of his front end. I want to reassemble that comparatively to the upper end or just even studying him alone. But his length of body I love. His bone and foot size I love. And, boy, still an upper end calf. The steer that comes next, I'll be honest with you, it pains me to put him where he's at because I love his kind and I love his quality. I think that's a good feeding calf. He's beautiful from the side. He's pretty hipped, and he's beautiful in terms of his build whenever I ask him to move. But if I could give him any more whenever I get in behind him, I'd move him up in a hurry. And some of you say, well, he's got enough, so go ahead and move him up. And you're probably right behind this calf. He's got to have more comparatively to them tanks that are right ahead of him. But from the profile, unbeatable, beautiful feet and legs, needs some more time to spread, mass up, and mature comparatively, but a real good calf. Black and white one's going to win him a bunch of shows. I think his rib cage is beautiful. His hind legs assembled right. He's too wide in his shoulder, round in his lower shoulder, comes just with a shade more crest as you get right up on top of his neck, but a really good calf. We end with a good calf as well. Pretty from the profile, presented very well. His joints have to be better. Every one of them calves could win a show somewhere. Incredible class. My compliments to them all.
Well,
What a nice trio here.
Called that one,
But a
didn't
really,
you?
You heard the man.
Yeah, that's right. Awesome class of steers, and just, again, the competitive and quality from top to bottom. Appreciate that. Appreciate the way he just described that and just talked about that quality. You go a lot of places and see a lot of things, and you just don't always see a class that deep. So,
yes, that was a really awesome class to analyze, and they did a good job breaking it down.
for sure. And even, that being said, obviously you're probably, fourth, fifth place in that class. Maybe you don't love it, but, the way they talk it, you can certainly see what they're saying and understand it. So winning that tough class was Lane Emquist. That calf's at Here I Am. Second place was that red calf, Drew Jacobson's. I did get a little update. That calf is actually a 1 oak out of a Heatwave cow. That calf came from Joey Hare and Ty Webster. So good pair of steers there that I imagine will be tough here in the rest of the main show. And here we go with another strong, sturdy class coming in the gate here. Look at these guys. They didn't let up much, did they?
No. And going back to that last class here for just a minute, we talked about it earlier. When it gets to this level of competition, it just comes down to those tiny little differences. And you heard him say on that class winner, yeah, maybe he's got a little bit of crest, but other than that, he just fell in love with that calf and had to use him very, very high quality.
Absolutely.
And just because you get pulled into first place when the class starts doesn't mean you're the winner.
Well,
That steer in second showed us that. Awesome calf as well.
The show's never over, is it?
They talked about he just wasn't quite as good there behind his blade as when they put him into motion, and then that really powerful black and white steer in third. I mean, that was just a fun class to watch.
Absolutely, it was. This here is another really good class, just 6 versus 8 or 10 or whatever there. But again, look at the quality, and no real place to start and grab one and just throw away, is there?
No, there is not. I mean, he said that second to last steer there go to win some shows in that last class, and I think in this class you're going to probably see and hear some of the same things. There's going to be calves that obviously don't win the class. That'll be very promising down the road.
Yep.
Well, these guys work through this class. I'm going to keep reading down the list a little bit on our Platinum Stakes Club. We have a lot of great sponsors to mention to you today, and I'm going to read a chunk of them off here once again. Turn up the volume a little bit. I had another text about our audio. So some of our awesome sponsors from the Platinum Stakes Club that are supporters of the IJBBA include Cass County Cattlemen, Champion Show Feeds, City View Farms, which is the Tlack family, Clinton County Cattlemen's, Cole Farms, Complete Ag Services, Empire Imagery, Eric and Kelly Totemeyer, the Evans family, Ferguson Cattle Company. Thank you to all those sponsors. We'll continue to mention all of them throughout the show. Without their support, of course, we wouldn't be here doing this. Hopefully you can support our sponsors.
Absolutely. You mentioned the Tlack family there, and as you watch the cattle come around the corner here, that second calf in lineup, that's Miss Abby Tlack herself there showing the steers.
Perfect timing. I got lucky there.
Perfect timing. So
better to be lucky than good, as they say.
Absolutely. First calf there we see heading up the lineup, that's Mr. William Thorpe. I believe that calf's had a few miles under his belt. I think he showed him quite a little last fall. I think that's one of those steers that raised by Kendall Bremer. I think that maternal brother to Kung Fu Panda that I think did really good in Louisville, and a couple of those other jackpots have hit. So
that's a powerful animal there.
It's a Here I Am out of the Kendall's 960 cow. And very, very high quality animal there. Very impressive to look at.
Power in the blood.
Power in the blood. That's the thing. I know we all talk about the bulls these cows or these steers are out of, but that's only half the equation. And I think we've seen the trend here in the last few years with the embryo work and the technology and just selling embryos. The cow's half the battle as well, and you can't just breed any bull to a ho-hum cow and expect to get a great one. It's really become science and trying to get these matings dialed in.
That's correct. The successful breeders in this, the ones that are in the long haul, are the ones who have put emphasis on their females, because anybody can breed to the popular sires or the successful sires, but if you don't have that female power on the bottom side, it isn't going to matter much.
For sure.
We can see that out here in the ring. You see a lot of these out of the same sire and a lot of difference in what they look like and quality.
Well, and that's the frustrating part, as a breeder, when you say you breed 10 cows to a bull, and then you get 10 different calves, it's kind of frustrating. Or even if you're, flush a cow to the bull and you got 10 calves out of the same cow in the same bull, and they don't even match up. That's where
we see that across the species, all species.
Yes,
you see a lot of flushes, and you see a lot of full brothers and sisters that do not look like it.
Yep.
It's quite a challenge to raise these high-quality livestock, so we definitely should be giving props to the breeders behind all these cattle. We don't necessarily know who they all are, but when we find out, we can let you know. But definitely props to the breeders who put these genetics together.
Yep, a lot of hard work and time and energy put into that. As we said, just trying to get the matings lined up and get them out alive.
How's your calving season been going down there for you?
Pretty good. We're getting along good. Calving itself is going tremendously good. We're 100%, well, actually a little bit over 100 because we had a set of twins, but there was it last Thursday. It was real windy. I don't know. So the wind always blows northern Iowa, so you're not used to not
every day.
Yeah. We had some extra wind down in southern Iowa, and it was a nice sunny day. It was probably about 60 degrees out, and cattle were out on the hillside. And had a group of calves laying kind of in a fence line, and kind of had an old tree that blew over actually, and tree fell down and crushed about 3 or 4 day old calf. So that's the only hiccup we've had so far. But
I saw your Snapchat. That's
Yeah,
disheartening to see that.
yeah,
That's
that's
nobody.
bummer. Yeah.
Nobody likes to see that, but
Stay up all night to keep a calf alive and get it out of the cow, and then Mother Nature takes care of it later for you. But anyway, no complaints. Things are going good. You know, we had the kind of 2-week spell of weather there that we got through, but since then everything's been going great. So
good to hear.
how's things in the lambing barn?
Well, we've had some ups and downs in the lambing barn up in Burt. We've had some successes and a few hiccups, and I would call learning experiences that
There you
hopefully we
go.
can use to better ourselves down the road.
Yep.
I'm still in my infancy of actually lambing ewes and have a lot left to learn. I feel like I've learned a few things.
My daughter, she showed a south down here the last couple of years, and we kept her and got her bred up and decided we were going to raise sheep as well, at least on a small scale. So we got lucky. She had laid down, had a set of twins, and we kept them both alive. So that's been a good project for my daughter so far. So
I bet she's pumped. That's cool.
Yep, that's beginner's luck, and I don't want to press my luck too hard, but so far so good on the sheep raising stuff.
That's what's awesome about this industry. Obviously, by showing livestock, no matter what species, these kids are learning lessons and responsibilities and work ethic. But when you can get the kids involved in the actual animal production,
Yep.
that is another level of learning and the pride that it brings to
Yep.
them.
Absolutely. Yeah, we caught, we kind of kept her eye on her pretty good and went out early one morning, and she had the first one. So I made sure it was all right, and then I went in and grabbed my daughter, woke her up, and come out to the barn, and then she got to watch the second one come out and see the whole process. So
That's perfect.
You know, at the end of the day, we're here to show and have fun, but like you said, the whole process, it's a learning activity, and there's no better way to raise kids and teach them life lessons and respect and other things in the world than just being around livestock and being around good people. So.
Yes, and you'll hear judges, including you and me, talk about that when we give little speeches and whatnot, that there's just no better industry to raise your kids in. We're lucky. A lot of these kids probably don't realize how lucky they are.
Well, that's the thing. And I didn't when I was a kid. I mean,
I didn't either.
You know,
didn't have a clue. Now I do.
It's not till years on down the road when you figure out how good you had it or what your parents and grandparents put into it to make it a good experience for you.
Looks like that steer you were commenting on, Noel's going to start out at the front of this class anyway. Good looking
well,
calf.
we got a quick sort on him anyway. 3 here to the top. I think they're going to get closer together so they can really turn the screws on and check some eyeballs. These 3 calves here, the one in the front, that's William Thorpe again. The calf there in second, the young lady with the red shirt, looks like that is Carly Kinsel. And then, of course, the one right behind her there, that's Abby Talack with these 3 main steers at the top of this Class 19.
Very nice class, competitive. Noel, I'm sure you're happy with how these judges are doing it in terms of starting at top of class and working to the bottom. I know that's your preference.
You know, I love it. I just never understood why we would focus on the negatives in life, and especially a deal like this. I know sometimes it just whatever. It's easier for people to find the negative things, but I've never been in favor of looking for the bad things and putting a calf or a goat or a pig or whatever towards the bottom. I'm the guy that likes to start at the top and find the positives and roll on from there. But that's just my way of life, and I'm just a glass half full type of guy. So
it's a good way to do it. Just like these judges, you get those top ones next to each other, and then you can sure change them if you need to.
Challenging part of the ring there when we do it this way, and we saw that earlier with the class of big class of cattle. When they push up here and they get close to that gate where they came in, they kind of want to go at it. So it's, that's like I said, that steer there's got a lot of miles under his belt, and he's definitely not wild or whatever, but
he knows where the gate is.
He knows where he come from, and he wants to go back there, so he's not going to want to just maybe cooperate perfectly for that young man. But going to get a quick walk on these top 3 here as they come around and come right in front of us. We get a little closer inspection. Up here in the 1,000-pound category, these cattle are weighing 1010 to 1020, so pretty tight in terms of the spread of weight.
We talked about it earlier. It's just really impressive that with the maturity that some of these cattle have, and then we'll see some of these same ones come back in August and still look youthful and fresh.
Yeah.
It's commending to the feeders and the kids on keeping these things together.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I like to feed livestock too much. I'm not as good at being hard on them sometimes.
Well, that's, like I said, it's a tough challenge because it's tough to win the first show of the year and the last one. And, you know, like I said, we're just getting started, and I got a lot to learn, and we have a long way to go as well. But I'm, the last couple of years, my daughter's been jackpotting some sheep, and I like to kind of, for a couple reasons. A, I got a little of our grandpa in us. I'm a little tightwad, so I like to buy the kind of skinnier ones you can maybe get a little better deal on, and you can push them a little bit harder.
They got potential.
Yeah, potential. Hopefully,
Genetic potential.
My eyeballs don't fail me, but yeah, it's. I definitely am like you. I'd rather push one and lean on them and see what we can get out of them versus trying to hold one and hope we can keep him together. It's easier to get motivated to go to the barn every day if your animal's a little better every day. You go look at him versus kind of disappointing.
That's the best kind. That's the best kind. They get better every day.
Hey,
doesn't always go that way.
Doesn't always, for sure. You're right. And that's, but it just helps your motivation. Just took a quick little look around here and scanned, and as the mains are getting in here and getting these hot and heavy weights here and these tough classes, the audience and the stand sure filled up, didn't it?
It's funny how that works. When you get near those championships of those tough divisions, the crowd packs in, and
good ones draw
you know,
crowd.
Later when the market efforts get towards the end, it'll be the same story.
Absolutely. So Miles and Dylan here working over these top three steers again, and kind of giving them the eyeball and
checking them out from every view, which is good to see. I appreciate the judges who look at every angle and not just the profile.
Yep.
You were saying Miles is a hog man, so he.
Yep. Well, man of many species. But yeah, he's very. Yeah, he can. Here we go.
Incredible class.
And big pieces in each one of these cattle. And again, I wanted to pull them over and pull them early and then just kind of let these things motor around and see what we got. The steer that we start with is the calf that whenever it start to break them down and just talk about genuine with the skeleton, starting in their forehead, starting in their jaw, that calf's the stoutest one naturally. About his head and then right in behind his shoulder, he's got a great big back. He's huge hipped. He's incredible in terms of his skeleton. I prefer his forerib and body shape better than the calf right in behind him. I like his head better. And boy, for the muscularity that calf carries, he never misses a beat in terms of his feet and legs. He's got the bulk and the density of 3. He's got the look of 2. And he still does it as good as any of them on his feet and legs. And so I called him the combination calf. I think he's a good one. Incredibly good class. Once he stops and props, boy, I mean, unbelievably good in terms of lots of areas about him. We'll see where he fits in the mix here in just a bit in a tough class out here. Like I said, to me, he's got the stoutness, the look, and does it real good in terms of his joints. Good calf. The one that ends up second, he's got that initial incredible wow factor about him. He's long-necked, man, and it sits way up on top of his shoulder. He's a long-hip steer. He's a comfortable built steer whenever you're down underneath him. I'll be honest with you. I don't like his head. I want to stouten him up right in behind his shoulder. I want to pry that calf apart whenever I get right in front of him. To me, his chest floor tells the story of a calf that's just naturally not as wide and opened up as them two steers on either side of him. But, boy, he's got a big ring look. You get off to the profile of him. You call his frame size good enough for you, and you call that calf stout enough whenever you get right in behind his blade. He's got that upstanding, impressive pattern from the profile that's so hard to make. In behind him, in front of him, that's where I got critical. Calf is awesome from the side. And so if you get that view, he could obviously win the class. The one that's third, I told Dylan, I said, boy, whenever he stops and stands there, gets his back to lay down in him, that calf might be as good as any of them. I love his feature. I prefer his length of body better than the calf right ahead of him and his frame size. I love his stoutness at the ground. I could never get that calf to move, and neither could she. And it wasn't her fault. He's just getting lazy out here, and he pops up in his back. He sets him down hard behind, and he's just not as competent in his step on either end. Standing there, he looks like a champ. Moving, I got to make him just a shade better. Black and white steer that comes next. I like him from the side, man. He gets a little upright in his ankles on the move. I still love that calf's rib cage. Thought he was just a little longer in terms of his front end, a little longer in his hip. than what the calf was right in behind him. He's got to have more muscularity. Whenever I step in behind him, just go ahead and let him set down easier off of his front end. Black and white steer's powerful, needs to be sounder on either end of his body. Black steer that closes here real pretty from the side, just needs to be stouter. Awesome class. My compliments again to those kids.
Yeah, good class again there. And as you kind of right before we listened to him talk, you were talking about Miles being a hog guy, and you could kind of hear just as he broke those down, especially those top two, and we talk about the small, minute differences. Start talking about head size and shape and just way cattle are built from nose to tail.
He likes to see that natural width, and I love to see a judge talk about that. He wants that natural power through their front third, just as you expect in the hogs. I know they look for that too, but that's where he broke that down. And to me, what I liked there was that class-winning steer was very similar to your last class-winning steer, so that consistency, type and kind they want to see.
Absolutely. So that class there again, the class winner was Carly Kinsel. That was a Here I Am, in second place to William Thorpe with another Here I Am calf there. So here we go, next class, class 20. This will be the last class of main Anjou steers coming in the ring here. We have 6 head, getting into the higher weights of 1,000-pound cattle.
Getting into some cattle that got some finish on them already.
Yeah, we got some bark on these dudes. So good class here again. Looks like that first one that came in the ring. As we pan back over here, that's Harbor Lonigan. The Lonigan family, they had that one we talked about so many times last year that ended up winning the mains and being reserve overall at the 2023 Beef Expo. So high quality calf there as well. The Axmere, Ben Axmere right there next to him. That looks like the Knudsen kid right next to him. So good class here again. Round out the main steers.
I got a nice text message just a little bit ago from the family that's behind that champion mini Hereford steer that little girl had. Knudsen family over there up in northeast Iowa that I know from my showing days years ago texted me that that's their granddaughter. So congratulations to them.
Excellent. Okay, we're getting knees on the walk.
After the main Anjou division, we'll be moving into the full-sized Hereford steers.
It's like Halloween. There's the fun size and the full size candy bar. A white flank steer rolling around the corner there. Stout looking dude.
Another one that is dialed in for show day. They got him looking the part. As do the ones falling in behind him. Just really another deep class.
Quality all the way through. Calf there, here, young man at the end. Ryan Oglesby, it looks like tag there. Looks like our old buddy Brandon Klein's tag. Southwest Iowa.
Shout out to Brandon.
Connection.
Putting Lennox, a lot of nice calves out. Putting a lot of nice calves out in the ring.
Yeah.
Talked about Iowa being such a competitive state, and it is in everything. And along with that, we have many great producers in our state. Lots of places you can go to find your next show calf and get help.
Yep, for sure. I had this conversation earlier in the week with a young gentleman. We were talking about livestock in general, but especially cattle, and how he was actually from California, and how the cattle out there stack up. And nowadays, with the power of the internet and just the way we sell cattle and the way we can transport them, all these shows we go to, across the country are getting very competitive. So whether you're in the southeast or the western hemisphere now, I mean, just anywhere you go, there's good livestock. And at the end of the day, the guys that raise the majority of the good ones is still here in the Midwest, and especially in Iowa. I think we can really be proud of the product we put out for these youngsters to exhibit all around the country.
For sure. It's always a lot of fun to run around hop in the car, truck, whatever in September and through the rest of the fall as well. But just you can see a lot of good cattle in a short amount of time in our state.
Absolutely. Going to make our initial sort here. Grabbing Luke Knudsen, bringing him up.
Family that's had a lot of success from up in my neck of the woods.
Yeah. Traditionally, they've exhibited some really good market heifers over the years as well, too, I believe, haven't they?
Yes, they have. They've been very successful. They were reserve grand at the Iowa State Fair market heifer show in 23.
There you go.
I remember watching the selection of champion and reserve market heifer. I don't know, you weren't there, were you?
Nope, I was watching via online, but yeah.
It was pretty fun. The young man who was selected the champion, that's about as excited as you can possibly get.
That's why we do it, right?
It was awesome. He was more than pumped up.
Getting here into this situation again where the calf in the front lineup's wanting to go to the hole he came from.
Yeah, that's a good point you make there. When we line these up right at the gate they came in, and they're not stupid. They know where they came from, and they want to go back. It's even worse, though, if you're showing the hog. They're even a little smarter, I think. I know when I showed at the county fair, once my hog knew where the gate was, I was pretty much helpless.
Well, you didn't have enough marshmallows in your pocket.
I did not.
I'm not a hog guy, so I can't speak to that. But again, you know, to be successful in that, it's no different than any of these other species. You got to put in the time and the work, and you know, a lot of man hours at home practicing in the yard to get them to do what you want them to do.
Yeah, those high-level people, they do that. That was my first year showing. We didn't really have the experience. I was lucky, though. The judge really liked mine, and he penned it right away, so I didn't have to fight it very long.
Comparable or comparable, not sure how you pronounce that, but if they're about the same in the way that they use their joints, they have the same flexibility, and they both want to be a little tight in the way they use their spine, then we're going to elect to use the one that is bolder and her body shape is more.
It'd be interesting to hear how they break these top pair down, especially. There's definitely some differences between the two, type and kind, I think, but it'd be fun to see how they read them.
Chunkier one that's a little more exotic, but good class again. And top three are really all high-quality steers.
They are.
Getting into a little bit of a challenge here in the front of the lineup. The young man again just fighting that. There he goes. He got him stuck.
Got him.
I'm going to give him a good look and talk about him.
I bet they're going to talk about the angles on that calf. They're going to appreciate the angles he has through his shoulder down through his legs, his back legs. And
got the nice banana up front.
Steering second, like you said, a little more exotic. He might just be a little more steep through that shoulder at the same time. Young man at the front there is doing a nice job of getting that steer do what he needs to as he's trying to fight him. Here's our reasons.
The mains have been incredibly good, and it's going to be interesting whenever they come back out. Lots of favorites in different kinds and quality. Maybe did a good job. You're all right if you want to. Who's helping her? Anybody around? There he is. We'll help her out just a second. Very good quality and a very, very nice class. So that one need to be just a little stouter to kind of get up here and be competitive. These two are completely different in their kind, but I think they're quality animals for sure. The steer that to me is just more natural in terms of his width of skeleton, particularly as you get out of the back of his shoulder blade and tie into his forerib and his upper body is the young man's calf that leads. He's got a great big top in him, great big in terms of his hip. he's maybe not just the show calf of this particular pair in terms of wanting to settle in and just be easy for him to get presented. But boy, once he stops and parks, that calf gives you a great big fat steer look to him from the profile. I love the turn of his body. To me, he's not as long-necked, but I think that calf's crest sets on him better. He's more opened up and more natural in his pin set. Whenever you get right there and behind him, I let him set down to the surface, just a little bigger foot. That's what I like about this calf. I mean, fit and presented to an absolute T. Appreciate you guys for that. And again, it's hard to beat the steer. What I love about him is that calf's length and just the center of his hip, the way that he ties down to the rear part of his body and his flank is better than that steer that I even start with. And I like the outward turn, the mid part of his body. I want to open that calf up right in behind his blade. I want to just level him and square him and open him up right there in the upper part of his pin set. And that calf's super long neck, but I take his crest and jam it down in him just a shade easier right there in behind his shoulder blade. Then he slacks just a bit. But boy, I mean, presented to the nines, and I appreciate that. And again, a calf there that's got just an immense amount of quality. I'll just be honest, I didn't read him as genuine as my class winner, but I thought he was a real good steer. Once the white-bellied one stops and parks and puts his back down in him, that calf gives you just a quality look, man. And he's good neck. He's the neatest at the top of his neck and where it ties. I love his length of body, and he opens up great big behind. On the move, he rocks up in his spine, rotates his blade forward, doesn't set down as comfortable behind. I wish that both ends of that calf's body was just a little more comfortable and athletic as we ask him to go. Once he stopped and parked, he's an upper end steer. Calf that's next is the same way. He opens just a shade wider as you get into the lower part of his shoulder. Not as neat looking up there through his chest and throat. Calf doesn't have just as much power. Like to just loosen him up in the way that he goes on either end, but still a really high quality steer. Moderate, good bodied calf that gets just a little too thick up front and plainer. Like to set him down easier behind. Again, a good class. My compliments to all those kids.
Great class of steers there to round out our main division. Again, like Miles said, just tons of quality, and especially on that top end there, and you know, some minor differences. I guess in that particular pair, maybe a little more stark differences in terms of type and kind, but again, quality livestock right at the top.
Yeah, we talked about that during the class, and he said it right off the bat. He said totally different type and kind on 1 and 2, but a lot of good in each one of them.
All right, here we go. Get ready to select our champion in the main Anju division. Our Class 1 winner hitting the ring right now is Keaton Dodge. You see him, young man in the cowboy hat, coming in the ring. Class 2 winner there with the white-legged calf, that was Colton Finley. Right behind him, the young lady there in the orange shirt, that's Chloe Rogers. Right behind her, as we see coming into your screen now, that yellow baldy calf with it's going to get my vote in terms of color pattern. Probably, you know, maybe not the champion steer today, but color pattern wins for me. That is Brooke Conover. Right behind her, the young man here in the lighter colored shirt, Lane Elmquist, out of that really tough class. Red shirt right behind him, again tough class, Carly Kinsel. And then our heavyweight class here, Mr. Luke Knudsen, going to round out this strong main division. And be fun to watch these guys work through this, and again, listen to them talk at the end of the day and see what they like and how they break these down.
A lot of good ones, a lot of good choices. If you're going to do well today, though, and end up on the top, you can definitely see so far you're going to have that third dimension. You're going to have to be pulled apart, good behind your shoulder blade, the way that rib ties in. And you don't have to be the longest necked. You have to obviously have some look, but.
Yep. Kind of feel the buzz of excitement around ringside again here as we get ready to select this division winner. Drawing the crowd in.
Thanks to everybody out there for joining us online who are not able to be here in this big crowd at the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo Junior Show. At this time, I'll read through some more of our awesome sponsors off the Platinum Stakes Club list. It's a big list. We're reading them off throughout the day. Thank you to Fry Cattle, Gall Ag Service, the Genuine JBH Podcast, Hamilton Photography, Hair Show Cattle, Humphrey Agri Marketing, Iowa Junior Charlet Association, Jefferson County Cattlemen, Calvin Cattle Company, and Kent Thomas. Thank you to those awesome sponsors. Support them if you can, folks.
Absolutely. Well, time's rolling right along here. It's been a good show, but it's getting close to lunchtime. Doesn't feel like it. Still feels early in the morning to me.
Just having too much fun.
So excited, yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun. Sure been fun for me so far to watch the show and see our evaluators working through these cattle. It's always fun to watch.
Listen up on this one because we're going to give away 2 lucky individuals set clippers here.
Ooh, giving away a free set of clippers.
Well, you won't need those anymore, though.
Well, I got sheep. Got the sheep legs still, you know.
Those legs carved in. Yep.
Junior exhibitors, the winners are Evan Alt and Kennedy Long. Evan Alt, Kennedy Long, come on down here to the announcer stand and get your free clippers.
We're old enough to remember when clippers had cords on them.
Donated these 2 sets of cordless clippers.
Yep, for sure.
Evan Alt and Kennedy Long.
I'm old enough to remember when clippers didn't cut. Had like the silver Andes, and you had to go over them 2 or 3 times because half the hair would push down, half it would cut off, and then pop back up.
I remember the silver Andes. That was for the detailing.
Yeah, that was this.
When they broke those out, you knew it was getting serious.
That was smoothing up the top after you went over it with the sheep heads.
Yeah, you don't see that anymore. It's pretty rare when you see a pair of sheep heads at all, let alone a body clip, but I have seen it in the last few years.
Yeah. Well, some of them need it, especially the ones that don't get their calf scrubbed quite clean enough.
Yeah, that dirty hair just cuts a little different.
So we got a little conversation here between Miles and Dylan talking about a couple of our class winners and seeing kind of what they think and how they prefer things. So got the cattle lined up here. Good lineup, I think. What do you think, Ryan?
Excellent lineup all the way through. Each of those class winners brings a lot of quality to the table. There is a variety out there in my mind. Just kind of depends on your personal preference, which, like we talked about earlier, it's one man's opinion.
Yep. I agree with you 100%.
Freshness out here becomes a good factor for her. I like the way her shoulder and knee sets into her. I love the design of her hind leg. It's pretty, it's aesthetically pleasing, but yet when she uses
I think a lot of these are in contention, but don't you think there's a couple towards the other end of the ring away from us that are
I
probably
think
going to lay the
there's
hammer?
a pair. I think there's a pair down there. I think they fit together pretty good. And both came out of really tough classes, and they talked really highly about them. I think it'd be kind of tough to get around.
They did appreciate this calf with the white legs quite a bit coming out of one of our lighter classes, the I-80 steer, but maybe again just not the maturity today.
Right. I know that young lady there circling with the red calf on the far end. They talked about and commented in class how he was kind of the combination steer in that drive, and they loved his running gear and feet and legs and saw all the power he had. So I think he's one that's probably in contention. And that calf that stands right in front of him came out of that really good class that Miles said it was the best class of cattle he's ever judged in his life. So
you come out of that class, you feel like you're pretty close
good
to the driver's seat anyway.
Yeah. You know, we've been wrong before, but I guess if I was in Vegas right now, I'd put my money on one of those 2.
Did you put your money on the Chiefs?
No, I do not bet on the Chiefs.
I don't bet on the Chiefs either, and I learned a few years back, as a couple of my friends know, you should never bet against the Chiefs.
That's unfortunately
I took a hard lesson on that.
Yeah. You know, for those of you listening, Ryan and I are both avid Denver Broncos fans.
Go Broncos.
It's heartbreaking to see the Chiefs win.
Painful.
Yes, it is painful. I live with a diehard Chiefs fan. My wife's from Missouri, and she's been a Chiefs fan growing up her whole life. So congratulations to her, and I'm happy for her, but it hurts me.
Let's just hope they don't get the 3-peat, because we'll never get into that.
I might have to just move to Mexico or Australia or somewhere. I couldn't handle Mahomes.
Anybody but the Chiefs next year.
Yeah, anybody but the Chiefs.
It probably won't be our Broncos quite yet. I don't know.
It's a tough sled right now, I tell you that. Hey, but guess what? It could be the Chargers. They got Harbaugh coming to town, so.
Is this one too big?
He's proven.
There you go.
Going back and forth on the two. As I go back and forth on them, we do have a
I'm not even close to being a Packers fan, but they're pretty good. They're one to watch.
Yeah, they're getting better. How about the Lions? I'm not a.
That was impressive.
Detroit's not my favorite city to visit, but those guys, they know how to play football, and they get excited about it. They got a good coach.
David Montgomery don't hurt either.
Yeah, that's good. Got to have a good Iowa Stater there. All right,
Here
Miles
we
is
go.
going to tell us about this good division of mains here.
Welcome to the Iowa Beef Expo. Impressive, and I'd ask you if you could, please put your hands together for these kids and the hard work that they put in. I won't lie to you. If you talk to me, many of my friends, and I told Dylan last night, as we went to eat, and a few other friends, I said, boy, I'm nervous. And I don't get very nervous, to be honest with you. It's not nervous because I don't feel comfortable in what I'm doing. It's nervous because there is so many good animals out there. You want to make sure that not everybody's going to like the placing. I get that. But I have to be able to break them down to you. Dylan does as well, and tell you exactly why. Here's the deal. I don't know what these things are going to look like as fat steers, but I'm confident in my class winners and my second places that they're going to get there, and then we're going to see from there. But I'm supposed to judge them today. And with that being said, I think it's an impressive lineup. Now, there's nitpicky things that you can get hard on them, and if you do, then it's just not your calf. You like a different calf or you like your calf, I totally understand that. There's an impressive group of them out here, and they piece together good. I mean, there's things that you could say, hey, I want to tie to this thing's rib cage and width and use that. I want to tie to this thing's extreme look and pattern and moderation and use that. I want to tie to this thing's feet and legs and use that, or his neat look and presence and use that. You could do that in the mains. I don't know where they set with the rest of the group that's to come, but I'd say they're pretty dang good, and I'm very, very comfortable, and so is Dylan, in what we've got back out here. Are they perfect? No, but I'm telling you they're real close, and these kids have done an impressive job. Breaking them down, calf that wins the first class, pretty, needs to be stouter. I like the white sock steer, the white-legged steer. Pretty good deal, and honestly, I think he gets to be even better as a fat steer. He's not as wild and out there in terms of his look and his pattern as what some of these other steers are, but boy, that calf's genuine in his base, and he's good in terms of his feet. I love that about him. He's ornery to get out here and just get him to get motivated to set in right, and so he looks a little weird out of his hip, but once that calf does and he stops and props, boy, he gives you a great big look. Class 3 came in, and I thought an intriguing animal. He's probably got the neatest head, the tightest neck, and the most beautiful profile of any of them as he wants to settle in there. His length of body is the best out here comparatively to his contemporary group, and it allows him to balance very well. In motion, I told you earlier, I thought that calf was a little upright in terms of his hind leg, his ankle, and his rear foot. And I'm critical on that calf here as he comes back to drive because he has to be a shade better there. Now, if none of these other ones were in here, we don't even talk about it. In that class, I barely even described it. That calf has to be a little better in the angle of his hock and the way that he sets to the surface. Stopped and propped, unbeatable. Man, he's big-backed. He's incredible in terms of his cage, and he's got a great big hip about him. You call that rear joint good enough, whenever he stands and locks it forward, then all of a sudden, if he was and he'd bring it back and go just a little easier, then I like him the best. The orange Baldy, again, just a solid, good fat steer. He probably is, again, just one of those cattle that gets better with time. As you ease him up in the mid-13s, up into 14, that calf is pliable, he's wide, he's comfy. The steer needs more in the center of his hip and right there into his twist and lower quarter. He's got to be a shot wider base for me personally as I get right there and behind him. Calf that wins this real good class here, I talked about how good that class was, and all those steers could get up there and probably have a chance to win a show. It just depends on what they look like and where they're going to go to, and obviously they've all been managed well. I'm still comfortable in this placing. I got back behind him because that boy got his to finally kind of settle his back in, and he's beautiful from the side in terms of just his feature and his length of hip there. I got right in behind him, and I realized again why I use the black one. He's just so much more practical in terms of his muscle. He's a great big back, great big hip calf, and he hits the ground with comfort. He's got just a shade of crest. You know, I talked about him there being good enough up there through his throat and good enough into the floor of his chest and at his crest. Breaking him down out here, we can make him just a shade better. From hooks back to pins, I could lengthen and level that calf's hip just a shade. But I think that's getting critical, and that calf's getting tired, and so those two things that probably come together a little more easy to find whenever he comes back to the drive. Young lady, I'll tell you, I like your calf a lot. And I've continued to break this steer down, and I'm not sure where I poked the biggest hole into him. Now, for those of you that are on the outside of the ring getting a cuss and discuss with all your buddies over a cold iced tea, you can maybe see some parts that you want to change on him. Outside of that, whenever I watch him in motion, he's the most confident and athletic in his step. And then I watch him stop and prop up, and again, nothing ever deviates in that steer. He's awesome in terms of his shape. He's got a great big hip whenever you get in behind him, and his base width is the most natural and a muscular calf with a good look that can move. That's a tough one right there for sure. Young man's that closes, not a freak anywhere. I just thought a good fat steer. He beat one that was a little more tricked out. I told you why. I want to keep him genuine. I want muscle, and I want width of skeleton in him. I want him to hit the ground with some confidence. He could be a little looser on his ankle if you're going to go ahead and nitpick him there, but that's a good fat steer. Views that we call incredibly critical is chest and forearm and body shape, and that just kind of tells us what we'll do from there. And so in this particular lineup, we think an impressive group, the one that brings together the most in terms of look and pattern and feature, and then yet still does it the very best in terms of his skeletal quality. And man, this thing's a monster whenever you're up next to him. We like this young lady in the red to be your champion main. Congratulations to her.
Let's go to Vegas.
He's feeling lucky. Well, there you go, folks.
Okay, grand champion out of our main division. Let me get my paper turned over here. That is out of class 19. Carly Kinsall. Coming into the lineup here, second in that class is William
really
Thorpe.
Proud of this lineup that we've got out here from top to bottom, from front to back. But there is one that we keep gravitating.
Mike switched over to the heifer side for a moment, but man, that was fun to listen to him talk through those, wasn't it?
Yes, very was, and he did a tremendously good job of just describing things and, relaying messaging what he's seeing and what him and Dylan see and how they broke those cattle down.
I like how he went back and even dug a little deeper and said, this is something I didn't talk about on this calf during class, but now that we're out here,
now
that's what you like to hear that instead of going back to the stalls and wondering.
Yep. So taking a quick second here, Miles is back with more comments.
Get that second place steer back rounded up, and again, he's the one that kind of comes out here, and I talked about him earlier. Whenever you get to the side of him, one of the neat ones that we've seen in terms of just his presentation, he is absolutely dialed in the way that they've got him put together. And I got hard on him, man, and in my opinion, those are the couple areas that you can, and I told you, in terms of just his frame size, in terms of his width and muscularity, and the shape of his jaw and head, I love that steer that won. And honestly, the more I thought about that calf that won, I thought, boy, he's not a freak in any one area. That's just good cattle that's going to continue to feed right. I like his rear rib and flank a little better than that calf that was right ahead of him that won that particular good class. And again, like I said, the black steer, the young lady in the orange has got, you got to call him sound enough behind for me, but man, I love that calf's cage, and I love his look out here. He gets just a little more cumbersome, and he hits him pretty hard behind. Like I said, the calf that comes there second in that particular class, just a neat one from the profile. If his frame size is good for you, and that calf has got enough punch in his head or in his jawline and in just the shape and the feature of his head and right there and behind his blade, then that calf goes, because right there, he's pretty hard to beat, and that's breaking him down, and that's just us not trying to get overly critical, but trying to do the very best job that we know to do. But my compliments to each one of these kids. We'll take one more quick look at them. We'll get you a reserve. Dylan and I will kind of coincide and talk here just a second. But again, my compliments to all your kids. An amazing lineup of mains here at the Iowa Beef Expo. Congrats to them.
Got a nice single entry to kick this side off.
Well, again, kind of like we talked about, the one that wins is just the most complete and brings the least amount of faults to the table, and some choices to be made here for second. There's a show steer that maybe needs some punch, he said, and then there's one that's pretty good and burly, but maybe just doesn't flex quite as well. So you can see Miles there just, again, making one of those faces that You can tell you're just painful.
Tough call, but it's
Yep.
good to hear those honest comments. You can tell he's just telling you exactly what he's thinking.
Right.
That's all you can ask
Well,
for.
that calf there, they get his head propped up. Steer that was second to the champion is awful. As he said, just a tremendously good looking, cool made show steer, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Little debate, and here we're going to do something, or maybe just take another look.
Keeping you in suspense. Part of the fun.
It is part of the fun.
Not quite giving the rear leg look there,
Not to be-
unfortunately. He's kind of,
yeah.
Judge just gave the look like,
Not to be-
well,
Yep, there we go. Congratulations, reserve champion main steer, William Thorpe. Again, that's a Here I Am 960, raised by Kendall Bremer, sold by Nelson England and Matt Lautner Cattle. Congratulations, everybody, in this main division.
high quality.
Yep, as Miles said, tremendous quality and, probably as good as anywhere in the country. Well, not to be critical of any of those steers out there, but one or two of them that were so defiant and so good in terms of their class, when they got out here, they just got a little lazy and a little off, and even like that steer that won that really tough class, he just kind of fell apart a little bit. You could see he even tried to lay down there once. He just couldn't hold himself together quite till the end, could he?
He could not, and yeah, that's just an example of how quality can just hold out and keep things together a little better, and that's the difference that it takes in today's show ring.
Absolutely.
That was fun again to listen to him break those down.
It was,
He mentioned, there's a lot of things he mentioned that I like, but there's three things that stuck out to me that I enjoy. Number one, muscle. Number two, with the skeleton. And number three, cold iced tea.
Cold iced tea, about that time. Speaking of cold iced teas, Mr. Tom Thompson, hope you're still listening. Hereford steers are heading in the ring at this time. So all you Hereford enthusiasts, buckle up.
As you know, Noel, that we've had discussion about the possibility of Hereford steer living at our farm. We haven't gotten to it yet for my son, but we have discussed it.
Yep. I'm guessing in this Hereford division, we're probably going to see one of my favorite white lead holders. What do you bet?
Guaranteed.
If I was a betting man.
Guaranteed.
Just a little more completely today is the one here.
Oh, look, there's one right away.
Hey, first one through the ring.
Only thing that'd make you more happy is if the belt on the exhibitor match.
Hey,
maybe.
that would probably be better if it did, actually. Get the whole ensemble. Maybe like an Elvis suit, a white
Maybe
jumpsuit.
hit some white pants like a Holstein exhibitor.
Something, there you go. Two steers here in our first class of Herefords, 889 and 894, so dangerously close in terms of their weight. We're going to have three classes here, two in the first class, two in the second class, and three in class 3, so
should be fun.
Should be fun.
I will say I noticed what you were talking about earlier. The crowd is now thinning just a nickel compared to our champion main division.
Yep.
Everybody's probably getting back to the tents to get to work again.
Get fired up on round number 2. Maybe that went to concession stand.
Maybe. Brad was pushing it pretty hard earlier.
Andy Graham's got a good concession stand up there on the west end of the building, so if you happen to be sitting in the building listening to us, go up and grab some refreshments.
And if you're doing that, props to you. Come over to the table, shake our hand.
Yeah, give us a high five.
I'd be impressed with that.
Hey, look who's sitting right behind us. There's your neighbor, old Mr. Merle Dodds, taking in the show.
Squirrely Merle. Mr. Dodds had a very impressive set of calves this fall, and
he did.
Since I live so close, I went and looked at them twice, and they were good, and the buyers agreed.
Yeah, he was well rewarded for raising such a good set.
Pretty sure broke a lot of his own personal records, and he'll have trouble having a sale like that again. I'm sure some of those calves are probably here showing. I don't know that, but I bet there's some of them.
I'm sure there's something here.
His neck and his cleanliness of just his balance and his symmetry. He's really balanced from his foot size to his bone. He's round in his body, and when you get behind this calf, he's the steer that comes broader out of the backside of his blade and through his hip. He's deeper in his stifle and just has more meat on the top side of his skeleton. Just a really nice individual to start this particular breed. The young lady's steer that ends up second, I can appreciate this steer's body and just overall productive look. He's easy feeding. The young lady's just, the steer's fighting the young lady just a bit, but again, a steer that's really, really sound. He's deep in his heel. He's attractive in his hind leg. Calf that just needs a bit more shape and overall meat on the top side of his skeleton to move up any farther. Really nice calf.
All right, we had our reasons there from our associate judge, Dylan.
Absolutely. Did you see that young lady save the calf there?
I did. That was impressive.
She didn't have the big, ugly white strap. She just had one of those handles that you hear Brad Hook talk about. Saved the day.
It worked.
Hey, there's a fluffy Hereford.
Nice hair coat on that guy coming in.
Emma Davidson, first one in the ring, and then followed by Rylan Busing. Nice pair of Hereford steers there. Boy, that's
They're attractive. They
extra
have some
quality and
dimension.
got some substance to them.
We're going to go with the second calf in to be the class winner.
Oh, he's going out on the limb. He's
here at the booth. We're going to lock it in.
Placing his bets.
Locking it in.
Watch those cattle go away from me. He's just a little burlier in the center part of his body and back shape, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
And your eventual champion goes to class 29, Jackson Mayman with your 2024.
No offense to the other steer. He's, like you said,
No,
nice
that's
calf
a
as
good
well.
balance,
Just
well
between the
presented
two,
calf.
that
Yep.
second one in just has more substance, or apparently the new word is density. I've been hearing this word
Yeah.
density. Is that the new term in the judging
I
world?
always thought that was just me. When you get in the pool, you float, you sink to the bottom. I know that's what dense meant.
I hear you there.
Miss Busing steers sired by High Roller. That's a popular pedigree in the Hereford deal. You can see why the people like cattle like that.
All these steers are strutting around. I'm going to roll off a few more of our Platinum Stakes Club
Yeah, please do.
sponsors.
Hey, I got a deal for you.
Real quickly, thank you to Knoxville Regional Livestock Market, Lowry Seed, Brent Lowry.
There's a whole bunch of t-shirts right behind
Thank you to sponsor McLaughlin Cattle, Monty West, the Short Family. We know those guys. Muir Embroidery,
Expo t-shirt.
Paulson Cattle,
There's a bunch of kid sizes right here.
and Gall Egg Service. Thank you very much.
You can just come help yourself. Got a nice little turquoise Iowa Beef Expo on it. No charge. Thank me later.
Awesome pair of Hereford steers here, and just a real good one to win this particular drive. We don't have to break him down much. Just a good calf. He's got the parts and pieces it certainly takes, and a calf there that's probably as broad naturally, as good in his body, and as comfortable as many of them that we've seen. Just a really neat steer to win this particular class. Not much to pick on there. Good steer. The one that ends up second, he's pretty from the profile. Honestly, he's probably a little tighter chested than even the calf right ahead of him. Don't disregard the calf that ends up winning from that standpoint, but just kind of breaking him down comparatively. Once I'm breaking him down, though, even more. He's just got to be stouter everywhere, but great feet and legs and a beautiful look from the profile. Really a high-quality calf as well. My compliments to those two girls. That's a good pair of steers.
Well,
Okay,
it
sweet.
sure was a nice pair of steers,
Okay.
and
Okay, we can
got
do
our
that.
prediction right
I will do that.
up here in the booth. Width wins again.
Width and dimension wins again. Hey, did you see the crowd of kids run towards the announcer stand there?
Was that the T-shirt deal? Is
Yeah,
that what?
Mr. Brad Hook announced we were giving out some free T-shirts, and the whole crowd headed up to there. So
Hey, you're just
awesome.
lucky I didn't throw my headset off and run too.
Well, that's what I cheated. I called Beth quick, and I had her grab
Oh,
a
geez.
couple for us.
Perfect. Good man.
Okay, Class 3, Hereford Steers rolling in the ring here. Hayden Wade, Gwendolyn Bricks, and Grady Bricks. The Bricks
I think-
kids got their white halter leads.
I figured you're gonna like that.
I'm going to catch shit about that. That's fine, but just not my cup
Oh,
of tea.
swear jar.
Oh,
Denver.
there's $5.
Denver, are you listening? I bet you are listening, Denver. You go ahead and make sure when your daddy gets home, he puts one in the
Look,
jar there.
All three calves got the lead on them. Hey, that Hereford steer that last class, he was pretty nice, wasn't he?
He was very nice.
Don't see those every day. This breed is also one that's improved a lot in the last 10 years and gained a lot of popularity.
I should probably find out where that one came from in case we decide.
Well, I kind of looked at the deal and I have a sire, but I don't have a breeder name or anything. So if anybody knows where the champion Hereford steer was raised, shoot us a text. Mr. Ryan Haverger would like to buy a full
I'm
set.
interested. And if it was raised in Iowa, even better, right?
There you go. Yeah, the Herefords do a really nice job of their fraternity at the Iowa State Fair, rewarding these kids for showing some cattle that were raised right here in the state. So.
Well, we're on the Hereford side
through some more sponsorships here. Well, we got just a couple seconds. Thank you to Platinum Stakes Club sponsors, partially including Pryor Show Cattle, Purple Bound Show Feeds, R&B Feeds, RCL Farms, Russell Livestock Market, RW Pladsen Chevrolet, SC Online Sales. Get on show circuit to buy your next champion. Shala Family Farms, Shanks Family, a couple of families there in a row that are both super successful in today's show ring.
That's right.
And we'll stop at that point and get you some more later. But thanks to those sponsors for helping make this possible today and supporting these juniors all through the IJBBA show season.
Absolutely.
They're all supported by your local dealer and backed by Vermeer. Vermeer is the proud partner of the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo Junior Show.
Class 3 Hereford steers here. We're up in those 1,000-pound or better, and that big steer there at the end, that's the biggest calf we've seen yet today in terms of weight, 1,118 pounds.
Big calf, but man, he can sure get out nice and soft on his ankles there.
You won't have to push him much harder to get him to stay fairway, will he?
No, they will not. Maybe got a little extra length to toe. Maybe they need to give Johnny Ernst a call.
Shameless plugs. We're all about shameless plugs.
Hoof trimming services. John Ernst.
Her leap and range of motion is good. It's just she's not as consistent in the way she sets down those back feet. You like to just relax her ever so
Sounds like there's one less Hereford in the world nowadays, huh? After a little escapade on Wednesday at the Iowa Beef Expo.
I heard about that. I guess I honestly didn't know it was a Hereford, but you just told me that.
That's what it was. So, yeah.
That surprises me. I didn't picture that in my head as a Hereford
it sounds,
causing the havoc.
Well, yeah, it's just one of those things. It's sad. Probably shouldn't even talk about it, but it sounds like it's one that came in from several states away for the sale and just got stirred up coming off the trailer, and one thing led to another, and it is what it is. But
well, sounds like they took care of the situation. And nobody was injured, correct?
Yes, correct. Nobody was injured. And maybe somebody, maybe the homeless shelter got the benefit of the deal.
Let's hope. Let's hope. Got put to use.
Whoa, check out the birthmark on that heifer on the other side of the ring.
Wow.
Kind of on the far side. You can't see it now. She twists, but.
Over here on the steer side, I think that there's pieces in each of these steers, and if you could put them all together, you'd have a really, really good one. We elected to start off with, the man of the group. He's the steer that comes the broadest out of his blade and into the squarest tip. He's the deepest in his stifle and got the most spread there at his quarter. He's a steer that has the most genuine base width. He's good in his body. I'd like to freshen him up there at the crest of his neck and maybe the base of his chin just a bit, but that's a high-quality individual there to lead off this particular drive. The young lady steer that comes in second, I like this one's extra bone, his extra depth of heel. He's got an attractive hind leg about him. He's a steer that when you get in behind him, he's still got some spread up high. It's when you get in behind him, you notice that he's the narrowest between the pair of steers, and he gets to be the plainest up in the front of his front part of his skeleton, and just doesn't balance in his underline like the steer just ahead of him. Now the young lady steer that ends up third, she does have the biggest bone and the most attractive hind leg of the three. And when this young lady gets him stopped, that's a really killer look. He's got some pieces and just fought that calf in this particular drive. I'd like to see him just a bit more broader there at the base of his rib. I'd like to collect himself just a bit better in terms of his pieces. But that young lady, if she can get him to stop growing, that's going to be a really, really good fast steer this summer. Congratulations to those exhibitors. A really nice trio of Hereford steers.
Well, no, they found your heavy steer, and they called him the man of the group, no doubt about it.
Yeah, he is a chunky, burly dude. Congratulations to, I think that's Grady, wasn't it?
Grady Bricks.
Grady Bricks, class winner. We're class 3. Class winner's coming back in the ring right now out of class 1. It was Casey Fink. Out of class 2 now coming in the ring, Rylan Busing. And then our class 3 winner with the heavyweight Hereford steer, Grady Bricks.
And how many white straps? Let's see. One.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the champion does not have a white strap.
I concur with that.
All right, over on the heifer side, let me
See, they did the right thing. They have the white halter, but they've not put the strap on. They got a regular strap.
They must have been listening to this last year.
They were. They took my advice, and look what it's going to get them. It's more than likely going to get them a championship banner trip to the backdrop. I'll take credit.
Final class of Hereford Steers, class 23, first place Grady Bree, second to Gwendolyn Bree, and third
Some nice looking Hereford steers.
Yeah.
Not big in numbers in this division, of course.
Good quality, though.
anybody was listening to me do this until I said the word.
Did we not see any entries from the Putz family?
No. I think this state wrestling's going on, so I'm guessing I've been getting some texts throughout the week from the Don Old about some things he's been seeing at the state wrestling tournament. So I'm assuming that was maybe a conflict of interest.
Wrestling or scenery or?
Well, a little bit of both. A little bit of both.
Yeah, I've seen on Facebook, kind of followed there, that his son has been having a heck of a year.
Yep.
And just looking at
quality group of Hereford Steers, and if you would give these kids a nice round of applause. All of them out here doing a great job. And boy, I mean, we get out of a tough division of mains, and I told Dylan, I said, man, there were some big pieces in there, and it's challenging as a show judge and just even somebody that wants to sell them and feed them and look at them every day. There's so many neat pieces of them, and breaking them down is tough because, the kids work so hard at it and the families do it. So you got to get nitpicky whenever it's time, and in the mains it was time. We're not going to get real nitpicky in the Herefords. I think there's a pair of them that go together real well, and your champion is undeniably the best one and one of the good cattle, again, that we've had in terms of just his comfort level, incredibly good in terms of his spread and his body. He's got a great big look to him, and it'd be hard pressed to find one that's any better than he is in terms of quality. A real good calf, and he's going to go ahead and be your champion, and the one there out of his class in that class is going to be reserve. Good looking, needs to be stouter. Champion's out of class 2, reserve is as well. Congratulations to him.
There you go. Class 2, first and second place, Hereford Steers end up being your grand and reserve.
Your 2024 Iowa Beach
champion to Ryland Busing, reserve to Emma Davison.
It's fun when we get into those divisions where it's so close, but sometimes it's fun as well where you have one that just sticks out like a sore thumb like we did there.
Absolutely.
2024 Iowa Beef Expo champion Hereford Steer, Ryland Busing, reserve Emma Davis.
So, looking down the sheet, Herefords are done. Oh no, look what we got now. Keen is going to ramp right back up, I bet you. If you remember last year, the mains and the keys are the two super tough breeds there on Saturday.
This will be fun.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And after that, it's Charlet time, and there'll be something in that
those will be
division.
good too. Back to your color. 8 classes of keys here, so that'll be fun and exciting. Get right after it.
Our contemporaries across the way, looks like Tim's on the island by himself. Chad maybe had to go.
Well, Chad was busy talking a little bit.
He's talking.
Yeah, he's just leaning on the
there.
gate.
Okay, I just wondered where he went.
He's holding up that fence. We know Chad, he's probably trying to sell somebody something. What do you think?
I would imagine. I would imagine.
Oh, shucks. Good buddies over there. Pretty nice class of heifers over there in the breeding side as we're waiting for the key steers here to get started. I'm not sure what breed that is, but nice group of females.
Are we taking a break here on the steer side? I guess I didn't hear him announce it. But
well, I don't know. We have a little quick potty break for the judges maybe here. Looks like our judges have exited the ring, so maybe need to get some refueled or something.
I had enough coffee this morning. I might have to go do that in a little bit and leave you hanging. Who knows?
Oh, there you go.
We didn't get that fixed. Apparently there was a way to list the numbers.
I followed in Bradley Jade's footsteps this morning. I partook in a bacon sandwich at the motel before we left. It's pretty tasty.
Is that Brad's lead or what?
Well, yeah, that's if you're a Snapchat follower, you'll kind of see that. But he likes the bacon sandwiches, so I had one this morning there in the motel.
But off to a great start. I'll talk to the judges tonight and see what they think.
Well, we've sure been having fun so far. And Mr. Brad Hook's doing a nice job over there at the table. Speaking to him of keeping things announced to the crowd here, keeping things lively.
What's your take as you just look around the ring? I mean, obviously we were in the pavilion for so many years, but just in terms of size and volume of spectators, this is probably spread out a little bit more, but I feel like was there more over in the pavilion?
More people, yeah.
Yeah.
There was more people in the pavilion.
So
There's plenty. There's a good crowd here, folks.
Yes,
Don't
yes,
get us
I'm
wrong,
not-
but
right.
it is interesting to think about that. But yeah, I think
Maybe
you're
it's
right.
just the layout here. They can spread out
Could
more.
be.
There's more people to the west there.
They don't pack them in quite as tight, I guess.
Yeah, it just is. Like I said,
it could be deceiving.
it's not right, wrong, or indifferent. It's just a little different feel here today. I suppose we do this for 20 years. It'll become normal for us, but it's just not the same feel.
It's different. It's different vibes, but it's not a bad thing. One thing I notice as a positive improvement is there's not a haze in the air. In the
Yes.
pavilion, there's just always that haze. And
Yep.
I know that's part of it. And
Yep. The ambiance.
in here, it's just clean air. Of course, the cattle though are on the cement that we talked about as well. But good amount of wood chips out there.
Yep. Okay, here you see them coming in the ring on your screen. Class 1 key steers. Looks like we got 6 head. Miles and Dylan are back at it. Looks like Dylan got him a quick little snack there. Gonna get fueled up, charged up.
Yep, got to keep the blood sugar up. You don't want to let that get low when
Yeah,
you're
you don't.
evaluating high quality
So
livestock.
you get to about class 3, 4, 5 in the key division, you certainly don't want to be down in the dumps. Pretty uniform in terms of size, and in
Yeah.
this class for
You get your
for class 1, you never know what you're
measuring
going to
stick
get.
out. Be pretty similar here at the shoulder height. We did again have a little variety of color, which Noel and I enjoy. I like black cattle as much as anyone, but it's still fun to see the colors.
Yep.
Bringing them around. Some powerful cattle. They'll appreciate some of these with the base width we see.
Just got a text from one of my good friends from Missouri. He told me to ease up on my hatred towards the Chiefs. So sorry if we offend anybody. Appreciate you listening, though, Murph.
It's just tough for us Broncos fans. It's just a thing.
It is. It's a tough one.
You have
Hey,
to
we-
respect them.
We had it good. I know that, back in our run, we had Elway, and we were in our heyday, that those guys took it pretty tough, too. So it all goes in cycles.
Speaking of Elway, did you notice during the game, after the game, when they had the trophy ceremony, did you see old John was
Oh, yeah.
there?
That's what I said. I talking to one of my other friends. I said, man, that must hurt to have to walk right down all those Chiefs players.
And hand
Yeah,
let 'em all
reaching out
handle
and
it, yep.
touching that trophy. But
Yeah, John's got some work to do. He's doing some good things for us. He's got some work to do, though, out in Denver
yeah,
yet.
we're getting better. I think we got a good coach, and I don't know. I saw some rumblings on the World Wide Web yesterday about our quarterback, so maybe we'll have a change there. Maybe not. I'm not sure, but
I haven't been in the loop on that, I guess.
yeah, you know how it is. It's all speculation. But
Right.
Till it's a done deal, it's a done deal. But
Good looking steer. We're going to whip around the corner here to lead off with.
yep, sharp calf there with the white tail.
He's got a lot of the traits they've been talking about all day. He's got the sharp front and the big end on him. I did it. Our judges were able to line this class up nice and quick and kind of fell into place for him, I think, pretty handily.
Looks like young Miss Axmere there is going to lead off this particular group with that white-tailed calf. Sharp front and cool design one. Still got some power and product built in behind his shoulder.
That's a nice
As
one.
we start the keys, again, really a good
Class, and my compliments. Always commend the kids. I know it sounds like a broken record, but I do, because we as a family, and trying to sell them and do whatever, it doesn't matter where you set in class. It all takes a lot of time. So appreciative of it. The steer that we start with, the white-tailed, white-bellied calf, once he stops and parks and gets his back to laying him right, it's hard to beat him, man. He's got a killer look from the profile, great big feet, stout column of bone, but a clean rear joint. What's interesting about that calf, usually whenever they get up in their spine like that, they set pretty hard. And I'm not saying that he doesn't, but his joints are built so good. If you ever figure the middle of his back out, that calf right there is extra, extra high quality. Obviously, his end point probably is in August, and so hopefully as he continues to mature, body up, and just soften, that those things come together. If he does, he's hard to beat long term. Real neat calf. Standing there, got to loosen him up in the middle of his back on the go. Orange steer is better there, man. To me, he lays down a little smoother in his top line. He's a good-looking, practical built, very, very nice, fault-free kind of a steer here from this side. In behind him, he's what you'd anticipate for a bigger, prettier calf. He just needs more hustle in terms of muscle. Like to just stout him up in behind his shoulder and give him more spread in his rib, but a good built one, and that keeps him up there in the top pair. Black calf has got a center body that we'd all like to have in our fat steers. Great big turn and a deep sweep and shape about his lower cage. That calf just not quite as neat looking in terms of his presence out of his front end, but really a solid one from there back. White one's the same way, probably is a little neater throated, a little longer neck than the calf right ahead of him. If we're going to just go ahead and call him that, at the same point, he could probably move up one spot just from his length and pattern. To me, he's got to set down a little easier, particularly from his knee to his front foot. Just make him more confident in his step off of his front end, soften his cage just a bit. Two black steers are big and pretty. Both of them just need to be softer in terms of their middle, set down a little easier on both ends. Good job, good class, and a good way to start the keys.
Amen to that. Good way to start the keys. A lot of quality, especially on the top end there, and sure more to come here as we get into these heavier weight classes. That calf that won that class exhibited by Carly Axmere. That was a Here I Am. Just he came close enough to us as he exited the ring there. Looked like it was Rogers Cattle Company tag hanging in his ear there. So congratulations to that crew.
Neat steer. Definitely has some extreme parts to it.
Yeah, you and I were kind of talking off air there when Miles was talking. You know, that dude's maturity and weight. Not sure where you got one like that targeted for, but someday down the road he's going to have an awful bright future ahead of him. Boy, there's a big rugged dude hitting the ring right now.
That's a wide glide.
That is a wide glide. You can land a plane on that one's back. Another good, strong class here as we get into class 2. High 800-pound type cattle coming in. 6 head again here in this particular drive.
Always fun to watch this breed. Now, I know your cow herd has some Chianine in it.
Wow, of course. You can't have good cattle without a little shot of key in there somewhere.
Right.
I don't know if you were young enough or if you remember it all. Do you remember back in, I was born in 1980, and I remember growing up going to Grandpa's all the time, and we were just down the road, whatever. But that's when we still had the full-blood, the white keys. Do you remember those, the Grandpa Darrells at all when you were?
I vaguely remember, yep. They had a little height to them, I think.
Elevation, we called that.
Yep, that's right. Elevation.
They're elevated, so.
Little growth.
Yep, for sure. We were going through some old pictures the other day and found some of those pictures from like the Swanson crew and the Zeman girls and stuff, showing those cattle from the early 80s.
The Swansons had a pretty famous one from that Grandpa Darrell was involved with.
Yep, Sally.
She was white.
Al and my grandpa bought heifer, yep. They found her. Paul Clapp had brought her down from Canada, and they found her in Denver down in the yards and bought her. And Chris Swanson showed her, I think it was 1982. And I think they showed her 26 times. She was grand 25 times. She won the Keene Junior Nationals. So, yeah, fun summer, and she was a fun cow to have around.
That's a lot of shows.
That is a lot of shows.
Suppose they pulled the campers, all of them?
No, not all the days. I know they were talking, that's part of our conversation. They one of those shows that my mom and Chris Swanson just hopped in the truck and they sent them across the country. So things were a little different back then. Hey, look at this guy behind us. Mr. Josh Griner's attending the Iowa Beef Expo.
He's hiding behind the table. There's another one of my neighbors.
Kasuth County's always represented well here.
Yes, absolutely.
He's an import, though. He's not an output.
He is. He's a Purdue, Indiana guy.
Boilermaker.
Yep.
Talking about Mr. Jason Kelly. So as we sort through this class of keys again, getting another good class here. Looks like the top 3 or 4 could be fairly close.
Yeah, they're going to take their time on this one again. It looks like a very close decision to be made. From our vantage point, we got a couple that are maybe a notch stouter, and maybe a couple that are a little smoother.
Talk about your base width and general body width again, and again, that angle we're at, that's a dead giveaway. Hard to maybe see from you guys, like you guys can see here coming into view on the screen, the young lady there in the orange shirt, and you can kind of see the chest floor and the top shape in that dude. But if you get the chance to see that guy go away from you, that dude's impressive in terms of his width down his top side and the stoutness and width at his pins.
He carries it all the way down to his lower quarter.
Wide
from
creature
the hip
there.
and full through the stifle, and a lot of product in him.
Yep, for sure.
Just looking at the sheet here, no shock. It's a here I am steer.
Yep, there's no surprise.
How many years has that bull been servicing cows?
Quite a few now. I'd have to do a little Googling. I remember the year he was on display in Denver. That was one of the last years you and I took
What
bull
bull
out
did
there.
we have that year?
Well, I don't remember which one it was, but towards the tail end of our run. If I'm not mistaken, it was him and Hi-Ho Silver were there at the same
Okay,
time.
I was just because I knew there was a colored bull. That's
yeah,
right. I remember
there
that
was
too.
most of the buzz was about the colored bull, but
that's right.
So
I remember the year of I wasn't very old, but the year Monopoly was in Denver.
Yep.
And I don't think he was necessarily the most popular bull on the hill.
Nope.
I mean, he was obviously admired, but
yep, just a good solid bull, but didn't necessarily have the wow factor. And we actually, I still have a cow. I think she's probably the oldest Monopoly daughter in America. She was out of that very first calf crop. And anyway, long story short, I didn't really fall in love or whatever, get tied into that bull till I saw him at the bull stud after Denver, and he was kind of just hair was down and whatever, and thought he was a pretty nice calf. So ended up trying him the first year and worked out pretty good. But
that was a good call.
Yeah, gotta get lucky every now and then. So as we kind of line things up here, real rough like, looks like Grayson Belcher's at the front of the line up here. That's a nice looking calf. Corey Rogers right behind him. Miles is grabbing his microphone. We're gonna roll.
Big pieces in these top 3. My compliments again to these kids. Just elite presented and good quality stock. And of the pair of real freaky looking ones, the calf that we start with just hits the ground with more comfort behind, and obviously his attitude's a little better, and so that probably allows him just to stay more confident, more stable in his step as he works off of his hock and rear foot. Calf's got a beautiful look to him from the profile, as choked out as you'd want one, and it sets way up on top of his shoulder blade. He's a square back calf for being a rib longer than these 2 steers right in behind him. I don't mind it. If he's going to be that kind of big and that kind of pretty, he's got to have enough hustle. I've talked about many of them, and he's got it whenever you step right in behind him. He's not overwhelming. I do think that this calf in second has got more in terms of just being a shorter back calf that probably broadens just that much more right in the center of his back. I love his squareness and bulk of his hip, his density at the ground in terms of bone. I just wish that calf would loosen off of his ankle and drive with more comfort there off of his hind leg. And if he would, then that calf easily could win this class. I just think it's probably his attitude, man. He's a little ornery out here, but boy, that calf has got some good about him for sure. If his ankles would work just a shade better, we could use him to start. The orange one's a kind of calf that I always gravitate back towards because there's not a big hole in him. There's maybe not a big wow factor. He's probably as neat in his body and as good in the set of his hind leg as any of the cattle in class. He's broad and square in terms of his center hip and the upper part of his hip. We didn't see him as neat and where his neck tied into his shoulder. Didn't see him as neat about his throat and his crest and his head. But that calf from there in the mid part of his body and back reads like a practical fat steer that's good-bodied and takes a long step. Be a nice feeding one for sure in a tough class where he's not just as tricked out as that top pair. The black one here, again, same way. I love his rib, and to me, that calf's just a little more downsized. I'm not saying they got to be itty-bitty, but that allows this calf to just bulk up and be better in his rib and balance better than the steer right in behind him. Now, he needs to be neater at his crest and back there or down through his lower throat and lower chest, but that calf still takes a great long step. I need just a little bit more power as again in the lower of his hip. I do think the white calf is quality. I love him from the side, and he's a really good built steer. He just needs time to just mature, soften up, and just get a little fatter. If he does that with his frame size and his look and that presence from the profile, that calf's always going to get noticed. Just needs some time, but a good calf. Black and white one's the same way. Square built and good in his hip. One of those real nice ones to close a class. He just has to be stouter. Got to let him get out here and move just a shade easier. And again, a great class. My compliments to all the kids.
All right, some more excellent explanations there from our lead judge.
Absolutely. That, again, tremendously good class there in the mains. We're in the keys now. Class winner there was Grayson Belcher. That was a Here I Am again out of that 960 cow, Kendall Bremers. It's cranking out the good ones all across the country.
In the makeup area. And no more of that.
The cows we dream of having.
Uh-oh, we're getting scolded. What's Bradley
What's Brad talking about?
I've just been told for the second time that all you people standing on each side, you're not supposed to do that. I've been told by the building authorities that it is an emergency fire exit.
Nope, fire marshal's on them.
Nope.
Everybody has to take a seat. No standing. Standing room only, but no standing bystanders. Just want everybody to be safe in case of emergency exit plans. So, Bradley's just asking everybody to take a seat if you could.
Hey,
plenty of room.
First year hiccups, we're all getting used to the new building. We're enjoying it, but got to learn the ropes.
Absolutely. So again there, Class 25, Class 2 key steers. First place, Grayson Belcher. Second place, Chloe Rogers. Both those steers were Here I Ams. In the ring now is Class 26. This will be our third class of keys. 905 to 935. 6 head. Again, there's some big names on that list. Talk about kids that have had success here at the Beef Expo and at the Iowa State Fair as well. We got Ada Lund, Kai Curran, Morgan Kelly, Bria Bell, and Riley Steffes. Again, you just look at the quality of cattle and you can tell it's kids putting in the hard work and got a good crew behind them, getting those cattle showed to the best of their ability.
Very impressive. This time I'll read through some more of our Platinum Stakes Club sponsors. We've been reading them throughout the show. There's a lot of them, and that's awesome to have. So, read a few off here. We got the Showtimes magazine. Those guys do an awesome job of supporting this industry and promoting it. The Showman app. You folks are probably, some of you listening are maybe using that Showman app today. Talked about that earlier. That after each class is placed, they will rearrange the names in the order that they placed. Skellinger Farms, Sinclair Tractor, Studer Shorehorns, Stutzman Cattle, and Sullivan Supply. Sullivan Supply, of course, is one of our premium sponsors of the show today. Thank you again to them.
Absolutely. Thanks to all those sponsors for making this such a great event. Well, as these cattle circled there,
get a little better look at them.
Sounds, repetitive, whatever, but as we talk about, the spread from first to last and the margin of error in this deal is so tough, so
pretty
tight.
minor, yep. We were just talking to one of my neighbors here at the side of the table, and there's one of his kids right there running into first place. Good-looking steer. Got the freak at the front.
Too bad he's not clipped a little better.
That one came out of the Corridon area.
Did he?
I think they know how to run the clippers pretty well.
I think so. Maybe we should like start handicapping this deal, kind of like golf, and instead of using clippers, make somebody use like scissors or something.
Oh, they'd find a way.
Well, they've tried doing that in the goat barn and other things, and it just, like I said, the kids that are doing the hard work at home and putting in the time and the effort, they're going to find a way to win. And
that's right.
You know, there's no substitute for hard work. And that looks like another Gretzky North calf there coming in second. That's Kai Kern.
Also has the look, maybe just not quite as much to him today as the one standing in front of him.
Yep, not quite as beefy yet, but.
Bringing that big-bodied colored steer into third there.
Definitely some different types and styles in here to really adjust with and figure out what you want to do. But we're both very, very comfortable starting this one that leads off. There's a lot of her just from the get-go in terms of width and density and middle, but yet still her proportions are good. When she decides to
Tight window of weight here again. They're just 30-pound spread between these calves.
I like to watch these cattle travel from the rear three-quarter. She stays the square.
We talked about it last year that the classes ran deep, but I think this year even more so. It's jumping out at me anyway, just sitting here so far through the show, how deep the quality does run all the way to that last calf.
Yep, I agree with you. And I think, I don't know, maybe the way they sorted it just with the new ring and whatever, feels like the class is maybe a little smaller. Not running any 10, 12
not as
deals.
big. Maybe, yeah, they might have done that on purpose, but over on the other side, though, some of those heifer classes have
They're
been pretty
large,
big.
yeah.
The boldness of her body, the upper hip and pin on her, good. My reservation on her is when we go down low, I like to open that one up in her base as she leaves.
That's a good class of steers, though. I mean, that young lady that's got the fifth place calf there, he's no
That's what I mean. I'm looking at him saying, man, that's a nice calf to be in the bottom of it, but somebody's got to be there.
Yep.
All five of them are nice.
Well, and that's, again, just testament to your dedication, and maybe can be a motivation factor, and come back next summer and beat all them calves that stood in front of you. Just don't give up.
We've seen it before.
Because of that, she didn't blend into her heart and forerib as correctly. She just doesn't bring it together quite as smoothly, quite as neatly as that the one, two really, they go ahead of her. That's still a high-quality cattle that's got a lot of good to her. Big heifer here that comes next. Lots of length, lots of size.
Over the years, there's been a lot of steers that have just placed, what would you say, in the top half of their class at the IOBF Expo that go on to win their county fair.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, tough county fairs.
Well, yeah, I mean, and there's been how many times where you talk to somebody and they're like, oh, how'd you get along? Oh, we were third or fourth, whatever. We were real happy. We were in the top half, so it's all about perspective. And I know we're all competitive and we're here to win, but you got to realize where you're at and who's around you and kind of the circle you're in. And again, at the end of the day, what's your ultimate goal and what's the game plan?
Yep, before you go even buy that calf, you should always have your goals in mind so you know what you need and what you're trying to do.
So you know how that works, don't we? Online sale, and then somebody calls afterwards. Hey, my fair's in August. Is that calf going to work?
Yeah, should have asked that before, but.
Wild looking one in this class, and he's got the presence of some of these cattle that have come through in this particular division, and he does it with the horsepower whenever you get in behind him. That is a wide-built, thick one that goes to the ground with comfort. A neat look as you get here to the profile of him, just rocket-necked and just still so square from there back. And just a neat calf there and a hard one to make to win this particular class. I kept moving the young lady up. Dylan turned around and he said, I kind of like that girl's calf pretty good. You're a little hard on him. And I won't lie to you, initially I was, because he just wasn't as comfy right there in terms of his top line. He wasn't as good as you just take him right out of his hip. And I think it was just all because he wasn't relaxed. But the more he's been out here, the more I like him. He took an easier step than this calf. He's got more muscle than that other steer. I still want to give him just a stouter column of bone and a bigger foot to move him up another spot. But, boy, that thing is rocket, neat looking, and just more comfortable and confident in terms of his step behind than what the steer is that comes next. There's pieces of this calf that I love. His upper rib cage is perfect. I love the shape of his body, the way that he travels back there in the inseam of the backside of his hip. He's square. He's good in terms of his joint standing, but his ankles don't work right on the move. And I thought relative to his chest floor, his mid-body and flank needed to be better, but that calf still stopping and standing looks like a fat steer. If he can figure out his rear feet and we can get enough depth of body and shape in his lower rib, then that calf moves up for sure. there's nothing big wrong with the orange calf that's next. In fact, there's pieces of him I like as good as anything in class. He's the best body and the most natural in terms of his center dimension. He's still square as you get in behind him, and he's a comfortable calf off of his hind leg. That steer's not as neat looking up front. He's got some crest, he's got some throat, he's a little wider and deeper in terms of his lower blade and chest. I don't see him as neat looking up front. In a critical class like this, or in a good class, he's got to just tie a little neater. There is big pieces of this steer, and I know that the young lady's frustrated with him. I wish that he would just settle in and just become more comfortable as we continue to watch him, but he's just too outside, and where he's going to set his rear wheels, does the same thing up front as he tilts, but that's a real good calf. Honestly, he just has to come out here and work for it a little better. Good job. Good.
Well, he said it, that calf that rounded it out. Pretty nice calf.
Yep, for sure. Yep, again, don't want to sound like a broken record, but the quality has been excellent throughout the day here. So, coming in the ring now, class 27. 5 head in this class. Yellow steer coming in the ring there. There's a nice brockle-headed calf, catch your attention with the pretty face. Got a white steer, another blaze face coming in the gate at the moment.
That may have been tattooed recently, maybe not.
Yeah, there you go. So class 26, that strong class again there. Just to recap, first place goes to Morgan Kelly, second place to Bria Bell, third to Kai Kern, fourth to Riley Steffes, and fifth to Ava Lund. So good class here. Class 27 now in the ring.
First place, Grace Belcher. Second to Chloe Rogers. Third, Drew Todemeyer. Fourth to Emma Jensen. Fifth to Heidi Kip. And sixth to Leah.
It's like just one here I am in this class. Got a couple variety. Let's see, we got IGWT, no guts, no glory.
There you go. Allie Boyle, that's I believe that's Madison County showman there. My old stomping grounds down around Winterset.
Moving on to class 26. First place, Morgan Kelly. Second place to Bria Bowl. Third to Kai Kern. Fourth to Riley Steffes. And fifth to
That one closest to us looks pretty good from here.
on the steer side.
Good calf.
Gotta love the underline on that guy.
That's the Kane family. I believe they had, you remember back to last year, the Blaze Face, I think he was reserve key. I think he snuck in the top 5 maybe, one of the guys pretty high on at the Beef Expo. That's the same family.
Congratulations. Let's bring our second place calf in. We're going to walk these cattle one more time and take you a reserve.
I think we only have one all-black steer in this class.
That'll make you happy.
I think I'll read off a few more of our sponsors. We'll have a moment here. Again, these are just partial list of the Platinum Stakes Club members who have sponsored IJBBA for the whole season. We got Thunder Mountain LLC, Tibkin Farms, Vermeer, who we'll mention as one of our premium sponsors. Again, thank you to them for not only producing great products for our industry, but for supporting this show today. Next up is Wade Rogers Cattle Company, also Weaver Show Cattle, and Webster Cattle Company, some firms that are producing high-end champions.
Absolutely. Thanks to all those guys. Saw Miles grab that Kane calf you talked about pretty quick like, and he wasn't there long, but when he stopped and propped him up right in front of us, boy, the backside and just the hip and power and squareness from that dude from behind.
Balance.
Yeah. The rear shot of that one was impeccable as well.
Yep, he definitely has that width that we've heard our judges are looking for today. Wide between his eyes and all the way through his body.
Talk about the skull and the width and jawline, and Yep, powerful in his pin set. So here's Dylan.
Really good classic ease here in this steer side. But an individual here that we lock extremely good, a calf that's just so good when you get in right in behind him. He's broad down his top and out through his hip. He's got great shape to his stifle and twist. When he sets up and presents himself, he balances and proportions in every way that you want him to. If I'm getting critical of this calf, I'd like to straighten him up just a bit in his knee. Relax him, I guess, a bit more in his knee, but that's getting awfully critical of a calf that just does so many good things so well. A really high-quality individual to lead off this particular class. The decision for us was between 2 and 3, and we elected to go with the orange calf. He's a calf that's just a bit more appropriate in his body. He's rounder and balanced more at the bottom side of his skeleton. He's really good in terms of his look when he stands there and just presents himself. A calf too, I'd like to square him up in his knee, open him up in his chest floor, but a really high quality individual to go second. The young lady's black and white calf, when she gets him standing, a really high quality calf there. So the young lady does a really good job. He attaches correctly on the top side of his blade. He's got a good look about him. It's when we get him on the move, he gets up in his spine. He's a little bit plainer in the shape to his body. He doesn't balance as well from his heart to his forward, or from his heart back into his rear rib and flank. Just a calf that needs to balance just a bit better to move up any higher. The young lady's black and white calf here, there's nothing really wrong with this calf in terms of just having a later maturing one. He's a calf I like, the shape to his neck, the shape to his body. He's got good feet and legs. He just needs a few more extras when you get right in behind him. I like to give him more shape to his twist and quarter. Just a really high quality feeding one for a later endpoint. The young man's white steer that ends up here within this particular class, again, a calf that's got some bone, it's got some foot, it's got some presence. He just needs some more muscle when you get right in behind him. He just needs more time on feed to man up. Calf's got a really bright future ahead of him.
All right, another good classic East steers there, and they kind of talked about that class winner and liked him quite a little to win that particular drive. Next class coming in, forehead, Sawyer Minor, blue shirt hitting the gate right now. Following him, Addie Hokeson. Right behind her again is Maxwell Tarks. And looks like coming down the ramp, young man here, Knox Richardson. Knox looks like a little shaver, but he's getting right after it.
Nice looking group of calves. He's doing a good job for a little guy.
Fair bet this is his first Expo, I suppose, in the ring?
I would hope so.
For class 27, Canada steers first place.
I'm going to go ahead and lock in the girl in the purple shirt.
Amos, third to Green Lady.
In terms of first impressions that we talked about.
First impressions are hard to beat. Can't get a second one.
Catch up over on the heifer side, back to the high mains.
Looks like we're showing high main heifers on the other side. All right, going to spin them around here and take a little walk. Forehead, good cattle, but I think maybe a fairly placeable class. Shouldn't take us too long for Miles and Dylan to sort through these, especially as we put them on the move here.
I think they'll kind of, roll right through this group. Nice set.
First place, Sloan Curtin. Second to Katie Breyer. Third, Skylar Coffey. Fourth, Corbin Kiro. Fifth to Madison McCullough. And sixth to Sophia Stratton.
Boy, this, again, you just watch these cattle coming at you, you can see the true differences.
Yeah, we're sitting in a good spot here where we can see them come and go when they're coming around here in the corner. That third steer's no slouch either. He's sure got the look about him.
Yep, nice
Maybe
looking
just
calf
not
there.
quite the base width of the one in front of him.
All four of these steers, just as a side note, are here I am's. That calf there, that Maxwell Tarks, it looks like a Rogers Livestock tag in him. Blaine Rogers deal maybe.
Gonna get in behind them here and sort them up.
Young man here on the end, just down the corner of your screen there. He's doing a tremendously good job.
He is, man. He's keeping the head up better than some of the older kids have been doing.
He's graduated from the mini Herefords. He's on to the big steers, and he's doing a good job. shout out to him, Knox Richardson. Not sure where Knox is from, but he's doing a great job.
Multi-species, multinational show judge, and just really fun to listen to. Been listening to him for a number of years.
Did you hear that? Bradley said he listened to somebody.
I didn't know that was a thing. We're glad to see Brad here. He had some health concerns, I believe, not too long ago, but he's looking good.
He is. He's healthy as a horse and doing good. First guy I saw when I got up this morning down in the motel bright and early, he was sitting there waiting on everybody else. So.
Oh, I believe that. I know he's early riser.
Not sure if you guys could hear that, but Brad was just going over quick bios of our judges here, Miles and Dylan. I guess I spoke too soon. We're talking about these calves being, fairly straightforward, and I think they're working through.
A little closer than we thought. A little closer than we thought.
We knew it was kind of two pairs, but.
It does look like the young lady in the purple is going to go to the top, or am I wrong here? I'm not quite sure. I'm a little confused.
No, I think we're going to. Yeah, she's going to win.
Everyone's
looks
confused.
Like, we got her. Yeah, we got that pair steers sort of the top, and there we go.
That's kind of how we envisioned it, but you never know. We're not down in the ring either.
That's right.
Just based off how they've been sorting them, though, that looks.
Yep, pretty straightforward. And two show steers. One's got a little more punch and substance to him.
One's got the exotic look. They're still talking about it. Two really nice steers there at the top.
He is a show steer breeder and multiple business owner there in California. Graduate of Texas A&M now the Animal Science Department. Glad to have him alongside Brandon here today.
All right, Miles grabbed his mic. Going to give us some reasons here on these four Here I Am steers.
Well, good set of steers over here, and again, maybe not just the jump out and hey, I'm here, but darn sure extreme quality in all four of these cattle. Here's the way that we break them down. And from judging them on ankle shape and just said right there at their ankle alone, this calf could be second. Outside of that, he's just got everything else going for him. He's bigger back. He's shorter in terms of his spine than the calf right in behind him. He's explosive whenever you get in behind him. I still think his been an angle up front's good. I like that calf shape, and I like his power. And he just got so much more to him whenever you step right in behind him, and I prefer his length of body better. His ankles have to be a little better for me to just go ahead and call him an easy class winner, and that's where we spent the most time. Like I said, if I'm just judging him on depth of heel alone, this calf could win this particular class. He's more rock back and angular about his hock and rear foot than what the steer is right ahead of him. From there up and forward, there's not near as much horsepower. Now that calf's pretty from the side. He's going to take a little time to probably get there, and that calf's in the mid-14 to upper 14s probably before he gets fat and stout enough. But boy, his bone and his build is impeccable, and that's going to take him a long way. And so if you call him having enough as you get up into his chest, you get into his rib and back behind, then that calf could win. I just made a call that he didn't have enough for me. Wasn't just perfect there as well, like I said, in terms of muscularity, but a good calf. This one's got it, man. He's great big top, he's great big hip, and he's a good ribbed kind of a calf. And I'm not saying that he's just going to go win the state fair, but boy, whenever you talk about breaking them down from a county and a district or jackpot, whatever it may be level, that steer right there has got an opportunity to always be tough. His length of body's good, his rib cage is beautiful, and I love his shape behind. Now he ain't as wild and tricked out up front as what them cattle are right ahead of him. He'll separate in the middle of his shoulder blade and come with a shade more chest. Once he stops and we drop his back and we get to the side, then that calf reads like a good long-term feed and fat steer. Like I said, not a wowie look, but a good kind of cattle, and I think he always keeps him right there in the hunt. The calf that comes next, beautiful from the side, needs to be just a little better on either end of his body as we ask him to go. Good job. Good class.
Yep, good class again there, and good job describing those four steers again by Miles.
My speed, probably not, in terms of just stout.
Little young man leaving the ring here. Knox doing a great job. I think he might have got a little, he's stepped on or got a
He's a
little
little
hooked up
upset,
there.
but he's still.
He
he's
didn't
still
give up though, did
doing
he?
his job. Nope, that's what you love to see. That's what it's all about.
He's a tough little cookie. All right, so first place in that class was Addie Hokeson. Second place, Maxwell Tarts. Class 29, key steers headed to the ring. 6 head in this drive. Gray steer coming at you right now. That is Scout Lock. Young lady coming in with the green shirt, Taylor Holverson. Next calf coming down the ramp there, entering the ring now is Hayden Sewer. Katie Johnson in the blue shirt following her. Got a peach calf coming in here now. That is Madeline Lautner. And the young man's going to round out the class entering the ring is Ryan Olson.
Man, another class that, again, equality.
They don't let up. We're getting into that weight where we're fighting. 971 to 997. So right there in the heat of things. And
there's a
good group of steers.
A lot of stout, big-legged ones here, boys and girls.
Fat-legged, they call that now. That's what the kids like to say. Fat-legged.
Fat legs, big ribs. That's what I'm seeing. I'm going to read through some of our IJBBA supporters at this time. So we made it all the way through the Platinum Stakes Club list bit by bit. Now we're on to the IJBBA supporters. I'm not really sure the difference, but they're all supporting. I appreciate that.
We do. Probably a slight difference in monetary donation, but again, appreciate everybody's help for making this a great weekend.
This list includes Big Red Farms, Burns Angus, Chad and Shannon Young family, Clover Hill Cattle Company, High Stride Feed Supplement, HW Cattle, IJBBA Families, and Jackpot Jewels. That's just a part of the list there. Thank you to all those great sponsors.
Yes, we do appreciate it. Cattle, we're circling the ring here. Calf up front, Smoky Calf. That's an In God We Trust, looks like. Looks like there's another In God We Trust in here.
I see that.
Young Lautner girl showing there, Madeline. I think that's...
You shortened it down to the IGWT.
Yeah, we're in the, what we call them, Igwits or whatever you want to call it. That calf there, I think, again, sold by her dad, Matt Lautner, in Nelson, England. I think she's had some success with him at some of these earlier jackpots. Good class of cattle again here as they come around. Look at those black steers' hips. And
they all got some back shape. They got that hip you just mentioned. But then when we get them away from us more, they still have that look and balance about them. Dylan's getting down to get bird's eye. Not bird's eye, but
I've noticed you've seen Miles do the crouch a time or two, kind of like the hog judge deal where he almost wants to take a knee and get low and get a good look at the underside.
Sure appreciate our judges doing a great job so far today and excited for tomorrow as well.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, they're doing a great job, quick and efficient, but still giving every kid a good look. And I guess what I appreciate more than anything is just the way they're talking about and breaking them down and describing things when they're done.
Yes, everything they're saying is making sense to what we're seeing from the table here. And you don't always have that. Sometimes what you hear and what you see, you wonder what's going on, but not today.
Yeah. You get to some of those shows and you're standing, far and half away from the ring. You hear somebody talking, like, "Oh man, that's a smooth talker. They're a pretty good judge." And then get to the ring and see what they're doing, and the flowery stuff that's flowing out of their mouth doesn't always match what your eyeballs are seeing. So
right,
nice to see that these guys are matching up and very confident in their abilities.
Yep, and you're able to follow them. Like even our lead judge there said when he was picking Champion Maine, not everybody's going to be happy with these selections, but I want you to at least understand how I see them, and that's all you can ask for.
Absolutely. Well, and, I've never judged Iowa beef expo, and you haven't either, but we've been enough places and had the opportunities to judge enough around the country. And, at the end of the day, you always want to be able to lay your head down at night and just know you did the best you could and give every kid the best chance and be as honest and straightforward and do what you feel is right.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you and I have had great opportunities. We maybe haven't judged as big as shows as our buddy Chad Holtcamp over there has yet, but maybe we can move our way up the ranks.
There's room for improvement, huh?
Yeah. I've seen him in quite a few backdrop photos here last year or two.
Yep.
Heck, I showed under him back in the day. I think I did okay. He might have hosed me a couple times. Huh?
He only hosed me once. Wish he was listening to us right now.
I know, it'd be more fun.
Looks like our first cut here, the young lady in the middle of the ring, Hayden Sewer, the black calf. Madeline Lautner pulling in there behind her.
Good looking calf from the Sewer family there. There's a family that has a tradition in the show ring.
Yep. Yeah, I was just talking to her dad here the other day over there in the foyer, and I was sitting in my booth. We got to talking about some feed and supplements and just where the industry's at. Cattle industry, sheep industry, the whole 9 yards, and how it kind of ties back. He's well adversed, in the production side of things too, in terms of sale barn cattle and just commercial cattle and feedlot situations. So how everything's different, but at the end of the day, it all ties together.
Yes, it's good to keep that in mind too. We're obviously in a niche market with the show cattle and the club calves, but it still ties back to real world, and it needs to.
Dude's got a set of ears on him, doesn't he?
He does. Pops him right up. Young lady's doing a nice job with him.
No surprise, calf side, but here I am.
Great place to start over here in the heifer ring, and a high quality, highly presented animal. She's captivating, ultra impressive.
Judges are getting a final look here before they break these calves down for us. Maybe considering some switches. I'm not sure.
Good group of cattle here, but good group of kids too. If you just look through this, there's mostly young kids. They're probably in their first third of their show career here. Some youngsters that are getting right after it.
Bright future.
Yep.
Kids will probably be competing against each other for many years, and it's part of the fun. Of course, it's more fun when you're on the top end of it, but
well, sure, it always is.
Fun either way.
It's funny now looking back at things, the kids that I showed against, and some of them I didn't really like back in the day because we were competing so hard, or some of them guys are my best friends now.
Yeah, funny how that works.
Kind of like Magic and Larry Bird.
Yes. Magic and Larry, and they finally had to concede to Michael eventually. They had to pass the torch. I don't think they wanted to, but I've heard one interview where Magic pretty much said, yeah, he's the one now. We're done.
Guy. We're not going to bring LeBron up, are we?
Who?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Not in the same conversation anyway.
Well, we're not going to talk politics.
That's right. We got in trouble for that last year.
No, don't talk about the Chinese. All right, I think we kind of got them sorted, waiting for the heifer guys to quit talking, and here's Miles going to tell you about these two steers on the top side of this good key class.
Well, what a good class, and again, my compliments to each one of these kids. I say it each time, but I mean it. It takes a lot to get here. It doesn't matter where you place in the class. It doesn't matter just what your calf cost or whatever it may be, where it came from. You work on it. You try to get to the Beef Expo, and you try to be competitive. You look down through the lineup, and there ain't a bad calf in here. And that's just kind of exemplifying the quality of the show. Here's where we see him. The black steer hit me hard coming in because the way that he came in terms of his top line, his spine, his length of hip, his build at the surface, he never deviated. I thought standing there and moving. And honestly, I'll be up front with you. I like him even better moving than I do standing because to me, he strengthens up, maybe just a shot better right in behind his blade. But boy, for a calf that's got that kind of quality from the profile, he still explodes with muscle in the middle of his back. He's beautiful in the shape of his center body. He's square behind, and he hits the ground with as comfortable of a set of rear wheels and front end skeletal quality as we've had. Now, that steer there, to me, relative to the orange steer, is he is punchy and short back? No. But that calf still has plenty, and I prefer his knee and front foot better than the calf that stands right in behind him. The orange steer, from the profile, I think things blend and they're balanced well. Absolutely perfected in terms of getting him presented out here. I love him in terms of his bone work and how it matches his frame size. He's a rib shorter than the calf right ahead of him. He comes out of the back of his blade strong, and he's great big in his hip. If I could just change the way that he goes off of his front end, then all of a sudden it makes that pair that much closer. He's naturally not just as up-headed of a calf as what is the steer right ahead of him. And I think it's just the build of his knee and front foot that doesn't allow him to just get out here and present himself as neat, but really a good calf. The smoke steer's one. I told Dylan, I said, there's pieces of this calf that I like as good as any of them in class. He breeds like a fat steer. He's not a freak, but he's a good built, very big-bodied, really square-built calf whenever you get in behind him. He's a little off in his hip whenever you let him go. Comes a little tight in his spine. He doesn't just have as neat of a look up there through his crest and front end, but that calf's powerful with great big feet. If he grows into his front end, then that calf gets real good in a hurry. From the profile, you could beat him. The black one's better in the top of his neck and the transition at the top of his shoulder. He's a long hip, good built calf. Whenever I stepped in behind him, I just thought that calf, he's got muscle, but comparatively, he needed just a shot more. I thought the smoke steer was just a little stronger and bolder about his head. It just, again, from their back, allowed that steer to just open up. He was bigger in terms of his blade and just a little bigger right in the center and the upper part of his body than that calf was, but I thought that was a close pair. The steer that comes next, again, quality. Good built, good looking, just needs to be softer in his makeup. This one is totally different in his kind than the one right ahead of him. He's moderate and thick and soggy. I just got to fix him up there through his front end, let him loosen and go off of his heel better. Awesome class. Congratulations to those kids once again.
Yes, congratulations.
Catch up over on the steer side. Placings for class 28, first place.
First place went to Hayden Swerve.
Second to
Here I Am
Maxwell Charks.
Fu Manchu Cow.
Third to
Smith.
Sawyer Minor. And fourth
And
to
second
Knox
place
Richardson.
was Madeline Lautner.
And the class that just
That's
showed, class
Godly
29
Trust,
placings.
sold by Nelson England and Matt Lautner Cattle.
Placings
Class
go to
30 now
first
hitting the
Hayden
ring.
Sewell,
We get up to our
second to
1,000
Madeline
pound
Lautner,
plus
third to Scout
steers,
Rock, fourth to
1,000 pounds to 1,018. So again, tight window here. Expect another good class of key steers here, Ryan.
Yes, that was a super competitive class, and those top enders were awesome, and we see some more good ones coming in. Really nice one came in there last. Big-ended, big-legged, good-looking.
Yep, just coming around the ring here now, young man in the vest. Shout out to our buddy there in the white hat, if you're seeing on the screen, Tucker Rohrig. He's been helping, I don't even know how many years here at the Beef Expo, and awesome ring man and helping things go smooth and efficiently out in the ring. So appreciate what him and his counterparts out there doing, keeping things running smoothly. Good class here again, and you know, nice up on the top. I think, you know, don't want to call anybody out, but I think I've seen the first calf today that we really maybe have a severe structure problem with.
Yeah, I noticed that when he came across in front of the table there, maybe just tighten those rear pasterns. But yeah, for the most part today, we've seen a lot of quality of structure, and especially considering the surface that we're showing on.
Third to Paisley Johnston, fourth to Colton Christensen, and fifth, Blake Larson.
Tough key division here. You showed key steer too back in the day at the old Iowa Beef Expo, I believe.
That's right, yeah. Had some success, I believe. Test my memory here. I think I had reserve overall with my champion key steer.
Yep.
Under Mr. Jerry Douglas that one year, if you remember that.
Yeah, I do remember that. My daughter would love Jerry Douglas because he would put lots of money in her swear jar.
He would, yeah. he would. He could maybe pop a
he gave you
word or two.
A X-rated compliment at the backdrop, I remember.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But, yep, I remember that. I was reserve overall behind the Fabers with Sarah.
Oop.
We both had a good day.
I think you had was it a key steer you showed the year the Brad Weingartner judge had a pretty good run? Was he a key, or did you run him as a crossbred?
That steer, I believe, we showed as a crossbred. He was reserve overall as well. That was a steer that was a lot of fun. He was grand overall at the Badger. We started off with the champion there and then reserve at the Beef Expo. Unfortunately, at the Iowa State Fair, he didn't stand as high. I think as second or third in class.
Yeah, that's like you talked earlier. Some of these kids that You know, the Beef Expo isn't a precursor to guarantee any success or non-success on down the road. So
That's right. Don't give up, and you can't relax either. On the other side of it, you can't
Yeah,
relax.
can't
And when
give
you win
up.
the Beef Expo, you don't let up and relax and think
Yep.
you have the best calf. 'Cause
it's probably a good test, I guess, to my knowledge and whatever. But when's the last time we've had a calf that won the Beef Expo and State Fair? It's been done before, but it's been a year or two
I
now,
think
hasn't
just
it?
a few years ago it happened, and it happened a couple years in a row in the last 5 to 10 years. But before that, it hadn't happened in a long time.
Yeah.
I remember that, and I can't remember.
Did the Shanks family have one of those?
I think they might have had it.
Yeah, one of them first Shanks calves, and then previous to that, I know there was some, but
It's a rare feat.
it is. It's tough to do. Tough to win one, let alone both of them.
Yeah. You win one of them, you're doing something.
I know there's actually several families that, want to be very competitive at the state fair that actually talk about not exhibiting at the Beef Expo because, there's a quote-unquote Beef Expo curse, if you will. So
Yes. We're going to start lining these cattle up. That steer that came in last is peeling out to the front of the line. Fits the mold of what they've been looking for.
Yep, looks like paper says that calf's HDTA, how great thou art.
Okay.
I think that's the first one of those I've noticed on paper
See, I
yet
haven't
today
seen
at
the-
least.
Too many of those yet. I saw a handful of them when I was out shopping a little bit in the fall, but I haven't seen a large number of those in person yet. Good looking steer. Black and white steer in second there. Looks like a really good bodied calf, maybe not quite as long-sided and long-necked as your class winner, but really complete, solid steer.
Looks like he's a get you some, it says. So again, this is class 30. Following this class, there'll be one more class of Kenia steers, and then we will bring those class winners back in here and select our champion in the key division. Dylan's going to talk this group.
Boy, elite caliber, elite quality in this pair of steers here on the top end. The black steer that leads off just does so many good things for us in terms of having the balance of quality, in terms of just the way he presents himself from the side. He puts his neck right on the top side of his blade. He's really, really youthful in terms of his neck. He's square in his body shape. He's square in his hip. He's square everywhere. Except for when you get right in behind him, if you're getting critical of this calf, he pulls his hocks in just a bit when he goes. That's awfully critical on a really high-quality calf that does so many good things so well. Now, that's where the calf in second has some advantages. He's a bit square in his hock. He's a bit square from pins down and just down into his stifle. But when you ask this calf to move, he sets him down awfully, awfully hard. A calf that when he stands there, you love him. It's hard to beat on the profile. He's balanced extremely well. His neck's good. His body shape's good. Just like to see him be a little bit more easy when he sets both ends of his skeleton down. Like to relax him just a bit. Young man steer that comes out next, a good, easy, feeding kind of a steer. I like his round rib body shape. He's got some spread. He's got some muscle. It's just when you get him on the move. I like to relax that calf in terms of his pastern, in terms of just the way he utilizes his rear hock and pastern, but a high-quality individual there to end up third. The young man steer that ends up fourth in this particular drive, standing still. I like this calf in terms of his length of body, his length of hip. He's got some shape to his quarter, his stifle. It's just when he gets on the move, this calf just seems to be fighting the halter a bit. He wants to set him down awfully hard and on the outsides of his skeleton, but a high-quality individual end up fourth in a really tough class. The young lady steer that ends up next, again, a calf that he's got some squareness in terms of his body shape. He's got some look. He's got some presence. I just like to see him have more muscle, more depth of twists, and move off both ends of his skeleton just a bit more coordinated to move up any higher.
Well, we kind of saw that one coming. Just needs to be a little more flexible there to round out that class. But again, as they said, elite quality and just tremendously good high-quality show steers in that particular drive. Class 30 winner there was TJ Jecky That was How Great Thou Art, and second place to Laney DeVries. So now entering the ring, coming down the ramp, you'll see there a young man coming in the last class of key steers. Looks like we're going to have...
Everybody's over 1,000.
Everybody getting in the big ones. Got one that's close to 1,200 pounds here. 6 head in this class.
Must be that good Iowa corn. Or
yeah, it's, like we said, it's getting cheap, so you
cheaper
can
now,
feed
so
more
you
of
can
it. You
pound
know?
it to them.
Another good class, and again, some challenge to it, but still a lot of good quality and good cattle in here.
Yeah, that's a
I think
big
this one
dude there.
leads off. I think
Yes, it is.
drawn just that kind of pin width and hip dimension, that kind of body shape. It still sends her head and neck off of her shoulder like she does. I would have changed the angle of her shoulder. Personally, I toned her down just a shade.
I don't know if I would have guessed him at 1,200, but maybe they had him full at the scale.
Could be. I mean, he's not, uncommonly bigger frame than the rest of the group, but
A lot of power.
a lot of power, a lot of substance, a lot of mass. I'm guessing he's a aged advanced calf, maybe. Probably has a little advantage of maturity.
Yep, might have seen a few more days at the feed bump.
Kind of read that through his head and neck a little.
I think in an appropriate enough manner, gets a shot plainer. That's what keeps her from winning the class. Want to make her just a
Another good, strong class, though, from top to bottom, it looks like.
Yeah, we're going to round out the keys with another good class, and it's sure going to be fun to see all of those first and second place back
Once
out
again, there's 8 classes here in the Key and E division, so it'll be fun to get them back out here after this class and see how they stack up.
when you get her on the move, she's just a little hesitant to the move. She doesn't really
I know last year we talked about the mains and the keys being really strong, and then the champion and reserve key steers last year both made the top 5. So.
Yes, they did, and we were not surprised by that.
Nope. And of course, was he third or I think fourth overall was the Shallow Calf, the gray and white one that ended up being your grand champion at the Iowa State Fair.
Yep, he was fun to look at both times.
That's a dense body, stout main one that's got some quality. Just needs a diet like myself. Heifer that comes here next, lots
Baldy calf there coming around the corner. He's a sharp-looking dude.
just a little skinny, little green.
Didn't miss many hairs on that one either, did they?
Did not.
Speaking
Speaking of that Shallow family, I just thought, they just went out to the National Western and represented the state of Iowa pretty well there.
Absolutely. I think that calf was, this year Reserve Grand in Denver was, I think he was second in his class to the maybe reserve crossbred steer last year, so he was right in the mix.
Probably as much presence as any as the one we closed the class with, heaviness of bone. Just want to see her hop quite a bit better, a little looser, more athletic, and more correct as she sets to the surface. But good class, interesting trio there at the top.
Went ahead and grabbed the Baldy steer to start this part of the sift.
That steer is cool looking.
He is. That's another How Great Thou Art. I do believe that's Wade Rogers' daughter, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So that's
Nice looking calf.
probably a good explanation why he's presented so well.
Second to Laney DeVries, third to Ethan Timmons.
That's a nice look there of him. You can see through the
Walk
camera,
right in
you're kind of a
spot.
3/4, but dead on profile, that's a sharp-looking calf.
On the heifer side, placements for class 38, Maine
You're just a sucker for his head.
I am, but there's a lot of good behind it, too, isn't
There
there?
he is. That calf's got that base width and power behind his shoulder blade that we've heard him discuss, and still has some look.
Sixth to Laney Golly, seventh to Addison Mower, eighth to Carly Lynch, and ninth to Kennedy Chris.
Big square hip as he spins around in front of
Yeah,
us.
power. The old salt block hip, we call that.
Yes. I was looking at some lambs that a guy's placed the other day, and he had some stout square moderate ones, and he also had some salt blocks in each pen. And I said, that one there looks a lot like your salt block, just got legs on it. He started laughing. Here comes our reasons.
Dylan's going to give them to us again.
over here in the key steer side, a really, really high quality individual that leads off this particular class. A calf, when you study him on the side, he's just hard to beat in terms of just his balance and presence in his lower skeleton. He's a steer that's got some big feet, some big legs. He moves with some agility. He's a calf that has got some really, really neat pieces. He comes broad out of the backside of his blade and into a stout and powerful hip. He's set wide at his pins. A really high quality individual there to lead off this particular drive. The young man steer that comes out in second, again, a steer that I really like in terms of his boldness of body. He's got some extra muscle and power and punch. He's got a little more condition in terms of just where his breastplate sits. He's got more chin and chest, just doesn't balance there up at the front end of his skeleton. He comes to me in a shorter body package. I don't mind that about that calf. He just needs to be a little bit more freshened up in relation to that class winner and just move with a little bit more agility up front. I'd like to see him square up at his knee just a bit. The young lady steer that ends up third within this particular class, when she gets him settled in, there's some pieces about this calf I like quite a bit. I like his foot, I like his bone, I like his roundness of body shape. He's a steer too that just needs to be a little bit more freshened up in terms of his chest. His chest just sits a little lower in him. A steer that's maybe a bit more uncoordinated when you ask him to move, but a high quality individual. The young man steer here that ends up here in this particular class, standing still. He's a long-bodied. He's got some sharp edges. He's got some look to him. It's when you get to studying and nitpicking on these calves, it's when you get right in behind this calf. He's the flattest out of his blade, and the flattest in his forerib, and flattest over his loin edge. A steer that I'd like to power him up and just mass him up, give him a little bit more time on feed for his better days to come in front of him. Now, that's not saying anything about this young man's calf that comes out next, because he's got some power, he's got some mass, he's got some foot and bone. He's a steer that just needs to be a little bit neater there at the crest of his neck, there at the chest, base of his chest. A steer that just needs to be give us a bit more presence there at the front end of his skeleton. Needs to balance just a bit better there in his underline. Now, the young lady's black and white calf, again, I like this calf in terms of his feedability. He looks like he's going to feed out and look like a really good fat steer, maybe at a district, maybe at a county fair, a steer that's got some quality pieces. Would just like to change his structure up front. He's a bit forward in the angle to his shoulder. He's a bit forward in his breastplate and got a little more chin. He just doesn't have some of the extras as some of those calves just right in front of him, but a really high-quality calf to feed on.
Good class of keys there to round out that heavyweight class. And again, first place goes to Shay Rogers. That's How Great Thou Art. Second place went to Maddox England. That's the son of our old friends Brian and Laura England down there, awesome Mount Air. So that calf was made to order. Pretty sure that might be Maddox's first beef expo here, but did a good job with that calf. Getting ready to line them up here out back and re-rack them, and we're going to have our champion in the key division. Again, there was 8 classes. Getting ready to bring those back in, so should be
the
a
way
good
they
strong
talk
lineup
that,
again.
the way they talk that class winner, I bet we'll be seeing more of that calf.
Yes, very, very complimentary of that steer. So our Class 1 key steer entering the ring now. That was Carly Axmere. Calf's balking a little bit. Come back in here. Coming in next out of this next class was Chloe Rogers. No, excuse me, Grayson Belcher. That's Grayson Belcher's calf. Third class was, I'll flip my page here, Morgan Kelly. That's your Cassuth County connection there.
Yep, nice calf.
Mallory Kane here coming in next in the purple shirt. Next young lady in another purple shirt was Addie Hokeson. Now that's a calf you liked awful good the first time he came to the ring.
Stout and square.
Yep. Hayden Sewer here in front of us coming in now in the green shirt.
This is going to be tough.
Next class coming in, yep, TJ Jakey. And then here again with the old Baldo coming back in, that's Shay Rogers. Awesome lineup here.
These guys had their work cut out for them in the mains, but this is gonna be good.
Yep, I'm guessing when Miles gets on the mic here for this one, he's gonna be just as complimentary as he was in that main class. And again, like he talked about in that drive, you don't want to be critical of cattle at this stage of the game, and cattle this high quality, you definitely don't want to degrade anything, but you want to be able to describe all the finite differences and details that help you make your decision and make sure that everybody understands why you did what you did and can go home happy or not can just go home and understand why they placed where they did.
Yes, and we appreciate that. And looks like just as
Yeah,
earlier,
here they come.
People are filing in to see what happens here. We got all these steers lined up in the middle here of the building with that natural daylight shining down on them.
Getting a little more direct sunlight actually on the heifer side of the ring. I don't know if that's
see that
causing any issues with daylight in the eyes of the judges. I guess Brandon, he's got his hat on, so that's not going to bother him.
We've seen a few cowboy hats on exhibitors here today, but maybe not as many as last year. Was it last year when we saw some?
There seemed like there was quite a few, yeah. None on our judges this year. Well, I guess Brandon's got his, but on the steer side, none.
On the camera, you guys are now about to see a panned view of these steers. I believe it's really impressive lineup.
It is good lineup, and again, set the tone really good there with that white-tailed calf out of the first class, in just terms of his look and balance and eye appeal. And again, like they said, you know, a little greener in his condition today, but still plenty of body shape and muscle shape to go with it. I'd say even class for class, compared to the main division, this is probably a little tougher, isn't it?
I think it is. I think this is tougher. Not to take away from the mains.
No, exactly, but just
lineup, I mean,
class for class.
every one of these.
You could probably, I mean, you know, however you want to talk them and whatever, you could justify about any one of these.
You almost could.
It's where the old showmanship and your practice at home and out in the yard and through the snow when we had the bad weather, and keeping after it pays off, right?
Yes. It's kind of like athletes. They say if they practice hard and work out the right way, the games are a lot easier.
That's right.
Showing livestock similar. You put in the time at home, and the showing part should be simpler.
Then it's just another day, right?
Yep. That's why the Iowa State men's basketball team is so dang good this year. They say their practices are pretty wicked.
Pretty intense. We, you and I are neither one big Hawkeye fans, never have been, probably never will be per se, but certainly in my household with my daughter and my wife, they've kind of got the Caitlin Clark deal, and they've kind of been following that. And
It's impressive.
It's pretty cool to watch. I've
It's
kind of watched
impressive.
a few of those games with them, and it's pretty neat what she's done, and you know, not only in that sport, but just the spotlight she's brought to the Hawkeyes and to our state. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it definitely is impressive. But you're correct. Not a Hawkeye fan, even though I did get my degree there. I know it doesn't necessarily add up, but I'm a diehard Cyclone fan. And if the Cyclones men team makes it to the Final Four, I'm going.
There you go.
It's in Phoenix, by the way.
All right.
And I'm planning on it.
You might have a connection or two in Phoenix. You might have a free place to stay.
I got a place to stay. It's already been arranged, but I'm not trying to jinx them, but I am seriously planning. I'm planning on it.
You just did a very good job of jinxing them.
I'm
There
just
you go.
planning on it.
If we
I have the
struggle,
confidence.
it's your fault.
I have the confidence. We're not going to have a UAB situation this year. You can just see the intensity of our judges eyeing these steers down. They know that there's good steers all the way from down where we're sitting to the other end where the banners are hanging. I mean, all the way in between. Good calf, good calf.
And
good calf.
even the second place lineup, you know, that's very, very good lineup.
Yeah, I mean,
there as well.
There's easily could be one in that row that's going to get reserved, and it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yep.
Been fun to watch all these classes, and you know, like you said, you could probably pick any one of these and argue it out, but here we go.
Well, like I have in so many of these classes, if you would, please put your hands together for these kids and let's show our appreciation for them. It's tough competition like this that gets extra critical in terms of judging a man. And I told you earlier in that main division, I have been nervous for the last few weeks, and I've been trying to focus. We're kind of in pig mode at home, trading some pigs, and we're trying to get some cows ready or calving and getting finished up with that and all that comes with it. But, boy, you know, it has been something that it's the only thing I can think about basically since they've called is being out here and getting this opportunity. I'm nervous, like I said earlier, because I want to do a good job, but I want to make sure that whenever I leave here, I did the job that Dylan and I wanted to do and make sure that we always kept things straight. The straight and narrow for me has always been that way. And, I mean, there is no gravitating towards this or towards that. There's a lot of kids that come through, and, I mean, they've got smoking good ones, smoked in tight, look incredibly good. And it's hard to break those cattle down because you know what the families have put into them. You know the time, the effort that it takes to get into that position, and it's so challenging. And so I commend each and every one of you. I know, again, this is just a breed drive, but right here is what the Iowa Beef Expo is all about. And I'm proud to be here and very, very excited, and I think the drive of them is incredibly good. With that being stated, Dylan and I are in total agreement. There's one of these things that just absolutely came in with what I like in terms of foot, comfort, build, and look, but yet still accompanying that with the right kind of muscle. He's a fresh calf, and he looks like he's only going to continue to get better. He's a rib shorter than one of these cattle. He's neater in terms of his chest, his front end, and the way that he's assembled than another one of these, and he's just a little stouter and denser than another one of these cattle that I think about in this particular lineup, and he and I are in total agreement in your champion. My compliments again to each one of your kids. This young lady right here in the green's got your champion key. Give her a nice round of applause. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Miss Hayden Sewer, champion key steer. That calf is a Here I Am, and again out of a Fu Manchu cow. Came from Dalton Smith over there in western Iowa. So congratulations to her and her family and the crew. That's a good calf, like Miles said. Just hard to poke a hole in that one. And
Very
really,
impressive.
even in a really
just so
stout lineup.
complete. Just so complete.
Yep. Second place in that class was Madeline Lautner. That was In God We Trust that came from Nelson, England, and Matt Lautner cattle. Yellow calf there. Now it's on your screen. Miles and Dylan taking a quick look here, and as he kind of alluded to, maybe this is kind of the tougher choice for those guys in terms of reserve. Coming down here and taking a look at Grayson Belcher's calf. Now the second place calves are exiting. That's kind of getting the first place calves stirred up. They want to go too.
They want to go. A lot of different ways this could go.
Yep.
And you could be
and
right.
You're not
right
wrong.
no matter what.
That's right. And again, like you said, the ultimate goal for most of these is probably the Iowa State Fair. But like we talked about, even this calf out of Class 1, that's probably not your State Fair size calf, and he's probably targeted for somewhere else. But awful lot of quality in a steer like that.
Someday.
Well, as they mull this over here again, I think that just goes to show you how confident they were in that key steer that won. They
said they were in full agreement. So it was
got a nice class here, Tainers and these top two.
It was a no-brainer for them, I guess.
I think they sort pretty quickly in terms of just their
Madeline Lautner pulled over her cream-colored steer. In contention, like we said, it could easily be a second-place steer. With how good these classes were for reserve.
Just lands better with more pushing and more foot and more correct there at her over joints and come from there up. The body volume still very, very good. Still has some attractive.
Oh, he's going to go. There, got him back up.
Within this class, still handles herself.
Well, it's been a long drive here in the key division. I was about to hear a class or two ago about to compliment all the kids for how good a job they've done in keeping in line and not doing the circle, circle, circle. I know last year we got into some situations where
Now we're starting to get a little.
All they wanted to do was circle their calf, and now we're getting into that again here.
But like you said, when those other calves went out, it sure stirred up the class winners, and that makes sense. Checking them out from the non-show side, I like to do that too.
Yep, just a little bit different twist. And I think from what I can tell, you think there's about 3 of them maybe they're kind of sorted down to?
Looks like it, yeah. And they're all across the ring too. They're not all next to each other. I mean, they're spread out. Keeps looking at that steer with the white face. Definitely in contention. Talking it over here. Miles and Dylan giving their thoughts to each other, which way this should go.
We are power guys, and this one's got plenty of it. But it starts to hurt her movement just a little bit, a little tighter, a little more restricted there off either end. Just tone her down in terms of her muscle, make her shot more feminine. We like her even better. Good class.
Keep coming back up front and looking at this guy.
Here we go.
You can talk yourself into a lot of different things in here because there's things, there's pieces of each one of these cattle that Dylan and I talk about. And obviously, you can see it from the outside looking in. And then we're up here and close, and we've got that advantage of really kind of nitpicking on them. From the outside in, you can have different favorites. Now, we thought that champion was excellent, and he just kind of combined a few of these other steers. And so as I looked through them, we talked about Class 1, and his spine's maybe not just perfect. Got into the second class, and I thought, boy, that calf has just got quality. Now, he's the most immature out here in terms of just feature. I'd make him just a shade bigger footed. But, boy, is he neat-necked and good-chested, awesome-backed, really big in terms of his hip. And for a steer that's a rib longer, I still like his outward turn and his shape of his body. He's youthful and fresh. I don't know if State Fair is that calf's endpoint, but whenever it is and he starts to continue to just mass and mature, he could get pretty darn good. The steer that won that third class, Dylan and I have talked a lot about this calf because to me he's got pieces that I love. I mean, he is great big rib, he's short-backed, he's good in his hip, and he's so comfortable whenever you ask him to meet the surface behind. Steer comes apart a bit more behind his shoulder. He's a little wider in the lower part of his shoulder, and his chest floor will come out of him just ever so slightly. He's not the slickest in the bottom of his neck, but, boy, he's rocking neck. And I mean, it shoots way up out of his shoulder. He's built like a fat steer to me. This calf here won a nice class. I thought his structure, both of these cattle could be just a shade better in terms of the way that they went off of their hind leg and their rear foot, but real good. Talked about the good class there, that the orange one come in second. And his body type and his squareness is beautiful. That calf never wants to just get comfortable off of his front end. He'll finally set up and give you a good look. It's the front side of that calf's body, just his structure from his knee to his front foot, the way that his blade's angled, that I want to just relax and set back in him. But there's so much horsepower from there back, and so I think he's a neat calf. This one's killer from the side. I get in front of him, I got behind him, I told Dylan, I said, he's a little narrower than I thought he was. Calf's a little tighter and flatter in his chest floor, not as big in terms of his end and his quarter, and he pulls his hock in, like Dylan said there earlier, just a shade, but a beautiful calf from the profile. I told Dylan, I said, we might be getting a little hard on the black and white calf because I think there's quality in that steer. To me, I'll be honest with you, he looks like he needs to start turning into a fat steer. He's probably not a cute prospect anymore. He's a little bigger. He's a little longer. My criticism of that calf is whenever he goes, he'll pull up in the rear of his loin, get a little awkward in the way that he uses his hip. I just want to soften that calf's rear body and flank just a shade, but I see quality in him for sure. And so it makes this deal tough, man, and you can kind of have your favorites. We love the champion. Reserve, it's a toss-up. We'll get one more quick look at them. Again, my compliments to each one of these kids. A great drive.
Well, you heard it there again from Miles. Again, awesome set of steers, and they're very complimentary of all these contenders here for reserve, and just some minute and minor differences that sort them between them and their head. And just taking another quick look here before they select their champion, or excuse me, the reserve in their key division here. So even as they talked to them, I think they were just kind of maybe even trying to sell themselves a little bit on what they see, because I don't think they're 100% sure which way they are leaning quite yet even. Talked about it one more time, and here we go. Giving the Belcher calf another look. Kelly calf another look. Dylan says, do it. Miles says. Okay, Class 2, Grayson Belcher. That's a Here I Am out of the famous Kendall Bremer 960 cow. Going to be reserve champion key. Congratulations to him and his family. Awesome lineup of key steers there again, and as we can probably expect later on here throughout the day and throughout the show tomorrow when we have our grand drive, those key steers probably be awfully competitive in that particular lineup. All right, key steers are complete. Flip the page here. Looks like we're getting ready to start the Charlet division. 1, 2, 3 classes. Excuse me, just 2 classes. No, 3 classes. Yep, 3 classes of Charlet steers. Big class here to start with. 10 head in this particular drive. Cattle in this class are going to weigh from 770 to 898 pounds. Looks like going to be a good class here
Over
to
on the
start
steer
with.
side,
Again, a lot
let's
of
finish up
quality
your Key and Ena
coming
division.
down the
First
ramp.
place, class 31, last class of key steers, was Shea Rogers. Second goes to Maddox England. Third to Ryder Hogan. Fourth to Tyler Wallace. Fifth to Colton Griffin. And sixth to Tiana Kinzinger. Your 2024 champion, Key and Ena steer, coming out of class 29, going to Peyton Shore. Reserve champion coming out of class 25, Grayson Belcher. Once again, champion.
So big class here, Ryan. Probably this is the biggest class we've seen yet
I think
today.
it is. A lot of calves out there.
A lot of calves.
Stout Charlets. Man, that was a fun key division.
It was.
You said last year the champion and reserve key were in the top 5, you think?
Yep, they were. I know they were. Yep. I believe they were 4th and 5th, if I'm not mistaken. Giving them a walk here.
Get them around the ring. At this time, we'll give another shout out to our sponsors. We've been talking about them all day. We appreciate them very much. Premium sponsors include Vermeer, Sunglow Feeds, and Sullivan Supply / Stock Show University. Thank you very much to them and the great products they produce for our industry.
That's right. So I was more of a heifer showman growing up. You were more of the steer guy. Did you ever show a Charlet steer?
Did not. Did not have a Charlet steer.
Didn't want the white.
Didn't want the white, that's for sure. We didn't have enough corn stalks and things for one of those, I don't think. It's a hard thing to manage.
It can be. I've tried to be fairly observant today, and maybe I missed one, but that got a calf in this class with a little helper in his nose there. That's the first one I've seen today. I don't know. How about you?
Yeah, I haven't seen one either, yeah.
Doesn't look like we have to use it. Maybe it's just a reinforcement there.
Precaution, yeah, not a bad idea.
You had some of those.
I had several that had the,
the old
helper,
yeah.
as you called it, in the nose. We tried to be a little sneaky about it. We took the actual bull ring out and we replaced it with a black zip strip at that time. Worked
Yep.
pretty well to be less obvious.
A little more incognito.
Now that's not, when we took our Denver bulls, we were proud of the nose ring.
Yeah,
When you got a bull,
shine
then
them up.
makes them look like a bull, I guess. But we had them full center there.
A couple of those steers are bred pretty similar, weren't they?
Oh yeah. You know, the ones with the nose rings, they always seem to have that full flush in their pedigree or full throttle.
Yep.
Cattle were good, but they were also high-spirited. There's still a few like that today. Some, not all, not very many probably. Those Here I Ams, though, can have a little bit of that extra spirit.
Yep.
Got that walks alone blood.
Well, again, I think Jay Bradley can take credit for that, right?
That's
Heat Seeker.
right. Goes back to the old Heat Seeker.
I think it goes a little further than that. I think the old Total Play days was kind of where that all originated. But
yep, I do
back
remember
to some
those.
of those white keys we were talking about earlier.
Those Heat Seekers, man, they were so different at their at the time they came. They were so different.
Yep.
That hair, crazy hair they had.
It's fun to go back and look at old pictures of, you know, I was lucky enough there one year, won the State Fair heifer show, and
Yep,
at that time,
the FFA show, right?
yeah. Well, this was actually the open key show.
Okay,
When I was a senior in high school, I had she was an Impulse key heifer that did fairly good in the jackpots, whatever. And then we, like I said, won the State Fair, whatever. And you know, at that time she was moderate and deep bodied, and that's kind of why she beat everything at that time. And then you look at the pictures, boy, she looks extreme nowadays compared to what we're showing now.
Times have changed.
Yeah.
It doesn't. You don't have to look back too far either to see differences sometimes.
Right.
Like,
Just a year or two.
I was looking at some champion sheep from probably just 5, 6, 7 years ago. They're totally different now.
Yeah.
All the industries move quick. I don't know. What do you think? We're not hog guys, but I think maybe the hogs move quicker than any of them on trends.
Well, I think they have the ability to, you know, just in terms of their breeding cycle and their life cycle. And yeah, and they were fat and chunky, tall and skinny, and now kind of whatever in the middle. And so obviously I think the most progressive in the last, just say 10 years has been the goats. From, you know,
yes, they've really changed.
What they've started.
It's crazy,
you know,
how they've changed them things.
Hair coat and muscling and, you know, squareness of build.
The squareness has really changed, like their hip, you know. Used to be no such thing as a square hip goat. Now they look like a sheep.
Yeah. That's what, when they first started, we were kind of in it, and guys were like, man, how do you judge those goats? I kind of equated it to like judging Brahman cattle, you know, just they don't have to have a perfect square hip, and their top line's never going to be perfect, but you judge the basic things in terms of body design and feet and legs, and get you where you need to go.
Muscling, yep.
Yeah, and that deal, like you said, it's just blown up, and it's awful competitive. I had the good fortune of being involved with a goat that won the Iowa State Fair here not too many years ago, and that goat was undefeated in his show career, and like I said, he ended up winning the Iowa State Fair, and just looking at it nowadays, he was awfully good, but I'm not sure he'd be able to get it. I'm not sure he'd be able to get it done today.
Nice lineup of steers in front of us here as we go down the line. Just some differences along the way. Not just their color, but
right.
There's differences in types. Looks like the steer at the front just has the most amount of look with some muscle.
Looks like Gretzky tagging that calf too. That's it's like an In God We Trust.
Nice calf.
That's Lincoln Bent. He's a Corda native. Well, they're Charolais, but they're half bloods or whatever, so they're all the same.
As we get into our Charolais division, again, just an awesome class, and get out of a heated up division, and where, again, you know, there's some decisions that we made on reserve, and we like the calf that we use just because we thought he was probably a little harder to make than a few of those cattle, but still in a really good division there. It got awfully challenging, and so I'm commending those families and those kids, and a job well done there. And I know that it's probably not everybody's just placing there, but that champion we thought was real good. And so we get into the Chars, and we've got a really good calf to win this particular class, combining the look of what's in third with the feature of what's in two. He does it the best in terms of his feet and legs. He's probably the most immature of these three cattle out here, and I don't mind that because he still comes with some horsepower whenever you step in behind him. Beautiful in terms of his presentation. His hind leg hits the ground with comfort. I love him from the profile, and then a square back, good hip steer whenever you step in behind him. He's not as explosive as what these other two steers are, but he still has plenty. The dark gray calf there is one that I love in terms of his rib cage. Just the outward turn and shape of his upper body and the way that it facilitates for spread. I love his squareness of hip as I step right in behind him. he's a little outward in terms of the way that he sets up front. And I'd like to bring his elbow and knee back together and just set that together to me just a bit smoother, reassemble the way that he's designed off of his front end. I thought that calf still had more bend and more angle from the profile. I thought his hock worked better than the calf that's right in behind him. Steer's maybe just a little more tucked up in terms of his rear body and flanked than the two cattle on either side of him. The white steer that ends up third, whenever he's going, the calf we could change just a shade, but just breaking him down in terms of his quality, that's probably the best rib steer in this particular class. From his spine to his sheath, that calf's deep, but he's still got an outward turn to it that's great. Got a big top and a great big hip. For me personally, he toes out more up front. From this profile view, he comes more upright in the way that his joint sets in him. He'll slam his hock forward on the move. Then you can just kind of becomes more evident. You can figure the way that he'd move. He needs to be, for us, just a little bit sounder, but a really nice calf there for sure. Blonde steer that comes next, pretty from the profile, like so many of his kind. He's a little flat and narrow behind, but a good-looking one from the profile. And then from there down, we just sort them in terms of structure and build and balance. Really good class. Again, my compliments to each one of these kids as they exit. If you would, please give them a nice round of applause. The whole class was darn sure good.
Well, as he said, a really strong class. Once again, the quality continues. And like they talked about, we said with that champion steer, that class, definitely not the most powerful, but he had enough to run to the top there with the look that he had.
So again, Lincoln Benton wins Class 1. Class 2 coming in here, another bigger class. It's like 7 heading here, 900 and above.
Looking at the list, there's going to be some nice ones coming in here.
One that comes in second does so because she's the next most high-quality animal. That's practical in her kind. We like her balance. We like her chest. She's probably better in her throat latch and the top of her neck, about her head, and the one right here in front of her. She wants to get maybe a little shorter everywhere.
Looks like the Short family has a winner on the heifer side of the ring over there coming out.
Nice.
Congratulations to them.
So on Facebook, Kelly had a pretty nice looking side-by-side for sale. I was eyeing it, and then I figured I better keep scrolling.
Keep moving.
So I don't call him and ask how much. Definitely some more powerful steers as you would expect in this breed. A lot of muscle, a lot of base width.
Yep, shapely.
But yet some steers out here that still look soft and have some body in them.
Yep. Looks like about the 4th place calf there, young man in the yellow shirt with that darker colored calf. That's a name we're familiar with in the show cattle industry here from many years. That's the young Manning boy, Dylan.
Yes, it is. As you were talking earlier about families that you showed against and competed, I was competitive against his father and uncle a little bit back in my day.
Yep.
I think I got him once, maybe twice. They usually got me, though, unfortunately. They usually got me. They've been doing a good job for a long time.
Yep. Haven't seen my old buddy Russ Harkema here yet today, have you?
I haven't seen Russell. Seen a bunch of people running around, but not him.
Good class of steers, probably a little more consistent uniform than the first class, but
yeah. I'm going to read through some of our sponsors here once again. These are members of our Platinum Stakes Club. This is a group that supports the IJBBA all throughout the year with their donation that they make. Thank you goes out to 212 Livestock Products, Abel Backenstead Power Washing, Agrivision, Air Solutions Iowa Incorporated, Badger Farms and Trucking, Blueprint Cattle Company, Boyer and Core Show Cattle, Bremer Show Cattle, Bruce Indiana Jones, and Bruce Supplies and Construction. Again, that's just part of the list, but thank you. Support those sponsors if you are able.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. There. Do you got a phone number on that power washing company? My truck could use a little bath.
They don't have a number on here, but I bet if you Googled it, they'd hook you up. That was Abel Bockenstead Power Washing. Living on that southern Iowa gravel road, your truck, it's probably hard to keep clean, I'd imagine.
Yeah, a little clay dust in there, and dust turns to Play-Doh, and it gets kind of tough to clean every now and then. I'm probably not as prompt and regular about it as I should be.
Timing's everything with the car wash, and I'm always usually on the wrong side of it. Oh, it's nice out, wash it, and then the next day, bad weather strikes.
Every time I decide it's a good time to wash the car, I pull up and there's 20 other people ahead of me in line, and I don't have the patience to wait for it.
Everybody thinks the same way.
Some of the car washes aren't really made for trucks either these days. It's a little tight squeeze in some of
They
those.
are not. Yeah, the trucks just keep getting taller and wider.
And more expensive, if you noticed.
Yeah.
A good class of showers and a top pair of cattle that are very similar in terms of kind, just length of body, body shape, and feature. Calf that I start with, in my opinion, and Dylan's as well, just his knee and the set of his front end, just a shade better than what is the white calf right in behind him. He's still got a great big turn to his body. Things just balance a little smoother from the profile. Really neat in terms of his look and his lines, and his quality's good. He hits the ground with comfort as you get right there and behind him. I like the shape of his hock and his angle, the way that he just goes right here to the bark, and he handles it real well. Beautiful from the profile. Whenever we get his neck coming up out of his shoulder, he's a little neater at his crest. He's just a little more set back in terms of his angle up of his front end than what is the calf right in behind him. If I'm nitpicking on him, I'd broaden his pin set just ever so slightly, and I do that because the white calf, whenever I step in behind him, there's the advantage. Man, he's great big in terms of his upper hip, tremendous spread as you step right there in behind him and get from the 3/4 as well. That calf's rib cage is right in terms of roundness. It facilitates for spread. Great big back, great big hip. He's a little choppy stepping up front, and I'd like to change the way that his knee and front foot sets on him, but I think that's getting real critical of a good calf. Smoking white just has more to him comparatively to a little nicer built one in behind. The steer has to just go for us both better on either end of his body. A little more mature about his front end. Calf's got a great big turn in his cage. Love his spread behind. You call him sound enough, and he'd rival at any of them in terms of width and muscularity. Just has to get out here and go better. Like to give him just a bigger column of bone and rear foot relative to the upper mass that he's got. Calf's nice looking here from the profile. He's going to have more to him. Whenever you step right in behind him, need more spread in his back and just square his hip up, give him just a shot more muscle. Get in front of him, the same thing could be talked about. Again, just build and correctness of body and angles will sort these other cattle. Really good class. Congratulations again, once again, to all those kids.
Definitely a high quality class, like he said.
Yep.
Pretty high on that top end calf. I just checked my phone here, Noel. I have some good news to report.
Oh, I like the good
just
news.
Another Iowa State men's basketball game. Just another easy victory.
Just another W.
Just another non-close victory. It's kind of how it goes. Again, Final Four. No, just playing on it.
There you go. Hey! Last class of showers, Class 3. You got the big boys, but those are big burly dudes here.
Stout.
3 of them.
One, two, three to round it out.
Shotgun them on the move. After the Charlotte show is complete, we'll move to the Angus steers. And then after that, we'll get into our famous Iowa Beef Expo Market Heifer show.
Yes, but not before we get through the business breed.
The business breed.
Do not discount the business breed.
Yes, you can't. you do, you'll get in trouble from guys like Mr. Randy Mitness.
Yes. Mitness family, I guess, are good friends up there from Benson, Minnesota. And now partners of mine.
Yes, you're in the business
I'm
breed,
in the
aren't
business
you?
breed. I made an investment. I'm a partial owner of a donor. Pretty excited about her.
Big steers here around the corner. These dudes are all 1,000 pounds or better.
This is when you need your steel toe boots that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Just in case. Big steers aren't wanting to get out of motor here. We have good ring help getting them going.
Here's the yellow calf there. Second hole looks like it's got a Joe Hare tag in him. Kind of an advantage this year. We can read some tags.
We're close enough.
Weren't able to do that last year.
We're close enough. It's okay for us to do that. Obviously, a judge would never do such a thing.
Oh, absolutely not. Be unethical. That is the one thing about the sheep and goat world with the scrapey tag situation. It's especially some of those major shows. This would be a little bit of an issue, I believe. Farm names and stuff printed right on the tag.
You just keep your eyes where they should be as a judge, and it won't be a problem.
I would agree with you, but I've seen too many other people that judge their ears before they judge the livestock.
We need more judges to have that Brad Dale mentality where they just say, I do not care who raised the lamb. I do not care who sold the lamb. I don't care who owns it.
That's right. That's the way it should be.
As it should be.
All right, Big Yeller worked his way to the top of this class. Dylan's going to give us his evaluation.
Really good orange calf here to lead off this particular class. A calf from the profile is just really good in terms of his balance and symmetry. I like this calf in terms of his outward curvature of his body. He's got muscle, he's got shape. I maybe just dense him up just a little bit in terms of his bone work, but that's getting awfully nitpicky on a really high quality calf. That looks like he's going to be a really high quality fat steer. Now that's where the class winner, or the second in this class, has advantages in terms of bone work and foot size. He's bigger bone, he's got some spread, he's got some outward curvature to his body. He's a bit more mature just there at the crest of his neck in relation to that calf just in front of him. And as we ask him to go, he needs to go off better off of both ends of his skeleton to move up any higher, but a really high quality calf that's got a bunch of muscle, good body, really good steer there. Young lady steer that ends up third in this particular class, standing still. Again, one you can like from a balance standpoint. His rear rib and flank and just lower body balance as well. He's a shot longer bodied in relation to the sum just in front of him. He just needs more muscle when you get right in behind the cattle. He gets to be quite a bit plainer in his shapes. Just needs to have he needs more time to man up. But a high quality steer to end up third in this particular drive.
All right, thanks to Dylan Lemonegger for his thoughts there on that lineup.
Yep, class 3 in the books. Going to have those 3 class winners in second place. Cattle head back out here to pick our champion Charolais steer. Kind of talked about some people and names in the industry throughout our morning here. And standing there ringside, there's a legend standing there, Mr. Bob May.
Oh, there he is.
Old Sugar Ray himself.
Definitely. Industry leader that's definitely paved the way for a lot of the younger people in this industry to do what they're doing today.
Absolutely.
Bob was at my area showdown this year sorting.
Okay, I got another deal for you. You might want to listen up.
Bargains from Mr. Brad Hook.
Well, this is not really free, but it is a wallet with a lot of cash in it, and I'm not joking. A checkbook-sized wallet has been turned in up here. No IDs in it, one sticker, and some cash.
Checkbook size wallet is lost.
So, I'm guessing it
My wallet's not that big. I don't have enough money.
Well, yeah, he said it's full of cash. So
Yeah, it's not me.
Scratch me off the list.
It is up here. If you can identify it, tell us the color of it.
going to want it back.
He guarantees it.
Right, not a lot of hokey pokey here. We're going to get right to it. Miles has got his microphone.
Not as many Charolais as there was in these other breeds, but the quality is extremely deep. And there's 4 of these cattle in this division. I take nothing away, 5, 6 of them actually, as I think about them, that were real good and just little pieces there that we could tweak or change. And that's going to happen in a good show like this. But like I have so many times, I'd ask you to put your hands together for these kids that are out here in the ring. Show our appreciation for them for sure. Again, in a great drive, it starts with quality in the first class, and I love this calf's build. Man, I think to me, he's built for speed. He's built for the long haul. The calf is square, and he's beautiful from the profile. Taking a picture back here from the side, it'd be hard to paint a better picture of one in terms of the way that his line's set in him. He's long-hipped and square, real comfy there at the surface. He's the most immature of some of these cattle out here, but boy, his maturity reads right to me. And again, just a quality calf there. He beat a good one. Then I told you I'd like to change his front end just a shade there out of that particular class. We get into class 2. Thought that this calf was just beautiful from the profile. He set back better in his knee from the side. A big arm, stout hind-legged steer, right in his length of body, perfect shape to his rib. Everything just fits together so well. Nitpicked on him in one area. I don't think we have to harp on it too hard. Could maybe just tweak him there a shade, but boy, outside of that, real good. Orange steer that wins the final class that Dylan talked. I thought that calf was just a solid, good feeding fat steer. Not a wowie part about him, but just a good calf for the long haul. And to me, he's going to have to be just a little denser in his arm, a little bigger in terms of his foot and his ankle, but boy, there's quality about that steer. And I appreciate the way you got him presented. I appreciate the way that he comes out and obviously gets him shown because it's tough. He's worked hard on him. So really good group of them for sure. And the one that combines the feature and body mass of one of these cattle with the look of another one and does it the very best in terms of his feet and legs came out of class 2 for us. Congratulations to him.
There's the Manning crew getting back on the board in the Charolais division. Congratulations to Dylan.
Good-bodied steer with plenty of power. They didn't, they talked really highly of that calf out of that first class. What do you think, Noel? Is he going to go down and get him for reserve, or is he not stout enough?
Yeah, I like his pattern. I know those ones behind him just have a little more in their pants today. He does have the look. Going back and forth, a little discussion, a little debate.
White lead strap versus a black lead strap, I noticed.
Yeah, you know which way I'm leaning.
Miles and Dylan are talking it over here on the fence line.
Yeah, kudos to them. Even then, you know, like obviously this is a big decision for these kids out in the ring, but, you know, already had the champion picked and whatever, but they're not taking any decision they make today lightly, so appreciate that.
That's right.
Again, we pull in that second, and I talked about him, and it talked about a good pair of cattle there, and we certainly thought that it was the pair in that particular class, and I talked about, as I got right in behind him, in terms of his squareness of hip, the way that he went to the surface, that calf's natural and he's genuine. I like his rib cage. I love just the shape of his body. From the profile, as he fights him more, the more downheaded or the more he'll run downhill from the side. Can't just quite get his neck and just his shoulder to tie right. The calf gets just a little off in terms of his rump. But, man, I love the power. I love the bulk and the mass on him. Got a big, soft hair coat on him. Calf's just got quality written all over him. But I don't know what to just completely get down and just general about it, but his pieces just don't set together as nicely as this calf right ahead of him. But he's got some more muscle, and I've talked about muscularity and width, and that's where I like him. But I told you I'd change him from hooks back just a shade. I'd tweak him just a shade in the way that his shoulder, his knee, and his neck ties. But there's big pieces of him. He's just a little PC, if that makes any sense, but a quality calf. That one for me just needs to be a little stouter for how big he is, but a real good calf. And we love the blend of balance and muscularity in an immature steer. He's not as stout as this one, but boy, he's a neat looking sucker there with a good set of feet and legs. And so we're just going to keep that quality in mind. Young man out of Class 1's reserve. Congratulations to him.
There you go.
All right, so they did reach down to that really nice pattern steer that, as you said, not as stout as the one behind him, but built really good.
Yep.
Interesting class and a good class.
Well, that's good to see. You don't want to sacrifice quality just for age and maturity. So good job. Again, keeping consistent from breed to breed and class to class. All right, here you go, brother. Business breed time.
Thank goodness.
The sad news is, though, there's only one Class Angus steer, so our class winner will be the grand champion for the day.
So speaking of the business breed, we gave a little shout out earlier to Mitteness Family Farms, my partner in the business breed, and I got a text back here that said thanks for the shout out, and it's Big Randy's birthday today.
Hey, happy birthday,
Happy
Randy.
birthday, Randy. I don't know if you got enough breath to blow all those candles out, but
have a toddy in the milk house for me. We're thinking of you, and hopefully
cold lemonade or iced tea. Cold iced tea.
Cold iced tea. There you
Cold iced
go.
tea.
Yep. Well, hopefully you got a big old birthday cake and blow out your candles, and happy birthday to you, buddy. If Karen can bake a cake as good as she can cook beef and potatoes, he's in for a treat.
He is. Always good eating up there in the Northland.
They take good care of their guests, don't they?
They do. It's a jaunt up there, but it's worth it. If you folks are looking for not only an Angus or a club calf, it's worth the trip.
Yep. High quality cattle, excellent hospitality.
Still has some flexibility to her, but the problem with her is her rear skeleton. She gets a little wonky.
And you'll learn a little bit about the bison while you're there.
You'll hear about them. Pretty good football team.
All right, a little break in the action again. I think the judges had to take a quick timeout. Angus steers are getting primped and proper, come in the ring.
And after that, like Noel mentioned earlier, we'll roll into that famous, world famous market heifer division here in Iowa.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that.
It is not uncommon for the champion market heifer to be in the top 5 here.
Nope, sure isn't. Once again, as we're just taking a quick break, sure like to thank our corporate sponsor, Vermeer, for helping us get across the street here into the Jacobson Center. This has been a great venue, and like I said, a little different scenery, just a little different feel to it, but tons of room. I think everybody's very comfortable. I know especially looks like back there in the makeup area in the check-in line, things are smooth and spacious.
Yeah, they got a little more room, don't they? They can get away from each other, unlike up in the big arena where once you got through that doorway, it was usually
pretty
tight quarters.
Yep.
Probably a little more fresh air in this venue.
Absolutely.
Don't have to breathe in quite as much black paint.
I think we got a little tap on the back there the other day. I was talking to Clinton, the manager here at the Iowa State Fairgrounds, is kind of in charge of all the event management. And he kind of gave us the tap on the back, or said it's kind of our fault that everybody's moving over here now, not to take any sort of credit, but the main event was the very first non-horse event to sign a contract to move over to the Jacobson Center. So
cool.
He said when we made that choice, it kind of opened the doors for everybody else to move across the street here. So
hey, we started a trend.
I guess. Right, wrong, or indifferent. So if you're in need of a sheep or goat, come here mid-March. Come on back to Des Moines and check out the main event, the live auction.
I think it's the 16th of March is the main event, and the night before is the genetic event.
There you go.
Good times, good animals.
A lot of high-quality stock there.
I might even knock the wool off one of mine and bring. I haven't fully committed, but it's on the maybe list.
There you go. Speaking of the main event, there's old Q-Dog Quentin. He's always there. I see him down there on the end of the ring leaning.
Q-Dog doesn't miss a lot of livestock events.
He gets to all of them, doesn't he?
He does. He's a world traveler. We got the thumbs up from our lead judge here. I think that means bring on the business breed.
Here we go. I bet you there's not a lot of color variation in this particular class.
I think we know what color they are. I've never really seen a red Angus steer class. Is that a thing?
It is. We didn't see any today, I guess. I don't know if those kind of get into the AOBs and some of the other stuff, but
I know we've seen some really good red Angus heifers in the last 5 years, 10 years.
Yep. So in this class, we have Isabella Johnson, Allison Meeman, and Sam Gryman. Cattle weighing from 921 to 1080. Again, this will be the single class of Angus steers, so your first and second will be champion and reserve here in this particular class.
Some nice calves representing their breed well. They have that extra style. They got that good body underneath them.
Yep. You probably never showed an Angus steer there, did you?
Did not.
I did one year. I had champion Angus steer at the Beef Expo one year, actually.
But if you remember Justin Lindgren's Angus steer, Justin's the same age as me, and he showed a steer that my dad sold to his family, and
he was
had
a good
lot
one.
of success.
Yep. I had one from Tree Lane Farms, Ryan Sliff. Back in my day, I was a freshman in college, and out there I would go down to El Paso on the weekends, kind of help out, and found an Angus steer and brought him home. Yeah, he won the Iowa Beef Expo and was champion at the Iowa State Fair as well, so had a good run that year in the Angus steer division.
He's got to know the right people sometimes. Be in the right place at the right time.
Right place, right time. Yep.
Now, Tree Lane Farms, when you say that, brings back a memory of a certain heifer that my dad also sold.
Yep.
The Diamond Girl, as they call it.
That was actually the same time frame,
Was
because
it?
when I was down there on the weekends, we would work on some stuff, and I saw her in the barn in a group of heifers. She kind of had a white flank, and she always stuck out. That was a hostage heifer. And I was actually working for Eldon Miller that fall. He had a sale up at Lauterbaugh's, and this was way before cell phones. And we were in the back clipping some shorthorn steers for Eldon. He was getting ready to have a live auction there at Lauterbaugh's sale facility, and somebody came and tapped me on the shoulder like, "Hey, you got a phone call?" I'm like, "A phone call?" So I went out front to the office, and there was a phone on the wall there, and they said, "Hey, somebody called for you." So I picked it up, and it was your dad. He had called me. He said, "Hey, I heard you were out at Tree Lanes and seen this heifer a time or two," and was giving me the quiz about it. So, yeah, long story short, he ended up buying her, and she made some history.
Yeah, that's awesome. Went to the Stady Rapaski family up there in Minnesota.
It's kind of crazy to think how a guy could get along nowadays without a cell phone.
I wouldn't very well. You know that. I'd have trouble getting anywhere.
I was going to say you couldn't get more than 10 miles from the farm.
I remember going cattle trips with Bucky out west and stuff before the cell phones had the smartphones. And yeah, it was kind of even before Garmin's or whatnot. Bucky, he's old school. He'd have the map. The map was always out. The routes would be drawn. And
yep.
I remember when I was real young, my dad had the maps out in his office, and he'd be drawing the routes out of his next trip. And
see, when you had the maps, you had to pay attention, because if you missed your turn, nobody yelled at you and said, "Make a legal U-turn, make a legal U-turn."
After these reasons, I'll tell another story about GPS fault that involves you.
Just one class of Angus steers here on this side, so your champion and reserve come out of it. The one we elect to start with in your champion Angus is the man of the group. When in terms of maturity, he's got the extra bone and foot. He's bolder in the center part of his body, and when you get right in behind him, he's still got plenty of muscle. He's got plenty of hip, got plenty of shape, a high-quality steer to win your Angus steer show. Young lady steer's got a wilder looking steer here that becomes reserve. He's just a bit more refined in terms of his bone work and foot. He gets a little plainer there just in terms of his stifle and lower twist, but a high quality, good looking steer to be reserve Angus steer. Young lady steer that ends up third within this particular drive. Again, we talked about it all day. He's got a rib cage that we like. He's got some easy practicality. His better days are in front of him. Young lady does a nice job. Congratulations, exhibitors, on those champion and reserve Angus steers.
Yes, congratulations to Sam Griman, champion Angus steer. Be willing to bet, go out on the limb, that's have home raised calf as well. So
I would imagine.
Congratulations to the Griman family
It's
there.
extra special when you raise
nice
it
calf
yourself.
to win the Angus division here. Okay, we're getting ready to start our market heifer division. Class 1 will be rolling in here. Class 1 just 3 head. We're in the lighter weight heifers, 600 pounders. I don't think we've seen a steer 600 pounds yet, so this will be some.
Unless it was a mini Hereford there.
Well, yeah, those were the 300 pounders, weren't they? Yeah, you corrected me. Appreciate that. So you have a GPS story, a travel story?
I will first of all admit and grant that I have been known for not receiving directions well from people or finding my way without help of the GPS. But was it less than a year ago, you and me were on a little jaunt to West Virginia to do some evaluating.
Yes.
And it was, what we get into the airport a little late and had a drive, quite a drive.
Yeah, it was quite a drive late at
Quite
night.
a drive ahead of us. And
Yep, got our rental car and got to going, and I just pulled up on my phone. You were driving, so I pulled up my phone, punched in the town, hit accept, and we took off down the interstate. And we'd been there before, so I kind of had a feeling in my head. And as we were driving, I just kept kind of moving around, was a little uneasy. Something wasn't going right. And
weren't
then
recognizing anything.
yeah, and then you looked at me, and you're like, what's wrong? What are you all fidgety about? And I was like, something just doesn't feel right. So I pulled my phone up, and sure enough, we were headed to Petersburg, West Virginia. But when I punched that in my phone, I just hit Petersburg and hit accept, and well, we were on our way to Petersburg, Virginia, which is about 4 hours the other way.
We were heading the wrong direction.
Yeah, wrong direction.
We'd been down the road a ways.
Yeah, we shut her down. That was, I don't know, 45 minutes or so, that whatever, in the wrong way. But luckily we caught it, and we got to the cabins and had a good stay.
But you owned up to it, though. You said, that's my fault. I'll switch to driving. You can go to sleep.
There you go.
And I did.
Yep.
I knocked her back.
So, but that's a good story.
It's all
Yep.
good.
Good story.
Could be a lot worse things to happen
Yep.
than that.
No,
but
for sure. For sure.
So the GPSs are not foolproof.
No, they're not. Well, it's, again, operator error. Now,
And
I didn't pay close enough attention.
I don't
but
know if you use Waze at all, or I'm sure some of you out there have the Waze app like I do. And there's been some times when I'm going to look at cattle or sheep or whatnot, and it takes me down roads that I shouldn't be on.
Yeah.
It's not smart enough to recognize
Is
the
that
quality of the road.
is that the app or whatever that all the Swift drivers use then? Because they're the ones that
It
down
might.
in my neck of the woods, they always end up down a dirt road and
Go
they're
down
stuck.
roads they should not. Yep, that's the one, I bet.
Okay, class 1 here, going to start with the little black heifer. Looks like the red heifer's going to go second. Class winner looks like Kendra Robinson.
And Dylan's going to give us some reasons here.
A really nice way to start off these market heifers, and an individual that's just really high quality in terms of her balance and symmetry from the side, and yet when you get right in behind her, she's still broad down her top and out through her hip. She's got a nice set to her hind leg. The young lady does a nice job getting her presented. A really well-balanced heifer that's got some proportions in terms of muscle and just overall rib shape and cage. Heifer that does a lot of really good things really well. Young man heifer that comes out in second, the red and white heifer has some advantages in terms of width the hip and width of genuine just skeletal width, but that comes to her disadvantage. It works at her demise a bit. She gets a little more rigid off of both ends of her skeleton. She just needs to move better to move farther up within this particular drive. The young lady's black heifer that rounds out the class, there simply just needs to be more of her. A heifer that's really good in her body, easy feeding looking kind of a heifer, just needs more bone, just needs more muscle, but a really high quality individual to be third in this particular class.
Good class of market heifers there to start with, but I'm imagining we're going to get into some
It's going to get a little deeper.
heaters here, and these guys are getting a little deeper.
Water's
Yep.
going to get a little deeper in a hurry. I
For
bet.
sure. For sure. Thumbs up. Lowell says, come on down, kids.
Bring them in. I talked about it earlier, but at the Iowa State Fair this last year in 23, it was really cool watching the champion market heifer and reserve get selected. There was about as much excitement as a person will see when that happened.
Yeah, like you said, you were there in personally attendance. I was just watching via the live cast or whatever, but yeah, that's pretty cool.
It was a lot of emotion and,
Yep.
and rightfully so, but the young man, when the judge was walking towards to select his champion, he didn't even wait for the judge to get there and shake his hand. He was gone.
Right.
He
Hey.
took off and was looking for his dad.
That's awesome, man. That's what it's all about, and you know, all your hard work pays off. It's cool to see that you
Absolutely.
can appreciate it. You know, not to discredit any kid because it's a lot of hard work, but it seems like too many times nowadays maybe the kids haven't been at it as long and don't appreciate it, and maybe sometimes they just expect to win, and if you don't, you're disappointed, and if you do, you don't really relish
Appreciate
it
it.
quite
Yep.
as much as you should. So
Yep, it's a tough thing to do, and it's good to get excited.
that's right.
You know, sometimes I get a little extra excited when I judge, and I might land that slap a little harder than maybe a guy's supposed to. I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes that's all right. You wake the crowd up though.
Yep.
Hard to slap them though when they're running around the ring loose. I saw you one time pick a sheep that was your champion sheep was running around the ring before you even had a chance to slap him.
He's super athletic.
Agile, we call him agile.
That's right. Different levels of competition, you see different things.
That's right. But you learn from all of it and take it in. Well, once again, just shout out to all those people that donate their time and energies to make this so successful. Obviously, this weekend, the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds crew does a great job of making this thing work and turn. And also just want to say shout out to Mallory Robinson and her crew. You know, throughout the week, they've done a tremendously good job of getting the sale cattle in and out of here and run through in a timely, efficient manner. And the crew she's got over there in the office, I know I spent some time with Trish and Jenna Talak and JVM, you know, hopefully maybe he's watching. I know before he's shot us some text messages if he's listening. So just a shout out to Mallory and her crew and what they do and keeping this thing a top-notch event as well. So.
Yep, they all do a great job and a lot of time and thankless hours spent.
Thankless is the thing. When you're in a job like that, as you and I both know from running events like the main event or whatnot, you always hear about the bad things or somebody's got a problem. They're not afraid to let you know, but when things go
That's
good,
right.
when things go good or go good for something, buddy, you don't always hear about it. So,
Speaking of events that we help with, we should probably do a little shameless plug for the Kent Habiger Memorial Classic.
well, absolutely, that's not shameless though. That's Iowa Junior Beef Breed sanctioned shows. So
Right, that's true. But
absolutely.
I know there's other shows to go to, I believe, on the same day.
But they're not
It
as
doesn't
important.
matter.
Yeah.
You just come to Webster City.
That's right.
If you guys haven't showed it that one.
Tyler Melrow will be in attendance in his cowboy hat and sneakers and
Yep.
evaluating our cattle, and he does a great job. So,
Yeah, there's a little story behind the sneakers comment there. Last year, Tyler, we were fortunate to have him come evaluate, and he got to the motel, and he told me, hey, man, I feel kind of silly, but, you know, I got all my stuff to judge, but I forgot my boots. And I was like, well, what do you got? Well, just my tennis shoes. I said, well, they're comfortable, I guess.
there you go.
And then I told him when I went to hire him again for this year, I said, we're going to hire you again, we decided, as a show committee. However, only if you wear your sneakers again with your cowboy hat. So
Yeah.
we'll see if he follows
See,
through.
it's all right in the cattle ring. You just can't do it in the sheep and goat
There you
ring.
go.
No, we love Tyler. He's a great evaluator. Known him for a long time, and just appreciate what he did for us last year. And looking forward to having him
If
come
it
back
works
this
out
year.
for you folks and you want to come to the show, it's April 6th in Webster City, Iowa. They have an awesome facility there
Yep.
as well that
Great.
we use.
Indoor show arena there. You can sit in nice, comfy seats like this, take in the show, stay warm, and
Yep.
because the weather's never bad that weekend.
Never. It's always beautiful.
It's always beautiful.
No, we're looking forward to that. It'll be here before you know it.
Yep, time flies.
Sure, a lot of these cattle we're seeing today will be there, some of them.
Well, let's hope so.
We've had some big turnouts last couple
Yeah, the
of
last 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
kind of getting record turnouts. That's great.
Here we go
But
on
you
this
guys
place.
are synonymous for giving good prizes.
That's right.
A really nice way to start off here in this particular class. This orange heifer just does so many things so good. She balances so good from the side. Her body's appropriate, the curvature to her rib. I love her depth of heel and bone work. She's leveled down her top line. She's got good spread, good depth of twist. When you get in behind the cattle, her width matches her extra body, her extra power. A heifer that just does so many good things so well. The young lady does a nice job getting her shown. The next orange heifer that comes out next, again, a heifer that we like her center body, her curvature. She's got good lines. She just doesn't have some of the extras as the one just in front of her. She doesn't have that extra foot, that extra bone. She doesn't balance maybe from her navel back into her rear rib and flank like the one just in front of her. But a heifer that's got a lot of good feeding parts, a heifer that's high quality for the young man to keep on feeding on going into the summer. The young lady's black and white heifer keeps on fighting this young lady, and there's parts about this heifer I like quite a bit. I love the way she attaches her neck right on the top side of her blade. She comes back out of her blade with a bunch of spread and turn to her top. She's really wide when you get right in behind her. She's just fighting the halter today, and I don't know if that's an attitude problem or if she's just giving that lady, if it's part of her structure that's just hindering her. But that's a really nice kind of a heifer to feed on for the summer type shows, going into districts and maybe even to the state fair. Looks like a later matern one in terms of her body. Young lady's black and white one here. Again, body's really good. Her foot size and her bone are all correct. It's when we pull this one to the lead, I'd like to see her utilize her hip, or her ankle and her foot and her pastern just a bit better. She's a little bit more, she's a bit narrower at her knee, but a heifer, when you stand in there, I like her body. I like her, her look. She just doesn't have that extra power, and I'd like her to use her ankle and her foot just a bit better to move up any higher. As we get into a few of these back here, the young man's smoke heifer, again, power galore. When you get right in behind him, the young man, or the heifer's fighting the young man quite a bit. I'd like to see her go just a bit better, be a little bit set a little neater in terms of her lines, but a high quality one. The young man's black heifer, loads of bone, loads of foot, curvature to her body, just doesn't put the pieces quite together. Then we round out the class with a pair of heifers that just need more time on feed. They lack some of the muscle and the extras that some of those just above them have, but really high quality heifers there for the young ladies to feed on for their 4-H projects.
That's right, a lot of future in those heifers.
Over here in the heifer ring.
As we get into some bigger ones here for our next class. Looks like we're going to have 7 entries. These heifers weighing 750 to 770, so again, tight window. Smoky heifer coming in the ring there. That's our old buddy, Connor Tapkin.
Oh,
that's Neil's boy.
A little tappy tap.
Be a home raised calf.
Good family operation there.
Yep. Lowell says, get your behind back. You can't tell that heifer in the ring. Look at the booty on that one.
Booty.
She's as wide as she is tall.
The market effort division's always fun. It's, some judges will put more emphasis on a true market heifer with the muscle and pride, where others are looking for more of that good made female that has just enough.
Right. Yeah. Or is it a true market heifer? Do you judge them just like steers, or do you, like you said, some judges talk about them and look at them even as like future donors to maybe raise a steer? So.
Yeah, we've heard that comment a few times at our state fair where they don't understand the concept of why you're trying to get their head chopped off.
Right. Why would you take a chance of losing one that good? But you've encountered that over the years. I know when your dad was selling those cattle, he sold some pretty good market heifers over the year and was very successful at the state fair in Exarban. And some of those families didn't like taking their heifer, have a risk in the chance of losing.
There were some arguments, I know.
Yeah.
I know, like, for example, a Troyado up there in Minnesota, I know there was a couple where they fought about whether it would go to a terminal show or not.
Right.
You can always make more, though, right?
Well, you would like to hope so, but as we've talked about, it's, you know, that's one thing your dad taught me too. Was I was getting started in this business and started raising a few cow, whatever. He said, well, it's fun to raise them, and you always got to keep trying to get better. But I'll promise you, it's easier to buy a good one than it is to raise one.
A lot of truth in that one.
As much as we strive to raise good ones and get them better all the time, you know, it might cost you a little bit, but sometimes it's easier to go purchase one than raise it yourself. But like you said, if you can raise one, even if you're just showing it for your own family, that a lot of times that means a lot more.
That gives you a lot of pride.
Yep, for sure. Well, and
on the other side of the coin, though, with some of the prices that are out there,
that's what I was getting
it makes everybody want to raise it.
Not to take anything away from everybody, but you know, some of this is getting kind of out of hand. Price tags on these things in September.
Yes, I saw some crazy stuff on my September journeys. I didn't go on a lot of trips, but I had a few and tried to grab a few myself, and I got beat up.
Beat up. And we're trying to get a heifer pulled here. We're not paying attention to the judges.
Uh-oh, that's a pet peeve.
Yep, that's when you go from second to fourth. We got her caught there, moving her up in the lineup.
Yes, kids always be paying. I know it's a hard thing to do because you're trying to get your animal set up just right, but you always got to be aware of the judge and what they're trying to have you do.
Yep. Well, like you said, especially when first impressions are so important, you got to catch your eye, pay attention to them there right at the get-go.
What do you think of the color pattern on that one in the lead here?
That's interesting, isn't it?
It
I mean,
is.
it's the flank there just kind of throws things off just a little. I'm not so hateful on the white belly like some people are, but that little jut up there in her flank, that does.
It's interesting, but she's so deep naturally, it doesn't really.
Yeah, I mean it's not hateful, but it does distract a little.
Yeah, it's different.
I don't mind the chest being white; that can be helpful.
Oh yeah.
Got a stout single entry here. We can go ahead and start the leader on out. Big square hip, really dense in terms of her middle. I still like her.
I like the offside here a lot better than the short side.
That's a little easier on the eyes. That heifer's in good shape, isn't she?
She is in good shape.
Did she come get a sample of that product from you?
Well, that's couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you for sure. I guess. I'm not sure who that exhibitor is. I can't read her tag. Her ponytail's covering it up.
Not a bad one in this lineup either, and it's been good. The heifer that we start with, just breaking her down. She's got the pieces of what the two cattle have right in behind her, and then just does it the most in terms of power. Awesome in her feet and legs, beautiful in terms of her body, real neat kind of a neck, and just one there that's got an immense amount of good to her. Kind of a neat one for sure. The one that ends up in second, I love her from the profile. She's the longest neck, the tightest chested, the longest in terms of her hip. Her structure reads real good off of her front end, in my opinion. Behind, I'd loosen her just a shade in the way that she uses her hock and rear foot. She comes the flattest in the lower part of her body. I want to drop her down in her twist as I get in behind her and just give her more natural turn and outward shape to her body and quarter. But I like her from the side. I thought she set down better in terms of her rear rib and flank than what did the heifer right in behind her. Now, I do think that this thing's quality, and I'd be interested to know her pedigree. Her feet are big, her joints are clean, and she moves real good. She's a little round in terms of the way their hips designed. She's not as good from the mid part of her body back through her rear rib and flank. Things don't balance as good in her underpinning, but that thing is awesome in terms of her structure. Got a running gear that's built to last. Smoke heifer's more powerful than the one right ahead of her. Just wish she'd loosen up and go a bit easier in terms of her ankle and rear foot. Set her back and her shoulder blade just a shade, but really a powerful heifer that's presented to a T. The one that comes next is quite the same way. She's just got more angle probably still than even what does that heifer ahead of her in her hock. Her rear pasterns and just her footwork needs to be better. Like they, again, set her back and her blade and just give her more angle from the side, like her muscularity behind. Black heifer is presented very, very well, and I appreciate this young lady and getting her shown. She's really square down her top, and she's really fresh in terms of her hair. She opens up big behind. She's the straightest to me off of her front end, the most upright in her foot, the smallest in her column of bone, and her foot size and ankle. Like to just relax the way that she goes on either end. Moderate, husky-made one that finalizes this good class. This needs to be better built on both ends. Good job to all those kids. A real good class.
Another real good class you heard there from our lead judge, Maltenius. And good class there. Congratulations to Taylor Jackson for winning that class. Next class in will be class 39. It'll be the last class of Division 1 in our Market Effort show. Another big class here. Looks like we have about 9 entries rolling down the ramp, coming on in the ring here. Got some color to start with.
All right. Black lead strap, white lead strap.
Here's another cherry red one.
Looks like some stout heifers coming across here. I think you jinxed it earlier. You said something about not seeing a lot of structure concerns, and then here recently we've seen a few struggling.
Well, we're off to such a good start, but you'll kind of get that in the market heifer show, and sometimes I think that's what makes the decision for some of these kids in terms of breeding versus market. Seems like it's always in the first class or two of the market heifers you'll find that. Maybe the frame size is not quite ideal. Maybe the structure is not quite ideal.
Sometimes it kind of correlates a little bit.
Yep. You can run as fast as you want, but you can't outrun genetics. Big class here again, 9 head in this particular drive. Black cattle are outnumbered. Once again, after this class is complete, we'll bring our first 4 classes back in and compete for our champion in Division 1 of the Market Heifer Show. We will have 3 divisions here today in the Market Heifer Show.
It's definitely nice that they break them into divisions. Otherwise, that would be
absolutely
too much of a spread for an overall.
Right. Yeah, much like the crossbreds and even like the commercial heifers. It's nice to break them up and give some of these, like you said, smaller, lighter weight cattle a chance to be at the top. There's a burly little thing.
Yes, it is.
Coming around the corner.
Chunky monkey. Exhibitor lost a comb there, but at least it's another one of those plastic ones, a little less dangerous. Some close decisions through this lineup. What do you think?
I think so. Again, just place some priorities in terms of body design and structural integrity and kind of roll on. I think the top 2 or 3 maybe sort themselves at the top pretty quick like.
I think so, and then after that it maybe gets a little tougher. Definitely a couple that jump out at us at the table here in terms of being a little more attractive and smooth, and like Noel mentioned, a little better in their structure. Looks like we're peeling out that white heifer to start the lineup.
Yep, and in this particular class we talked about, 2/3 of them are colored cattle. I know last year at the Iowa State Fair, the market heifer division was well represented with those peachy colored heifers, so might have made some people's decisions when they were purchasing cattle last fall.
Yeah, it's been a trend the last few years, the colored ones.
Yellow heifers. Had a pretty good run with a solid red heifer at the state fair one year, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Old Cherry Bomb. She had a good run. She was champion. She went wire to wire. She was champion at Sioux Falls, and
finished her
honestly kind of had a rough patch in between, but she came back out of it and finished the job at Des Moines.
Yep, that's why you never give up, isn't it? We gave up on her at one time. I mean, she was all but open the gate and kick her out at one day, but
That was a Monopoly sired heifer. That was towards the beginning of Monopoly's reign of terror.
Yep.
Yeah, Matt Lautner was involved with that heifer and helped us, and the family that we sold her to, the Marty family. And I remember he saw her at a certain point in the summer, and I think made a comment to you about maybe her time was up. But
yeah, glad we got one when we could, because it was over with. But
she came back around.
She did. Good genetics.
Good genetics.
And that Marty family, obviously, they had a good run in sheep too, but good caretakers, and they were good with the feed bucket. They were.
Yep.
Knew how to feed livestock in general.
Dave took good care of his animals, and he knew how to, get that feed in front of them. Of course, Andrew Borland was part of the team then too, helping out with daily maintenance.
All right, Miles says, let's talk about these gals.
Oh, tough class. The white heifer that we start with, again, just kind of exemplifies a good look. She's powerful in terms of her hip. As you get in behind her, she's the most confident as she goes to the surface out here relative to her contemporaries in behind her. Not to come maybe just getting so critical on her, but if she would just open up more in her forerib, upper body, and right in behind her shoulder, I think it'd be a real easy call. But boy, again, just incredible feet and legs and look of quality. Love to know a pedigree on that heifer. She's green yet, but boy, she's quality for sure. The red one stopped and stood. I told Dylan, boy, whenever you get in behind her, we haven't maybe just seen one as punchy as she is. Great big back, incredibly good in terms of her rib cage and the spread and roundness of it. She's wide built as you get in behind her. She's the most upright of that pair of these three in terms of her shoulder, her knee, and then whenever she goes, she doesn't want to get as comfortable as this class winner or even the one that's right in behind her. If she'd rock back and use her heel like she does standing there, then it becomes that much closer here in that top pair. The orange one's stout, and whenever you get in behind her, she's as bold as any of them, really thick in terms of her makeup up high. Love the extra density of lower skeleton. She sets up higher in terms of her rear body and flank relative to her chest floor. Her underpinning just needs to set in her a shade easier. On the stand, this one's as close to winning as she is fourth. I love her in terms of her profile. Things are built right. They balance well in terms of her side and the way that she just sets her lines in her. Once she's in motion, she's too upright up front. Does the same thing about her hock and rear foot. I wish she'd just loosen and go just a shade better on either end for me to move her up, but a good heifer standing. I like the orange heifer's quality. Maybe not blessed with just that thick hair coat like those cattle right ahead of her, but in terms of body shape and squareness going away, she's good, and she's comfortable at the surface. Not near the bone, feature, or just look of those top three, but boy, I do simply put like her quality, just standing there by herself, be a nice kind of a cow for sure. This one right here's got big feet, and her joints work as good as any of them in class. Just got to ask myself, does that heifer have enough whenever I get in behind her? She's the flattest and the narrowest and just the most upright, and the way that her ribs designed as they get to the profile or up on top of her, but a good built one there from the side. Black one's husky in terms of muscle, got to move better on both ends. The red one's the same way, gets a little rounder in the base of her shoulder and runs downhill. Black one's big and pretty, needs to be softer, and not only the set of her hind leg and front end, but her body as well. Good class there.
Well, Miles asked about, said he'd sure be interested in the pedigree of
what do you got?
winner there.
What'd you find?
Well, that's on my sheet here. That calf is exhibited by Erica Madden and says it's an In God We Trust. So for those of you following along at home, if you're interested as well, there you go. There's your answer. First place, Erica Madden. There you go. Second place in Class 4 there of our first division was that red heifer exhibited by Olivia Alber. So we're going to re-rack them here and send in our class winners from Class 1, 2, 3, and 4 of our market heifers and select our champion out of Division 1.
In reserve.
We won't forget the reserves. Back in our day, there was a couple families that were, took this market heifer deal pretty seriously, and I mean, there still is. Don't get me wrong, but doesn't feel like there's maybe the one or two families that just focuses strictly on market heifers like there was back in our day.
Yep, I agree.
We had the German family that was really strong in there, and then obviously the Colehouse family.
Hey, what about Perkins?
Perkins was right in there. Yep, Perkins, Gina, she did a great job.
Yep.
Yeah, there was several of them back in that day, and like I said, not that these guys and these kids aren't today, but Just seems like there was families that just
Yep. Now it's
really got
they
after
usually
it.
have a steer also, and
Right.
they're not just doing the market effort.
Right.
Nothing wrong with either way. You know, we were talking earlier about them being in terminal situation, but some of those heifers I know still had offspring.
They did. Well, I remember one that Jeff Ruby showed from your dad there back in the day, and you know, she turned out to be a pretty good cow, raised some nice calves.
But I'm saying even the ones that went to the locker names.
Oh, yes.
With
yes,
today's
for
technology.
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
With today's
absolutely.
technology, the eggs have been.
Yep, they harvest them right before they hang them up. And yeah, the Cole House crew, I know they've had one or two of those that got lucky enough to get some eggs and got them to take and made some winners. So as we kind of pan the crowd here, you can see the judges looking across our class winners here, making some selections and kind of talking about what they think and what they see.
So what do you think? Is it going to be one of the creams, or is it going to be your painted up gal?
I think it's going to be, I don't know. I think that painted up one's going to be tough to get around. Just look at width the chest and the forerib like he talked about. I think she's just a little more massive in that regard. Either one of those, class 3 or 4, I think is the two you grab towards. But I think he likes the.
We're going to find out.
Width.
Heifer's real good. Let's give him a nice round of applause real quick if you could. It will liven it up just a little bit. Oh, not bad, not bad. Good set of them. 4 of them out here that are class winners that are good. And I told Dylan I like this black heifer that won this first class because to me she looks like she only continues to get better. Now, is she as broad as these other 3? No. But I like her kind for the long haul for sure. She's quality. The blonde heifer that comes there next, or the peach, great big in terms of her body. She just looks like a market heifer. I mean, she's stout in her bone and big in terms of her foot size. Got a balanced profile in terms of bone and foot relative to height and length of body. I personally wish she had more to her whenever I stepped in behind her. And I know that that's general, but in terms of her pin set and her hip and just down to the lower part of her hip, I'm going to bust her open and just make her a little wider there at the surface. Black and white heifer comes out of the womb and probably thinking, boy, if she ever gets any bigger, she'd be a neat breeding heifer. She probably won't. She stays a shade moderate, and she's a perfect kind of a market heifer in Division I. Great big back and thick in her rib. Comes real square as you get in behind her, and she's a nice build heifer. Just not a big fault in her. Good cattle right there. The white one closes, and she does so really good in terms of her joints, her feet and legs, and I told you I'd be interested to know a pedigree on this heifer just in the way that she's presented off of her hind leg, her circumference of bone and her foot size and just her joints, and real neat looking from the profile. She's a little dry and harsher about her forerib and upper body, but darn sure high quality. Beat a nice red one there that I had just a shade more to her, that we didn't think her ankles worked as good. Same thing with the black one right there ahead of her. Like to just soften her step. And so with that being said, young lady, you're pulling out the champ in Division I, black and white heifer. Give her a nice round of applause.
Hey, I got one right.
There you go. You called it the painted up heifer. Yeah. Even though you're not quite sure about those markings yet. But
yeah, well.
Might grow on you.
Just so much better in her body design, as he talked about. You can see, especially as she drives at us there, just wide and square in her chest floor and good in her forerib.
Yeah, I'd say if you brought one to this year's Iowa Beef Expo that's a little green or questionable there in terms of the rib and base width, you might be in trouble.
Yeah. So our champion came out of Class 3. That was Taylor Jackson. Our reserve is our Class 4 winner. That was Erica Madden. On to Division 2 of the market heifers, and this will be our 800-pound division here, Class 1, 800 to 844. Looks like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 of them in here. So good class to get started.
This will be a good one. I see the names. I see we got a Lovern coming in.
Hey, that's a market heifer.
Yep, there's a market heifer.
Yep. See, I knew I'd speak too soon and put my foot in my mouth, but
they like them.
They do. And they've had a good run at State Fair.
Yep. And so their neighbor has as well, Mr. Bucky Neal and family.
There's Jackson Jones hitting the ring, old bull. Pulling his heifer in. That Jackson's family friend of mine. His dad and I go way back. He's quite a wrestler too. Got another youngster coming in here. Maybe a first time at the Beef Expo.
Oh, looks like it. That's good. Good to see.
That's right. Young girl's getting right after it.
Good to see those youngsters getting some experience and hopefully.
Ooh, look at that pretty face. There's the lover and girl.
Cream colored heifer.
Another good class here of minis, and the heifer that leads off, comfort of skeleton, usefulness of feet and legs.
There's some more yellow ones.
Man, look at the color. They segregated them too, didn't they?
They did.
It's
pretty woofy one there, last one in.
Yeah, real stout.
That second to the last one there, that's the Pryor boy. That's a cool faced one as well.
Yes, it is.
Cool colored with the pretty blaze face.
She's got the look.
Looks like she's an In God We Trust.
You're not going to see that very many times where all the black cattle
Hard to
come in first.
not stirred up at all.
And then, I mean, that's pretty rare. It's all by weight.
Working on the mini Herefords on the breeding heifer side of the ring.
We find those cattle ahead of her. Really nice class, though. You can mix up a lot of different ways, but a good class of cattle.
Placings over on the breeding side, class 48, miniature Hereford females, first place.
It's kind of weird as we sit here and just watch and listen. You know, as kind of, you know, in the pavilion, you'd always hear just in the faint background that kind of chatter and shake of the aluminum bleachers. People walking up and
none of that.
No, it's kind of weird to have that silence.
Yep, every time somebody get up, you could hear the bleachers
echo all the way across the field.
Getting some more text messages here. People asking questions. I
Line's
don't know the
blowing
answers
up.
to all of them, but
Oh, you can make it up.
yeah, that's true.
It's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove, right?
Sometimes.
Really nice single entry here in the mini show. The crew in the back's got this one absolutely zeroed in, very highly presented.
I'm a fan of this blaze face.
She's pretty fancy. She's sleek, but yet has some power.
Not many hairs messed up on that one either.
No, they got her dialed in today. She has that look that she'll continue to look better with time too. As you heard, you know, we were talking about earlier, and Miles just talked about the cattle that look like they're going to get better.
Yep, still have some youthful look to them. Room to gain and grow and do what they need to.
Miles and Dylan are talking it over there in the middle of the ring, looking for their leadoff batter.
Here, better swing. I think baseball season just kicked off too, didn't it?
Did it really?
I think, I just heard on the radio yesterday.
Just had the Super Bowl, and there it is, huh?
Not MLB, but I think college
Okay.
baseball started. So
I'm too focused on March Madness. I can't think
you're
about
focused
baseball.
on them Cyclones.
I'm ready for TJ and his crew to go tear it up. And at this point, they might as well just win the Big 12 Conference too, because they're on track.
Hey, why not? Why don't you give us a couple sponsors here while the boys work through this big class?
All right, I'll keep reading through the Platinum Stakes Club sponsors. We appreciate every one of them. Cass County Cattlemen, Champion Show Feeds, City View Farms, the Tlack family, Clinton County Cattlemen's, Cole Farms, Complete Ag Services, Empire Imagery, Eric and Kelly Totemeyer, Evans Family, Ferguson Cattle Company. Thank you to those sponsors. We'll continue to name you all again throughout the show.
Absolutely. Appreciate what you do and what you've provided and offered for these juniors. It definitely does not go unnoticed.
Speaking of sponsors, I keep looking at this, one of the ads out in the middle of the ring, the Vermeer ad, the one that's the quote from Jeff Boddicker. That's pretty good. I talked about it earlier, but maybe some of you folks weren't on here, but there's a quote from Jeff Boddicker, well-known cattle producer here in our state, and it says, "I love my cows, Amy, my Vermeer baler, and a few other people." So he highly values his Vermeer baler, listing it right up there with his wife and his cows.
Yep.
It's a good one.
Yeah, and if you know Jeff, it's very fitting.
Body volume, but yet still look to the one that's going to lead off. A little better in terms of her head and neck and the shape of her head. I can lead just a touch better, and still one that has some width and some
Does Grandpa Darrell have any Vermeer, or no?
Nope. He was kind of a New Holland guy.
Okay.
And Vermeer's here in Pella, Iowa. It's kind of popular, all around now, but kind of more so in southern Iowa when it was first getting started and getting going.
Now they're getting out there more.
Yep.
Looks like your heifer's going to roll into number 2 for now.
Yeah, they kind of been talking back and forth, and they're getting my
as we
angle here.
As we seen earlier, that can change.
Yeah, it's just kind of our first cut and first sort, and there's again some nice pair of heifers. One's maybe a little stouter and soggier, and one's maybe just a little trendier. And we'll see what they decide on and what they tell us about
Two
them.
nice ones to start things off. We're still waiting for a black heifer
like
to
both of those
come.
are in God We Trust. Yep, there you go.
The colored heifers were sorted when they came in together, and they're going to stay that way for now, it looks like.
For the most part. But we didn't show colored heifers back in our day, did we?
We did not. A lot of black cattle back then. There was a premium on the black cattle.
There was. I did show one year. I showed a blue roan heifer on the breeding side that had a pretty good run with her, but that was about the extent of the color. Yeah, the Shar influence there in the mid-2000s really took a hold of the club calf industry.
Yes, it did. They're hashing it out here on 1 and 2. It's not over yet.
Yeah, it's definitely not over with, and I imagine they're probably going to let it set here for a second and go look at the rest of the lineup and come back with fresh eyes.
Definitely 2 really nice heifers. Definitely differences.
Yep.
That heifer that's currently in the first position is a big-legged, big timber type of heifer with lots of power. We're watching her move right now. She's, nickel shorter-sided probably, just boxy and stout. And then that heifer that's currently standing second that you were talking about, her face, she's just so smooth and elegant. I really like the angles of her front knee up to her shoulder there.
Absolutely. Yep, and as we said, both of those are In God We Trust heifers.
So sisters.
Yep. Kelton Kralick's on that first one right now, and Jax Pryor has the second one. Oh, we slid a black one in front of your other smoke.
Oh, they broke them up.
Yeah.
They broke them up.
Trying to be equal opportunity employers down there.
Well, that's a good thing. Helps keep the lawsuits at bay.
There you go.
judges have done their initial lineup, and now they are analyzing that top pair again, I believe. All right, we're going to rewalk them.
Yep, freshen them up, give them a new pose here.
Definitely both heifers have their advantages over each other, but again, quite a bit different type and kind. Judges are watching them walk away from them now.
Back in our day, that second place heifer, that blaze face, I mean, that's probably the kind that back in the day we showed as a commercial heifer.
Yes.
You know, nowadays
Yep.
there's so many people that are taking Angus heifers and running the
All right,
commercials.
they switched them. We wondered if that wouldn't happen.
There
here.
we go. Get that baldy up there where she belongs.
Got a crowd favorite there, do we?
Yeah, so far.
Well, there could be any more polar opposite than the
Top pair, but they're awfully, awfully good quality. And get off to the side, and this orange baldy, man, just gives you an incredible look. I told Dylan, I said, boy, she kind of flirts the line to me of a commercial breeding heifer. I mean, she's right there in terms of just her length and her frame size. And if you for 1 second think that that's just the big, pretty sound one in here, and that's the only reason we used her, you got to get in behind her because she's punchy still. That keeps her good in a market heifer setting. And to me, she's the one that's the hardest to make. Incredibly good in terms of her foot. Her look, of pattern, and quality from the side is good. And for being a cattle that's got some size to her, she's still really square. As you get right in the middle of her back and you take her down her top, get into her pin set, and right in the center of her hip, she's opened up and she's got base width behind and the same thing up front. She's the freshest and yet still the least hesitant whenever we ask her to get out here and move comparatively. Just a real neat one to win this particular class. I still think she kind of flirts the line, but boy, that thing is to me just the one that I kept gravitating back to and the most interesting out here. Now, Steery built, stout one there, and fits right into a market heifer setting. She was born for this. I mean, there's no doubt about it in terms of just her squareness and her width. I got to ask myself, and to me, it's her rear joint that just concerns me. And whenever I watch her go, she's more upright in her hock. She sets down plenty hard behind. If she's sound enough for you, then she can start. Those are two completely different cattle. You want them moderate and dense, or you want them pretty with some muscle. I think you could go either way. And so saying that one that starts this particular class is the right one in terms of her muscularity, she's the best on her feet and legs of that pair, and so that's where we split them. The smoke heifer, I like her better on the move than I do standing. She doesn't really want to bring her neck and shoulder together right, but from there back, she's awesome in her body. I thought she was more muscular behind her shoulder than the heifer was. It ended up right in behind her. I love her column of bone and her foot size and comfort level out here. She just has to piece together better off of her front end. Orange Baldy here does that. Little neater in terms of her top line where she sets right there at the top part of her shoulder comparatively to the one right in front of her. Right in behind her shoulder blade, I'm the most critical of her in the top four. Bringing her back, she's big in the center of her hip. Her pin set needs to be broader for me. I want to open her up in her chest and just give her more turn right there in her forerib. Black and white heifer's neat to look at. Needs to be better in terms of her rib, a little stouter at the surface. But boy, from the profile, she's killer good. This read her the most tubular in terms of her body design. I don't know if she maybe took a bad weight break here, but we could have used her in a few other classes. The one that comes here next, again, muscular, needs to be better built. Same thing as we continue to work down the lineup. We could either freshen them up or make them just a little more comfortable on either end. Really good class. Again, top pair, very, very interesting cow for sure. Congrats.
Well, you called it on that one, Noel. He said it himself about the class winner, the type of female that she is.
Yep. Like I said, very easily can be a commercial heifer in some people's settings. And I still like cattle like that on the breeding side, too, that have some back width and some pin set. And, they don't have to all be flat made and narrow.
So I agree with that.
But I definitely think she fits in well on this side of the ring. Don't get me wrong. So
I do think in the breeding side, and we're not watching that, but the trend is slowly maybe coming back
working
to
its way back. Yep.
some width.
Yep.
But yeah, we talked about it too, and they said it too. The first and second of that last class, two totally different types, but two really nice ones.
Right.
That's another thing that you and I agree on when we judge that your first and second don't always have to pair up with each other.
Nope.
They need to be the best two.
That's right.
It's more
Pick the
important
best
than
ones.
pairing them.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, it's nice when they pair up, but it shouldn't be your priority.
Yes. Next class coming in here, again, another good sized class. 9 heifers in this particular drive. This will be the second class of our second division of market heifers. Again, 4 classes here. Whoops.
That one getting a little
Green shirt's getting just a little.
She isn't quite sure what to think of the wood
Yeah,
chips on top of the concrete, I think is kind of the situation.
Hey, look at this. We got service from the
thanks,
B
brother.
team. Got
That's not what I was hoping he was going to hand us,
well,
but we'll take it.
When's the last time Jeff Spear handed you a cold bottle of water?
Never. It's usually one of those cold iced teas.
That's all right. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. That's going to taste good. So, no surprise again here, Mr. Habiger. Looks like there's what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 in this class again. Half of them, Pete's and Smoky heifers.
Look at that.
Setting the trend.
You better get to raising some more of them Smokies, looks like, if you're going to sell them.
Hey, I tell you what, I actually bred to a yellow bull last year and got some more calves coming. So far, the ones that have hit the ground, I think I got 4 of them, and one of them's a smoke, and the other ones are all black or black with white legs. So doesn't always work out how you plan.
Doesn't always go how you think it will.
And one of them got smashed by a tree.
Is that called natural selection? Or?
Well, I don't know. I don't think so, because it was a big, stout, healthy, good-looking calf. It wasn't the little puny puke that you wish would maybe just croak. So
Yep.
that's how it goes. Part of livestock.
Yes, it is.
My grandpa taught me when I was a young boy. He said, if you're going to have livestock, you're going to have dead stock. It's just part of it. If you can't afford to lose them, you can't afford to have them.
That's a good point. Good lesson to learn. Keep that in mind as you're planning your operation inputs. Seems like at my sheep operation I have a lot of inputs.
Yep.
I just went to the feed store the other day to pay off the latest delivery. You know, you said corn was cheaper, but I didn't feel like that check was any smaller.
Didn't
when I
notice
used
it,
to
huh?
ride.
Didn't affect you.
What do you think of this white gal here in front of us?
It's a pretty sharp animal.
Looks like the judges are pulling her in first. She's kind of easy to land on.
It looks like Weston Long. I think that's Clint Long's boy.
All right.
Clint, I know he's got a daughter that's been very successful in the sheep and pig world
I was
as
going to
well.
say, I seen him circling the ring at the sheep show
Yep.
at State Fair last
Yep.
year. Think they use any purple shampoo on her or anything? Or?
I don't know. But the stocks are deep. Husky white-legged one there comes next, and then another stout little peachy one here you can see on your screen coming in.
Very stout.
It's like that white heifer that's currently in the lead does Perfection. I know we talked about that bull earlier in the Shorthorn Plus division, so not your typical smoke in this drive, a more Shorthorn influenced heifer, so pretty neat to see that. Still has some shape and power to her.
For sure. All right, we got our initial lineup here. Judges are going to come back up to the photo line and look at things again fresh. Looks like we're set. We'll just wait for our reasons.
Avery Deppie Reserve, Taylor Woods. Now entering your foundation Red Angus females.
Well, boy, what a class of market heifers over here, and just what a class of cattle. Incredibly good. This white heifer that leads them off, I told Dylan, hey, there's a real good one in here, and he said, well, I've been being your waiter over there getting you water, so I haven't even got to look yet. And I said, well, I think you'll find her, and if you don't, then you can maybe just park her right over here, and I'll keep going. White heifer that starts, I mean, it starts in her skull, and having a little pig guy in me, buddy. I like your calf because she's stout-headed, and then from there back, it just kind of tells the story of one that's broad, incredibly wide in her rib, awesome in terms of her joints. Her feet are good. Everything just built, and it balances well. She's got a neat kind of a look to her from the profile. Give them all you want whenever you get right in behind her. Neat one there to win this particular class. This black and white one probably rocks her neck up a little higher up out of her shoulder. She's powerful whenever I get right in behind her. That heifer doesn't just take off and go as comfortable off the front side of her skeleton. I want to lay her shoulder blade back in her, give her just a little neater look to where her shoulder and knee tie, but from there back, extra powerful. Thought she went off of a more comfortable hind leg and foot than what did the orange heifer that ends up third. Standing there, I like this one as good as any of them. She's the neatest up through her throat, the longest in terms of her front end, the squarest about her back, and I love her pin set. If I loosen her up or you call her good enough in terms of her hock and rear foot, then that calf could win this particular class because she's got the pieces from the profile and the width and muscle we're looking for. Feet and legs just got for us to be a little more in check, particularly as you get in behind her. This thing ain't off quality. I like her structure a bunch, and I, again, think that one flirts the line of market heifer, commercial breeding female, whatever you want to call her. Her joints are really good, and her body type is good. She ain't as punchy as those top three, but boy, still real good built and good looking from the side. I'd like to just strengthen her up behind her blade, give her a little more punch right in the center of her hip comparatively to those top three. Young man's smoking white one comes next, and again, real good looking from the side. Deep in her body, but there needs to be more outward shape to it. Whenever I get up on top of her, like to just make her a little more comfortable off of her front end. Nice heifer there as well. Build, balance, and just structure will sort the rest of these things, but a real good class. Again, one of those that not a bad one in here, just fell into a buzzsaw with those top 4 or 5. Congratulations to each one of them. Great class.
Absolutely, a lot of depth again there, and congratulations to Weston Long for winning that class, that white heifer. As Miles was giving his reasons here, Weston's dad was standing right behind us. I grabbed him here and talked to Clint. He told me that heifer's actually a 3/4 shorthorn. Obviously, she's out of perfection, and her mother's a half-blood shorthorn. So, you don't see that every day. A 3/4 high percentage shorthorn competing in the market side. So awesome. Raised by Ryan Johnson up there in South Dakota. So congratulations, Weston. Good job winning your class there, bud. Second place goes to J.C. Hargens. So that was our second class in Division II. Entering the ring now, a couple more smoky heifers for you, Ryan Hamburger.
Smoke them if you got them.
Third class.
Smoke them if you got them. All right, as this class comes in the ring, I'm going to roll off some more of our sponsors here to recognize them. We'd like to give a shout out and thank these Platinum Steak Club members: Fry Cattle, Gall Ag Service, The Genuine JBH Podcast, Hamilton Photography, Hair Show Cattle. I know we've seen some of his calves coming through. Humphrey Agri Marketing, Iowa Junior Charlet Association, Jefferson County Cattlemen, Calvig Cattle Company, Kent Thomas, the Knoxville Regional Livestock Market, Lowry Seed, Brent Lowry, McLaughlin Cattle, Monty West Short Family, Muir Embroidery, been doing that a long time, Paulson Cattle, and Gall Ag Service. That's just part of our list. Thank you to all the sponsors. We're going to continue to recognize you throughout the rest of today.
Absolutely. As you said there, Muirs, they've been here forever. I was talking to Todd there the other day. I think he said 40-some years or something that they've been at the Iowa State Fairgrounds at least. And
that's a lot of hats.
Yeah, a lot of hats.
A lot of different styles too, I bet.
Yep. And we're creeping right up there on, on the Expo as well. I think we're 2 years away from the 50th anniversary of the Iowa Beef Expo.
Wow.
In general, and not all those years we had a junior show, but when they started this deal back in the day, I think there was 18 different breeds represented that they had a show and a sale for to help supply commercial cattlemen here in Iowa with high quality breeding stock. So
very cool.
Yeah, very cool. Another nice class of heifers here, and we can see we're getting into them stouter, heavier, denser type cattle, and another good class in front of us here, right?
Yes, these are some powerful females. But look at the one at the end of the line there. She's got the freak of the neck and the extreme look. So a little variety yet.
That's Mr. Bodie Druckenmiller there. I don't know if you remember, he had a pretty fancy market heifer, ended up being the champion.
That's right.
Market heifer last year.
That's right. I remember that. We liked her quite a little.
Yeah, nice heifer. So got another good one here this year.
We're in Division 2 of the Market Heifer Show for those joining us.
Yep, Class 3, Division 2.
After the
7 head in here.
Completion of the Market Heifer Show, we'll be done on this side for today. I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow, to the crossbreds and overall.
Absolutely.
I never heard any numbers of head. Did you hear any counts? Or?
I did not, actually. To be perfectly honest with you.
Seems like they've been piling those breeding heifers in over there.
Yeah, and that's been the trend the last few years, as you know, that the breeding heifer side's a little more in terms of quantity than our side of the ring here today, but
no matter which side you're on, there's quality.
absolutely. Not sure what breed they're sorting over there. I just took a peek over the other side. I think that might be the, you alluded to some Red Angus heifers. I think that's maybe the percentage Red Angus
Okay.
over there. You can see the quality in that breed
Oh,
too
yeah.
has certainly excelled.
What do you think that fancy black white heifer in front of us just maybe not quite as opened up as what they're looking for today?
Yeah, I mean, just a little different.
Not quite as burly.
I know he's made a comment or two, and comparing some stuff in these, and then we got in this market heifer deal about frame size and maybe a little bigger framed and maybe more breeding type than he would seem fit for a market heifer. So maybe he thinks she's just a little horsey in terms of her frame size.
Yep.
And again, we're just making our initial cut here, so
Yep, things can change.
She could well move up to the front of the lineup.
The heifer at first looks like she came got a sample of.
Yeah, she's a soggy middle thing, isn't she?
Got some belly.
She's probably more towards of those initial three. To me, she's probably the one that
More
leans
towards
more
the other
towards
side of the
breeding.
ring. Yeah. She looks like she's probably got a little business breed in her.
The business breed. Well, she's black, so of course she does. That's Nick Reemsma. Is that the young man that exhibited the champion at the
That's
state
the man I
fair?
was talking about earlier. That.
Yep. Well, he upgraded from color. He went black.
Yep.
Onto her rib cage, the stoutness out of her hip, but yet it still goes onto her body in a smooth manner. Probably
He's also got a Kasuth County connection. That's where his dad grew up.
not the biggest at the ground.
I know his uncle pretty well, Walt.
Oh, yeah.
Grilled several burgers that I partook in over the years.
Yes, he does a good job. He used to run around with me and my family when I was showing and help get my calves ready. He was the one that taught me the details of how to properly run a blower. Oh, Noel just got.
I got bit.
Spooked.
I thought it was an alligator.
Somebody came up and just grabbed him.
Just Mr. Green Stuff himself. Tom
Mr.
Thompson's in the
Green
house.
Stuff. Yes. We are having fun here at the Iowa Beef Expo. Noel's leaning over and trying to find out a little info about your heifer that's in the lead here, I think.
Well, let me catch up over on the breeding side in the Foundation Red Angus division, which just
What'd you find out there?
Class 53.
Hold on, I got to get your volume up. Okay.
Oh, I was muted. No, I was just talking to Nick's dad there and just asked him what that heifer was. She is a made to order. Her mother, she's actually a, here I am, excuse me. No, that's not right. Where am I at? Chosen one. She is a chosen one. Her
Okay.
mother is a made to order.
Okay.
And raised by Raymond Gane is where she came from. So,
Nice.
yeah. So we're kind of putting the last sort on them here, doing a little quick turnaround, kind of evaluating our top end in this third class of Division II. Again, the one that's in the front of the lineup right now, Nick Reemsma has a chosen one. I have a made-to-order cow. Interesting trio there. Good, 3 high-quality ones, and again, though, just differences. And
looks like we got an exchange happening here.
Yep.
2 and 3 are getting swapped.
And I kind of, I mean, again, they don't have to match up, but I think those 2 black ones pair up a little nicer. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Bodie's heifer, that baldy there in the second hole, I think she came from our buddy Grant Seiko. So.
Okay, yep.
Oh, a real good class, and the market heifers have been good, and that's much anticipated in this state, most specifically. Again, just 4, 5, 6 of them here, man. The whole class, real good, especially this upper end quality. Spend the most time between 2 and 3, but don't ever want to beat the calf that wins this particular class. Beautiful from the profile, great big turn in terms of her body. She's the best out here in terms of the way that she sets to the surface on either end of her framework. Really good in her joints. I like her muscle right in the center of her hip. I'd open her up right in behind her blade and down in or up into her pin set. Just broaden her a bit more as you get right up on top of her skeleton. Fit to a T, perfected in terms of getting her stuck. Beautiful from the side. Not beating her in this particular class. Black and white one, again, she's a little spooky, but we got the right showman on her for sure to get her back together. The more I looked at her, the more I liked her, and Dylan said, hey, I think we need to look at that black and white one more time because she finally settled in her top line, gives you a great big look from the profile. She's the neatest necked, and she's probably the broadest in her hip of these 3 in this particular lineup. She, to me, become the most refined about her arm and her hind leg and her rear foot and her ankle. It's all correlated to just a kind of a narrower head and jawline, but boy, that thing is superb from the profile and the way that her line's set in her. Her joints are built good, but she's a little weird moving. Might just be because she's a little flighty yet, but darn sure quality calf there for sure. I do love pieces of the heifer that ends up in 3rd, and honestly, just kind of calling her safe, she'd be a pretty neat cow. I like her rib cage. I love her joint. She's probably one of those best-footed ones, one of the better-footed ones in this particular class. Standing there the longer she did, as she's a rib or 2 longer, she starts to unhinge right in behind her shoulder. Her chest floor doesn't set up in her just as tight as those top 2, but really good in terms of her lower rib. Love the circumference of bone and just the natural foot size and coordination of that heifer. Quality, quality, quality for sure. Black heifer gives you a really neat look. They got her tied in tight in terms of her top line. Love her spread in behind her shoulder. Her neck dips into the base of her shoulder a little, or the upper part of her shoulder just a little deeper. Doesn't give her just quite the balanced profile of those top 3, but really broad as you get right there in behind her. Oh, big legs here that's next. I love her column of bone and just her foot size. She gets more upright and open in her shoulder, gets too tight in her loin whenever she goes, and then she sets up too up in terms of her lower body and flank. These 2 out down here, again, just broad built and stout, need to be a little nicer in terms of their movement. Use the muscle and rib cage of this one to beat that one. Good job. Real good class again.
All right, again, another really strong class there, and a little different change of pace there, but I think those guys, the way they talk, maybe kind of getting into the groove here in the market heifers and kind of starting to find something they can maybe tie to a little harder.
Yep, and they recognize that we are well known here in this state for the market heifers. They knew it was going to be good.
Yep. Ooh, more color. There's a splash of color coming in the ring.
Yes.
Catch your eye. Kasuth County calf hitting the ring.
Kasuth.
Well, we're not outnumbered with orange heifers, but we do have some color variation again.
Yes, we do. Those all black cattle are rare anymore.
No.
Suppose that hurts the sales of the black dye.
I don't know. They say, and again, I'm not in the camp because I haven't been fitting for a year or two now. They say like the black paint's getting hard to get a hold of, huh?
Oh.
Supply and demand becomes a challenge.
Yep.
The red and white heifer here on the end, just looking at my paper, says that's gone viral. That's very well could be a heifer raised by our good friend Alan McDaniel there in Indianola. That's the bull he's kind of
Dr. McDaniel
had some success with. Baldy heifer going to turn the corner here. Looks like that's Chloe Rogers again. She's had some awfully good steers she's led through the ring already today. Another nice heifer here.
Lots of body in that one.
Yeah.
Power.
High chested when she comes at you. Beefy. I think your black cattle might get a little revenge here in this class.
Looks like they might. That Kelly heifer has the long ear hairs. Look at those.
She does have the fluff factor there, doesn't she? Sire not available.
Ooh.
I never bred to him.
Yeah, I never tried him out.
Well, not available. Looks like you're going to have a class winner.
Nice looking heifer. I saw Jason at a local gathering here a month or two ago. He told me, I think this is their last year for having show calves for the family, is what he made it sound like.
Gotcha.
So it looks like they're going to go out with some nice ones.
That's good. I know they've kind of made the venture into the goat world as well.
Yeah, I think his son is pretty partial to the goats.
Kind of got that cool white chest, just sets her off just a little bit.
Yep. Neat looking heifer, maybe not today. Anyway, moving out quite as free on those back wheels. I'm assuming that's what the judges are going to talk about on her. Come in, take another look at them.
5 young ladies working hard here in this class and getting them showed the right way.
Another good solid class.
Well, that front third of that heifer, though, she just got the cool presence and look to her, doesn't she?
She does. There's no doubt about it.
Structure, foot design, softness of joints, and then from there up, that was still the class leader in terms of just body dimension, look, and presence. I can lengthen out her hip, make her a little longer, better there, but her hip kind of a heifer. Heifer gonna have here in second. To me, comes spokesman second and third here, but she's just a little more laid back.
I think if I'm a betting man, they've kind of made their decision. They're just waiting on the mic from Callis.
Change her hind leg ever so slightly, but again, I like her reach and comfortableness up front versus our third place heifer. Probably as dense middle as any of them in terms of proportion and big hip. She's got that as well.
Two really nice heifers, just some differences. Again, maybe mobility versus power and some give and take.
Give and take. That's what it's all about. Miles is going to tell us all about it.
A real good class and pulled the white-flanked or white-chested heifer here first, and just thought, again, in motion, she's the one that's the most confident in her step. And then as I get in behind her, comparatively to the black and white heifer, they're just quite a bit more spread up high. She's bigger top, she's thicker-ended, and then as she goes to the surface, she's more comfortable and athletic off of either end of her framework. Good cattle to win this particular class. Black and white one's certainly big in terms of her bone work, really good, and the way that they've got her dialed in, clipped in tight, and looks beautiful from the profile. I step in behind her and just ask myself, is there enough there? Comparatively to the cattle on either side of her, she's the narrowest in her upper rib and the flattest in terms of her hip. I'm not saying she doesn't have power, but relative, she's not nearly as opened up and bulky as these two cattle. I thought she hit the ground softer behind and just went off a more coordinated hind leg than the black heifer that comes here next. On the stand, this thing's unbeatable. I think they're pieces of her foot and bone relative to her height and length of body, the way that her neck comes up out of her shoulder and her broadness whenever I get in behind her. I'm the most critical of the build of her rear skeleton. As I ask her to move, she'll waddle out of her hip, set her hind legs outside of her body, and maybe it's just this surface. Maybe out there and off the halter, she doesn't do it. But out here, she gets pretty uncoordinated, particularly off of her hock and rear foot. I just wish she'd get out and just reach and go easier. If she did that, then all of a sudden, that's probably my class winner. Heifer that's next is good-bodied and sound, just needs to be a little neater looking. This one just has to be stouter all over. Good job, awesome class.
That's right, awesome class, awesome pair of heifers at the top like you talked about. Congratulations to Morgan Kelly. Sire not available. I did a little research here. That's actually, she's sired by a bull called Colt 45.
Colt 45.
Yep.
Tell me more about that.
Well, I'm not 100% sure about it, but sounds like he's a Here I Am out of a Shorthorn type cow.
Okay.
So he's probably going to gain some popularity now. If you raise cattle like that, you'll get famous.
She's nice.
That heifer came from Todd Caldwell and our buddy Brad Smith. So congratulations to those guys. Congratulations to Morgan. And then second in that class was Chloe Rogers. So that was the fourth and final class there in Division 2. Now we're going to bring our class winners back in. You just saw Jax Pryor bring his In God We Trust in. There's the white heifer shown by Weston Long we talked about, sired by Perfection. Class 3 winner was Nick Reemsma with that chosen one. And just this last class won here by Morgan Kelly. So
very competitive division.
Yep, I think this is going to give them something to talk about, and again some choices to go, and good group of heifers here, and again a little give and take, and kind of want to see where they hang their hat and where they put their priorities. You gonna call Vegas and lay any bets on this particular lineup, or?
Nope, not feeling it.
Okay.
You don't have to call Vegas anymore. Just, like the Iowa State and Iowa players can tell you. You can just bet.
Oh, you just, yeah.
Bet from anywhere.
There you go.
Unfortunately, Iowa took the brunt of the betting scandals.
Yep, trying to make an example out of us.
Definitely a nice lineup here as we look out. We see some differences, but some similarities as well. Of course, they all have the correct build and just some differences in terms of overall power.
Yep. Yeah, and again, just some minor differences in terms of body shape and design, and I think 2 or 3 of them maybe built a little steerier, and maybe one or so that's, I don't want to say maternal, but just built a little different. That Reisman heifer, I think, is probably
she's just an outlier in terms of just.
That's what I was going to say, the outlier, and I think that's the one they really kind of fell in love with in class, and so I think either run with her and they're going to say she wins easy, or maybe she kind of gets left out here, but kind of depends what you like. That fourth class, the Kelly heifer, she looks pretty good in this lineup, I think.
She does, yep. She's sure got the look and build and still has some punch, as they were saying.
Yep, I think her and this my yellow baldy up front, they kind of fit together.
They're similar.
Again,
you like one, you like the other.
Yep, exactly. And then definitely take nothing away from that Shorthorn influence heifer as well. She's stout made.
Yeah, she's really powerful.
Good
Maybe
bodied.
not quite as flexible, but
yep.
Man, power. The new words to use that I've learned today are density and punch.
Punchy.
I gotta put those in my vocab for this summer here.
Miles and Dylan doing a little discussion here in the middle of the ring. As you guys can see on your screen here, a nice lineup of heifers, and again, just some slight deviations in terms of type and kind. And see that yellow heifer up front, and just her squareness from behind and her hip set.
She's got some awesome parts to her.
Yeah, she does.
We were talking about Cherry Bomb earlier. She's got some similarities in terms of her build. Doesn't have the Roman nose, but
right. You can see even from this angle, now Miles kind of stepped in front of her.
Yep.
You can see that third heifer. She just just a little more maternal and her sweep to her
that
belly.
Big old swoopy belly.
Yep.
Maybe not quite as bold sprung.
Hard to be big and square and wide up top and big and bold underneath too. It's just
It is.
Placings for Class 43, final class Division 2 market heifers. First place, Morgan Kelly. Second to Chloe Rogers.
Again, these guys are doing a good job giving them the once and twice and third over, make sure they're real comfortable in their decisions as they talk about it and break them down.
Judges Miles, Tenius, and Weminger are now selecting your champion, Division 2 market heifer.
Yep, no bets from me. I'm not sure. I think there's a couple in my mind that either one of them could do it.
Yeah, if I had to go out on a limb, I'd tell you what I like, but that doesn't matter today.
Okay, division of market heifers. Again, I'd ask you to put your hands together for them real quick if you could and commend these kids. Job well done. And again, as you get into them, each one of these classes may be a little different in terms of their kind, but darn sure the quality's there, and that's what we're supposed to do. Pick the ones that we like, and they may not be your favorites. We're totally okay with that, but they are ours. And to me, whenever I just was talking to Dylan, I said, in my opinion, these four that are out here are the most memorable, and that's why I kept drafting back towards them. I thought, there's pieces of each one of these that's real good. This Cheeto-colored one or the dark orange one or orange one, whatever you want to call her, has got a real neat look about her. I mean, as I get off to the profile of her in terms of just her pattern and her presence, she's awfully good. Her lower cage is good. The shape of her center body's good. And she surprisingly got some hip to her whenever you get in behind her. Told you earlier, she's probably flirting that line. But, boy, in terms of just her spread still in her hip, that keeps her up there in the upper end of a good class. I'd broaden her up as you get right in behind her blade. Just open her up in her forerib, but real good. The white one is arguably just as powerful whenever you step in behind them as anything that we've had today. Naturally is powerful. Her rib cage is wide, it's round, and she's thick down her top. Got a great big hip in her, got great big feet, and she knows how to use them on the move. Maybe not setting up as easy as a couple of these other cattle for that boy, but once she does and you get to look at her, she looks like a market heifer, and she looks like the one out here comparatively that just has the most to her. And I told Dylan, I said, as you're thinking about them, you peel a little bit of throat out of that heifer and you just trim her up a shade at her crest, and I don't think you'd ever look back because she's got everything else from there back. I'm looking at heifers on either side of her that, in my opinion, you bring them into a steer class, all of a sudden they could be second or third because they're a little bigger and they're a little longer. But we wanted to keep quality in mind in terms of pattern and feet and legs and some of those, and that's where we ended up. You trim her just a shade up out of her throat and right there at her crest, and it's no doubt that one's as good as any of them because she is broad, got horsepower, and she sets down with comfort as she goes. Just really a neat one for both of us as we continue to kind of cuss and discuss them out here. Good project for that young man. Black heifer that wins a good class. I told you earlier, I thought she too was flirting the line of commercial breeding cattle relative to market cattle. She's got enough punch in the center of her hip. She's beautiful build at the ground. That heifer comes with a shade of chest. She comes the flattest and most peaked right in behind her blade of what is in this particular lineup. Now, she's quality, and that's what we like about her. Her body and the base of it and the lower shape of her rib cage is good, incredible in terms of her feet and legs, and yet still enough spread as you get in the center of her hip and you take her to the surface. We end with a good one, and I thought that class was quality as well. Lots of different pieces in there. And once she stops and stands, she looks like maybe she combines the look of this one with the muscularity of that one. I told Dylan, I said, break down her bone, her ankle, and her forearm and tell me if that thing's stout enough. And he said, I think she's right there. Just at her knee and her arm and her jawline, that heifer will get just a bit more fragile. Now, I'm nitpicking on them because this is a real good division, but that is a good head of cattle for sure as well. Takes off and goes good behind. Again, just a very nice one. So, lots of different shapes and sizes, and obviously things you can cuss and discuss. If that one's stout enough at the surface, she wins. If that one's got enough muscle, she wins. If that one's a little prettier neck, she wins. If that one's got enough horsepower compared to these three, she wins. And so you take them back and say, hey, that one should have won. I wouldn't disagree with you. We're going to do what we want. We thought one of them just kind of surpassed the rest of them in terms of substance, width, and muscularity. And in market cattle, we want to keep that in check. Young man's got your champion in Division 2. Good job to him.
Well, congratulations to Weston Long.
Here on the Red Angus side of things, we're going to leave
Wins
these two.
Class 2 and wins the
They went with the
Division
power.
2.
They
They
went with
did.
the
They
true
like the
market.
power. True market heifer, 3/4 shorthorn. That doesn't go hand in hand all the time, does it?
It does not. She's stout, man.
Congratulations to that young man. That is a stout made
I
heifer.
liked what he said there at the end. He said about each heifer, if she
Right.
wins. That's pretty good.
And you could kind of see, as you know, on your screen we talked about when they were giving their reasons, you could just see her power and width and her squareness throughout. And go to the other end of the spectrum here for a reserve and kind of get the bigger frame breedier type one.
Yeah, they talk. She isn't the stoutest, but she's quality, and they liked her.
Yep, that's Nick's Reemsma with the chosen one out of class number 2. So, excuse me, class 3. So our champion is Weston Long and reserved to Nick Reemsma.
That was an interesting division, wasn't it? It just
It was.
all the differences, and they talked about it all.
Yep, for sure. Yep, they're very accurate in their descriptions, and again, that's all you'd ever really want is just tell us what you see, and it matches good, and we can all live with it and move on.
Move on to Division 3.
Division 3. This will be the third and final division of the Market Heifer Show.
I'm not keeping real good tabs, but I think we're kicking Chad and Tim's behinds on
Well,
our show, you know.
absolutely. I know we are.
We'll have a lot of things accomplished before they ever get off their little stand over there.
All right, Class 1 of Division 3 hitting the ring here. Looks like we'll have 6 head.
All right, over on the market side, catching you up on your Division 2 champion Mark Heifer coming out of class 4.
Nice, efficient market show. We're going to be out here at a decent time.
You betcha. Got 918 pounds up to 938, so just a 20-pound spread here on this group.
Weston Long, reserve, moving into class 44, first class, Division 3 market.
I'm going to roll through some more sponsors here when we got a minute.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks to the following sponsors of the Platinum Stakes Club, which is a group that supports IJBBA. Prior Show Cattle, Purple Bound Show Feeds with R&B Feeds, Beth, RCL Farms, Russell Livestock Market, RW Platson Chevrolet, SC Online Sales, we know those guys,
Yeah.
Shala Family Farms, the Shanks family. Talked earlier, a couple families at a high level in this show ring right here.
I betcha.
Showtimes magazine, putting out some awesome content all the time. The Showman app that a lot of the exhibitors and families are using, I'm sure, as we speak. Skellinger Farms, Sinclair Tractor, Studer Shorehorns, Stutzman Cattle, and one of our premium sponsors of the show, Sullivan Supply.
Excellent. I think all the sanctioned shows on the Junior Beef Breed circuit this year are using the Showman app, aren't they?
I believe so. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just so much nicer for everyone.
No.
And it helps the people run the show too.
Yeah, it's good communication for everybody.
That means we'll be using her for the Kent Habiger Memorial Classic, April 6th.
There you go. Did
We'll
you
see
guys
in
use it
Webster
last year?
City.
I don't ever get in on that part, but
Yeah, I can't take much credit for that part because I don't do it, but I think that is what they were using to break the classes and get it out to everyone, of course.
right. Casey Crosshop here looks like it's going to be the first one to get pulled in this division, this first class of Division 3.
Powerful heifer. She fits the mold of
Yep.
wide.
Wide and chunky. That's how great thou art. And again, even in that last division, as they talked about, you heard him say again, just analyzing these market heifers and frame size at the end of the day, I think, is going to play a factor the way these guys look at things. And there's one that's, again, kind of, a little more moderate in her build and this little steer, the way she's designed from front to rear.
Badger out of Class 57, your reserve going to Madison Collison out of Class 58. Once again, champion Red Angus female.
So I can line these up pretty quickly.
You want to take bets? Who's going to talk them? Dylan going to talk them? Oh, no.
Nope.
Miles says I'll do it.
Market heifers can be challenging, in my opinion, because there's just so many things, just like that last division, and where you can get hung up on and say, well, I wouldn't trade her because of this or this, and I totally understand, but we got to do our duty in breaking them down. And so as Dylan and I come back again, and as they walk and leave, no doubt that we felt very confident in that setup of them. The black heifer that starts and leads off in Division 3 is really powerful. Great big back, great big hip, built like a market heifer. She's got a little extra shoulder, like to set her chest up in her and just tidy her up front just a shade, but really stout, really bold and powerful. She's the moderate one with thickness there. Moves good enough comparatively. The orange heifer there, she's probably a rib longer. She's prettier out of her front end, a little tighter, smoother about the base of her shoulder. That extra rib or two is not going to probably do her any justice behind her shoulder. Then I want to stouten her up in her bone work and her foot size comparatively that class winner, but really good as you get in behind her. For being longer bodied like that, she still got some hip, and so she sets in a market heifer setting pretty good. Her structure up front just concerns me a shade. The black heifer that comes next, really pretty from the profile, good in terms of her depth of body. Need to open her up as I get up in front of her through her chest and through the mid part of her rib cage. Do the same thing as I step right in behind her, loosen her up just a shade. This heifer's got a great turn and sweep and shape about her cage, and she opens up good behind. I like her feet and legs standing there. She's a little unorthodox moving off of either end of her body, and just like to settle her and relax her on both ends of her framework, all of a sudden that one could move up. Baldy's the same way. She's the best in her rib and the softest in her center. Gets up underneath herself on the go. Got to just set her back in terms of her blade and the angle of her knee. Same thing with the painted one that closes. Good looking from the side. Just needs to be stouter and softer. Good class. Start Division 3.
Good class there, and a stout little boxy one to start with. Again, that was Casey Crosshoff. And looks like when they went out of the ring, my eyes didn't fail me. It looked like that was a Joey hair tag in her ear.
I think I saw that too, and the same story on the first one in the ring. You can see the
peaches there.
same
Yep,
farm
for
tag
sure.
there.
This here is exhibitor 175. That's Morgan Will. Looks like we're going to have another good class here, 8 deep. 942 to 996 in terms of weight.
Got a color variety.
You betcha.
Now that exhibitor with the white heifer has thrown everything out the window. What we talked about, there's no strap on that.
Yep.
There's not a white, there's not a black.
Oh, he's got the wire with the fancy little handle. Another exhibitor here, it's no stranger to that, would be Expo and showing good cattle. Last one in the ring here, Miss Ava Noonan. Her parents have showed some high quality cattle over the years, and they've done a good job and good strong ag and show cattle family here in Iowa.
She looks like she's tight-fronted and big-ended.
She wedges the right way,
Here.
they would say.
Good pair of cattle.
I believe that one had a Wade Rogers tag in her here. Looks
Pretty
like
wild-looking creature there.
Paper says she's sired by the Here I Am.
Imagine that. With a hip like that.
Hope she wasn't born backwards.
You get many of those?
I had one the other day, actually.
Come out all right?
Yep, it's all good.
Backwards is better than a breech, right?
Yes. Tail first, no legs. That's a no bueno situation. Yep. Haven't had one of those for a few years, but.
Very competitive class here, folks. This is going to be a good one.
Yep, good class. Looks like the peach heifer here up at the front of the lineups, and In God We Trust. Speaking of sheep, is that Miss Amthar there at the second one?
Yeah, that's Brad's daughter.
Yes.
They've gotten crossed into the show cattle, very competitive in the cattle world now. Brad's wife has the cattle background.
Right.
And over on the market side, your placings for Class 1 of the Division 3 market heifers. That's actually Class 44. First place.
Around in the corner here is Gentry Johnson, another family that's no stranger to the show cattle world. Grew up showing against Chad and his sister, and they've had some good ones over the year. I think that one's how great that art out of the old. I think she's made to order out of the old Red Thunder cow.
Oh, perfect.
There you go.
I know her.
You do. Believe she came through Kendall's this fall.
That Indian heifer's kind of a freak on a leash.
She's got the wow factor, doesn't she?
She does. Be fun to get down close to her and see how things look from up here. She's pretty interesting.
This class in Division 3 here is going to give the judges a little pause when it comes to picking colored cattle again, I think. This is a deep set of heifers.
Yes, it is.
Looks like the top four are all pretty salty.
And those first two definitely match up with each other.
Yeah, they do. Once again, though, even like look at heifer in fifth is no slouch.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, it's just
that's a nice calf. Just tough class, ran into a buzzsaw.
Yep, keep your head up and on to the next one. But if you remember, I mean, obviously, you know, we come to the Iowa State Fair and, you know, pound for pound, the depth in these market heifers come State Fair time. You can have a pretty darn nice heifer that stands 6th or 7th in class.
Yes, yes, there's no doubt about that. You know, we've talked about it before, but all the good market heifers that are raised across the country somehow seem to find their way to Iowa. Makes it extra deep.
Exotic, is that a good word for this first one?
I think she's exotic.
I think she's a horse of a different color,
got some
isn't she?
really freaky pieces, I mean, and they all tie together. You don't always see, you see those pieces a lot. You don't see them all
blend so
together.
smoothly, yeah. Dylan had the mic there, and Miles said, "Hey, I think I want to talk about these." Let's see what he has to say.
There we go.
Welcome to the show. Incredible class, and each one of these, I don't know if you two are over there looking at all. I'm sure at least Ferris has kind of got his eyes seeking over this way. Brandon's trying not to. I can see it. darn sure good. And you boys would like these things over here, I guarantee you. There's quality and it runs deep. I mean, I'm going to talk about them. This calf that wins, though, there is no beating her. Incredible in terms of her look. Great big back, great big hip. Joints lay in her smooth and right. I love her whenever she gets out and in motion. And in one glance at her from the profile, everything balances so well. She takes off and goes good. Got a little bloat on her left side. Probably they don't probably think that could be just the most ideal at this point, but that heifer there, obviously it does no injustice to her in terms of her spine and the way that she used it. That's good cattle right there. I told Dylan, I said, boy, there's another one in here that I'm in love with. In terms of her frame size and her width and muscularity and her feet and legs, this black one hits me real hard. She's not maybe just got the profile view of my class winner. She runs downhill just ever so slightly. She's not as big in terms of her arm, but boy, that thing is quality built, incredible muscle. I love her kind and her quality. Like I said, I could talk about her all day long. I spent a little more time between 3, 4, and 5 because I like these cattle a lot. Got into just discussing them in my head and talking to Dylan. This white heifer's got the big feet. She's got the stout kind of a hind leg and forearm. She moves so well. She's a little bigger in her kind, and so she pieces just a bit flatter in behind her shoulder blade. Doesn't just have the outward turn and spread of her upper back and rib cage of what those top two have, but preferred her feet and legs, and yet still a little wider than this black one underneath, better built than this dark orange one or the copper colored one that comes here next. Presented to an absolute T. I love this heifer from the side. Her length of body is probably the most appropriate out here. Moderate in her frame and thick in terms of her back and really big-ended. Kind of took a bad weight break here. To be real up front with you, that heifer in a few of these other classes fits just a bit better. I want to break her down alone, though, and that's the quality that I see in her. I wish she'd just use her hind leg a shade easier. I'd like to rock her back in her shoulder blade, but absolutely dialed into the nines in terms of the way that she's presented. I love her squareness. If that hind leg's safe enough and comfy enough for you, she can move up. For us, it wasn't, but a real good heifer as she stops and stands. So is it this one. Killer from the profile, so long-necked and really good in terms of her hip and her back line. I stepped in front of her and she was the narrowest chested, and then from there back it just kind of told the story of one that needed more horsepower down her top line, got her tightened up real tight in terms of her back and the way that she's clipped. There still has to be more there in her upper rib, more spread in behind her shoulder, and from there down. Bulky and big in terms of her mid-body comes here next. I thought this heifer from hooks to pins was the most off, and then right in behind her blade the same way, but moderate and thick and stout. If I could get her top line to lay in her just a shade better, bring her front end back together, I could darn sure use her a little higher in class. Good quality in the remaining pair. That one needs to be sounder. That one needs to be stouter. Incredible class. Good job.
Well, he said, "Welcome to the show."
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking back, there was that
Good
one,
pair heifers,
that one
both
class of
these
key
calves.
steers, and we had that one class in the mains again that just super depth of quality, especially on the top end, super competitive, and I think they kind of felt that way again about that class. And that being said, those 5 deep as we saw, still that one, they just kind of really fell in love with her and ran with it.
Yeah, she's pretty easy to look at.
Yeah,
she's be very interesting to see how far she can roll in this show.
Right. Yeah, it's far from over, but you bring a market effort against the steers and whatnot. So it's class 4 here in our 3rd division. This will be the final class of the day. In our market effort show, I have 5 on my list. We have 3 in the ring. Looks like we maybe had a couple scratches.
Yep, that was a fun class to watch.
Yeah, fun class to evaluate and get to listen to somebody break down.
What did they fault that class winner on, being a little bloated? That was her fault?
Well, and that was, it was more just an observation. He said, I suppose the crew's a little upset that, worried because she's got a little bloat, but it doesn't affect her at all. So, the way he said, there wasn't anything on to stop
didn't
that
really
one.
pick on her.
Compared to a couple of the others classes and types and kinds, and just the way he's talked, she seemed maybe just a little horsier in terms of frame size than some of the other ones, and he even said that, his second place was how he liked them frame size wise, but that certainly didn't Didn't hold him back
Yeah,
at all.
he said too. He really liked that second place heifer, and she, any other class, she
right
would have floated to the top.
Yep. So again, just 3 here in this class. We have a couple scratches. Looks like it's going to be Bristol Young. Luke Knutson's got the red shorthorn appearing heifer there in your picture. And then Tyson Von Glahn, he's got a heifer here. And again, there's question marks on where the sire is. So either they don't know or didn't want to tell us. But so we line them up here. Looks like Tyson's going to take the cake here. Dylan's going to grab the mic and finish off our market heifer show for us here in this last class. We'll get ready to rack them up and pick our champion in Division 3.
Just 3 heifers here in this class of market heifers, and the one we lead off just combines some of the things that the 2 behind her put together so well. This one comes the broadest out of the backside of her blade and down her top and out through her hip. When that young man gets her set up, she balances so well. She's got a really nice look about her. I love her foot. I love her leg. I'd like to freshen her up there just at the base of her chin, just ever so slightly, but that's getting awfully critical of a heifer that puts so many good things together. Her structure, her balance, her power, that's the combination heifer within class. The young lady's black heifer that ends up second within this particular drive, again, standing still. I like this one's hind leg. I like her body density. She's got a great curvature to her body. She labors off of both ends of her skeleton. That's what puts her in second. She needs to be cleaned up there just at the base of her chin. Just needs to be more agile off of both ends of her skeleton. The young man's redneck roan here, heifer, has some class advantages in terms of body and just density. She's the thickest heifer. She's the widest based heifer, but that comes to her undoing. She wants to get outside of her skeleton when she's asked to move from behind. I'd like to clean her up just in terms of her condition and her underline and at her chin, but a really high quality individual there to be third in that particular class.
All right, thank you, Dylan. There he was giving his comments of our final class of market heifers there today. First in that class goes to Tyson Von Glahn. So we'll get them lined up out back. Mr. Little T will get them in proper order and send them back to us. We get ready to select our champion here in this 3rd division of market heifers. So again, a good solid class winner there. They were very positive about, but I don't know.
I think I'm ready to turn my bet in, though.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of a one-horse race.
I'd say the odds would be pretty stiff on the bet.
You're going to bet a lot to win a little,
That's
I think,
right.
is how it's going to go in that
Yep.
particular deal.
Yep.
So
That's
our
gonna
3
be
class winners here, looks like out of that first class, class 44, Casey Crosshoff. Again, that was a How Great Thou Art. Looks like come from Joe Hare. Class 2, that really stout class, they're about 5 or 6 deep. Ava Noonan wins that class with that Freaky Made Here I Am heifer. And then out of our last class here was Tyson Von Glahn. So get them lined up here and let the judges
Nice
give us
lineup
an
of heifers
evaluation.
all the way through, but what do you think? Going to be a 1-2 punch?
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, they liked the heifer out of the first class. He liked her in terms of her boxy look and her frame size. I think, to me, that's probably the horse race. Second place in Class 2 versus class winner out of Class 1, you think?
I think so. I mean, they definitely like the power of that class winner in the first one. They did call her out a little on that shoulder.
Yep.
I think they're going to keep those 2 together and
I think I probably would as well.
push them on through to the end.
Interesting to see the white heifer out of Division 2 stacked up right next to this heifer out of Division 3. You know,
That will be.
just right side by side. See how they look.
That Noonan heifer, though, the front end and the back end is not normally
No, that's
what you see on the same
Yep,
calf.
same
That's
animal.
interesting.
And everything in between, like you said, just fits together so nicely.
If you would give Division III a good round of applause. Job well done by each one of these kids. Again, high quality group of them, and I've talked about it all day long, but it's been so fun to sit in here and just be a part of it. And again, just knowing that there's so many good ones and there's so many different things that'll happen with them, and management practices, whatever it may be, and what ends up happening at the end is not what we want to sit here and cuss and discuss. We want to judge them today and what's in front of them. And Dylan's brought that back to my mindset quite a few times, because I'm like, boy, could you imagine this thing here or there in 60 days, or as we work on into the summer and late parts of the summer, early fall on some of those deals, or maybe even later. And he's like, yeah, but we're judging them today. I know you like them that good, but darn sure it's been fun to have him here. In Division III of these market heifers is elite quality once again, starting off with this first class, incredibly stout, incredibly bold, just husky built. She's wide, looks like a market heifer, and she's just a bit wider at the point of her blade. As you start to study her right in the center of the shape of her shoulder, gets just a bit off in her hip, and I'd like to see her set just a nickel easier there behind. Class 2 is an incredible specimen. Once she stops and stands and parks and gets her neck up, everything blends and balances so well. Got a great big center back and upper hip in her. Really good in terms of her base width, and she's so comfy at the ground. Everything just fits together so good. She's got enough right in behind her shoulder. Just everything balances and it matches, and she's so elite quality, fresh in her presentation, and we could talk about that one all day. One that ends up winning Class 3 again. I thought Dylan described those things good. Those were 3 quality heifers, where that one was just a little more comfortable than the other 2, and then yet still offered body mass and muscularity. And so out here, maybe not as neat-throated, neat-chested, or just as good at her crest, and we could drop her down in terms of the rear part of her body and down into her, or up into her flank, just a shade. With that being said, you've heard me talk about them. Obviously, there's one we like real good, and I hope you do as well. Class 2 is your champion in Division 3. Congratulations to her.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. No
We're
surprise
gonna
there.
jump in here real quick and cut
Now
my
let's see where we're going to go from there.
It might be a little closer than I thought. I just assumed they'd 1-2 punch those out of the middle class, but
Well,
we're
I
going to
don't-
find out.
I think they might.
Yeah,
There you go.
and they did. But they definitely appreciated those other class-winning heifers for what they brought to the table.
Absolutely. Good way to round out the market heifer show here. So we will get ready out back, and we'll bring in our Division 1, 2, and 3 champion reserves. We'll pick our champion market heifer.
All right, this is going to be fun.
Cole's waving at him, says, get on in here.
Getting some more text messages. I guess there must be somebody listening out there.
There you go. And that's one thing that, when we did that the first year, it was kind of surprising to me. I didn't realize how many people were actually watching and listening, but
I think there's quite a few, just because of having livestock or wrestling or whatever it might be. They're not here, they're watching.
Other activities.
I've had somebody Snapchatting me. They had it on in the living room, the big screen TV watching. So
nice. No, but definitely awesome that these guys offer that service, and we're definitely appreciative that we get to sit here and watch the show and talk to you about it. So blessed that way, and it's been a great show. And again, thanks to all the people that do what they do, Jenny Studer and Kim Lewis for all their efforts, and the team that they have at the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds Association, and then everybody here at the fairgrounds, and Mallory and her crew at the Iowa Beef Expo. So been an awesome event so far, and obviously we're in the new venue here this year, and so far so good. I think it's been a tremendous show, and we're going to get ready to pick a really good market heifer here in this division, and then roll into what we know will be a tough crossbred show tomorrow.
yes, it's going to be a lot of fun. These market heifers in front of us, though, are quite amazing themselves, and like Noel said, thanks to everyone who puts this together. Thanks for having us, and of course thanks to the premium sponsors, which include Vermeer Equipment, Sunglow Feeds, and Sullivan Supply, and Stock Show U.
Oop, the old white heifer's been up a little long, and she got a little tired. It's always nice to do good in the first division, but sometimes you gotta.
Then you got to make that call. It's like, are we going to break this down?
Yeah, we're going to let her lay down, or we're going to hold out. So, young lady's a little frustrated, but she's got nothing to hold her head down about.
She's doing a great job.
Good quality heifer. She's done a good job with, and it looks like she'll probably have a good summer with her. All right, so what do you think here? I know what my heart's telling me. You tell me different. I know we wanted to see this white heifer standing right next to that.
We like them all, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have to go with that Noonan heifer to take the cake.
When you get called out as being a unique beast, I think that kind of sets the stage.
I'm excited to bring her back in tomorrow.
For the steers,
I want to
yes.
see how she stacks up with the boys.
Yep. If she looks anything like that tomorrow when she comes back, she'll be in the mix, right in there.
For reserve, I don't know which way it's going to go there. We're going to find out.
Well, I think
All right, we commend these market heifer exhibitors. The show, all three of these divisions has been really good, and to no surprise either. Obviously, you're in the state where market heifers still matter, and there is a point and a security in you guys' show, and where we don't have in our state, they kind of just dwindled away, and we wish they'd come back because we get plenty of them, obviously. But the three that end up winning these divisions, and even the three reserves, we think are extremely, extremely good. And there's different pieces and parts of them, and you can describe them the way that you want to, or say, hey, I wouldn't trade mine, I wouldn't do this, and that's totally fine. We're just trying to break down the cattle, tell you what we see. In Division 1, we thought that heifer won pretty handily. She had the rib cage, she had the spread. That heifer's got a beautiful look to her from the profile. She needs to hinge up a little stronger right in behind her blade, and she's not as punchy as these other two behind her, but she shouldn't be. She's Division 1, and she fit right there in that mix and looks like a Division 1 market heifer. Just comparatively, she doesn't have the horsepower of these other ones. The white one's a little different in her kind, obviously. She's more moderate, she's thick, she's powerful. I think that heifer's the most natural in terms of her upper body out here. I like the shape of her rib cage and the spread that she's got behind. She's coming back maybe a shade more cumbersome is the way that she goes off of her hock. I still think she's got a good shape to it, and I like the set of her foot. I told you, in my opinion, you put the neck and just the extension of that other heifer on this one, and she wins for fun in a market heifer setting. If that black one from the profile is the one that suits you, she's the same way for us. Just getting in behind her, she had to have quite a bit more, but there's quality. And so we know that those two are completely different in their kind, but we like them real good in terms of the pieces and the parts that those two put together, so it's hard to deny the quality of those two and keeping them together in that division. Division 3, right there. She's got the look of the reserve Division 2 with the power of champion Division 2, and then yet still the best in terms of her feet and legs. And so with that, it's real hard to beat her. Division 3 is your champion market heifer. Congratulations to her.
Thanks, Miles. That didn't take long at all. Back here on this pair.
Well, as we kind of expected there.
Didn't take long at all, says Callis. That's right.
Her boldness is good. The squareness up top is nice.
Yeah, that's one that's hard not to like.
Pretty accurately there in terms of her lower joint. She gets elevated her spine ever so slightly.
Now we're going to find out if they're going to keep those two together or go a different direction.
Heifer we're going to have here in a second. Real pretty body, real opened up when you study her there. It still has some lift to her. She too, you like relaxing her spine, maybe tuck her into the base of her chest floor, make her just a touch more refined and feminine, like you see in that class whenever you compare the two. But again, them fair cattle.
We know that we're going to close the day here, and so, Brandon, I apologize for taking a little time over here. I know that you're getting nitpicky on that and a long set of reasons, but whenever it's this good, to me, it's allowed. And so, darn sure, as we pull in Reserve Division 3, I told you I thought that class was incredibly good. Again, just a neat look to her front end, yet still horsepower as you get in behind her. And as we close the day, we're very comfortable in what we've done and all through those divisions. Boy, they're so good, and it'll be interesting as we go back because I don't know that there's a lot of discussion. We felt very confident. We're very, very happy to be here, blessed to be here, and thank the good Lord every day that we get the chance to do these things. And we know we got some heat coming tomorrow for sure, obviously, but it has been an excellent day here on Saturday and a beautiful ring and beautiful setup to do so. So, again, if you make that one just a little neater up front and you relax her just a shade there behind, Killer good. If that one's stout enough, she's good. I love them two heifers out of that class. And I think in terms of build, balance, outline, and muscularity, this is a real good one as well. Reserve Division 3 is your reserve market heifer. Congratulations.
Well, there you go. Much like when you get to the state fair, you get in a tough, deep class, you got to kind of keep them together, and those guys saw those two fitting together really, really well.
Yep, really nice pair of heifers. That was fun to watch.
Absolutely. Good comments there by Miles at the end, too. You know, great day of showing here and still looking forward to tomorrow and what's yet to come, but awful good start here with our breed cattle and market heifers at the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo.
Yes, and those two judges have done a great job all day. They were really thorough with their explanations. They told us what was on their mind, and they put them the way they needed it. Saw them, and that's all you can ask for.
Yep, absolutely. Just do a little quick recap here as we go through our day. Champion Simmental steer earlier this morning was shown by Emmett Ryan. From there we moved to the Shorthorns. That champion Shorthorn steer was Houston Holdgraffer. The Shorthorn pluses, we got into those, and Levi Hick had the champion there. Mini Hereford was shown by McKenna Hovden. The main steer, again, that really tough division. Those steers, I know that I think the champion reserve actually came out of the same class there. Carly Kinsel won the mains out of class 19. Rolled through the Hereford steers, and there was that really nice Hereford shown by Ryland Busing. Rolled into the key steers after that, and another really, really tough division there. And Hayden Sewer had that Here I Am steer that kind of, again, kind of like the market heifers. When they